let it all go. Close your tired eyes, sleep for a little while. Just put your guitar down and it's okay. Play it safe. Your mistakes, let them all go. Your broken dreams, your high hopes, love so delicate. Life is sometimes strange. Sometimes it takes a big rain to feel the sun again. Sometimes it takes a big rain. Sometimes it takes a big rain. Fill your ears with a country silence. Fill your heart with a sound. Fill your ears with a country silence. Fill your heart with a sound. With a sound. Let it all go. Your chance, your every low. You made it through another day. You're surely on your way. Just put your guitar down and it's okay. here to tell me how am I to climb this mountain? Oh, stay right beside me. Watch me climb, watch me climb, watch me. Ain't nobody here to guide me. How am I to cross this river? Oh, stay right beside me. Watch me cross, watch me cross, watch me. Just watch me.
And maybe I should search for a smile. It'd be nice to talk about things without going back another mile. And with all of this empty space, I'll never fill the void again and find comfort in your place. Now, just hear me out. I don't know where we're headed,
came to Philadelphia with a rod in my hand. I sure am no saint, I am no righteous man. I don't miss the cold, but I do miss the sand. It takes some adjusting, and I know that I can. And I tell you, I am no righteous man. They all like to treat me like a wanted man. They come from far and wide just to spit in my hand. I came in September to run from the cold. The young they tolerate it, but my body's getting old. And I tell you, I am no righteous man. Philadelphia from up north Newfoundland. My mother, she was a teacher, my dad a fisherman. I don't miss the cold, but I do miss the sand. It'll take some adjusting, but I'm sure that I can.
knock me out, but I'm still holding the throne. You never know till it's over. So pretty it hurts. Just beware of the thorns. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist, luring you in closer. Guess I got a jinx. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. Got so much I need to cover. All the lies I lied, been with me for too long. Got a chance to start over. Disguise the man I was, correct what I did wrong. You got a glimpse, and you can't resist, luring you in closer. I guess I got a jinx. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Yeah, oh my Lord, watch me sway. Darkness falls and we all pray, hoping for the light of day. Down to the river, I have held the devil's hand, felt the weight of my own sin, burdened by the heart of man. Down to the river, down to the river. Oh, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, oh, far beneath, oh, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, saying, oh, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, oh, far beneath, oh, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek. Mama taught me how to live, Daddy taught me how to give. Both of them had their own sins. Down to the river, every man has felt the shame. All our blood, it runs the same. Father, hear us as we pray.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Good day, good morning to you all. My name is Victoria, together with Wild Deity here in Blast Rising, bringing you the action for day 3 of this tournament. I'm pretty much pumped. How are you feeling, Wild Deity?
I'm feeling amazing, especially with the matchups we're going to have today. I honestly can't wait for this action.
Yeah, no, it's going to be amazing. I mean, we've already seen some teams come underway over on that Group A, and we'll be seeing Group B underway today, and it's going to be so cool. But we might as well talk a little bit about how this tournament is going to function, right? We want to talk about how the format is going to work out in this group stage. We already have seen Group A come underway, and if you guys are not familiar with this format, is basically the first teams to reach that 2-win scoreline in the group stage manage to qualify. The other 2 teams, well, they get another chance to kind of perform again. But basically, the first team to get themselves that 2 loss do get eliminated out of the back. Well, we also see as well, there's a little bit of a difference in the GSL format, right? Because there is that 3rd place spot that has an extra chance to qualify onwards. So heading into this, at this point, you kind of get some... You get an idea that Sangal Esports will be playing the 3rd place matchup over on Group B. But as you can see ahead of you, x-kom Argo versus Astralis Talent being the first matchup to come underway today. Tricked and Galaxy Racer to be the 2nd matchup of the day. The winners of those 2 teams will be playing each other, and vice versa for the losers. That is going to be very interesting to see as well. So, Wild Deity, coming into this one, I'm not sure if we can hear you. I know there's some technical issue going on, but make sure you let me know. It's all good? Nice.
Yep,
good.
Yep, we're right on track. Did have a bit of a pluggeroo going on. I was fiddling with my microphone there at the start, but you know what? We've got it all under lock and key. And now maybe we should actually delve right into the matchup for today. What do you think?
Yeah, no, like the first matchup of today is going to be Argo versus Astralis Talent. The Powerless squad and the young Danish team heading into this matchup the first day at this point. And I think it's going to be a very interesting one, right? We will be looking at the veto shortly. Not quite sure how soon that will be. But at this point, I think Astralis Talent are in for a little bit of a difficult task today, aren't they?
Oh yeah, especially because this is a prime underdog fight. There is no denying it. There's no other way to cut it. This is how they have to get their cake and eat it too. Astralis Talent, being far off in terms of the HLTV rankings, being far away from Argo, 33 versus 160, they are definitely punching above their weight. They are in that heavyweight ring bout, and they've registered, unfortunately, as the lightweights. But, you know what? That's a one-dimensional way of looking at it. You can't just go like, okay, this is a tough fight for them or whatnot. This is proving grounds. If you can take a shot at the big dogs and come out swinging, that is a massive change to your reputation.
Yeah, absolutely. But Astralis Talent, not only have to they face Argo, they potentially have to face either Tricked or Galaxy Racer in their 2nd matchup. So even though they do perform in one matchup, we kind of want to see some sort of consistency from these guys. Because by all means, we know that Astralis Talent are capable of winning on teams in that tier 3 scene, but they haven't done that enough consistently, right? I mean, they've gotten themselves wins against Lingby Vikings and such, but... At this point, you want to see them being able to perform more consistently, get wins against better teams all the time, and being faced against Tricked or Galaxy Racer and Argo at the same time, it's going to be a hard day for them, and they better perform if they want to have a chance in this tournament.
Yeah, you mentioned Lingby Vikings, but they actually don't have a win against them. It was Singularity that they ended up winning against, and right. That was in a 2-1 fashion, and Singularity hasn't had that much server time either. They are far below the kind of swinging that Argo can put up with, or Lingby Vikings can. So, losing to Lingby Vikings twice in a row, 0-2, and also taking into account the fact that they haven't really played many officials for 3 weeks, that is a tough cookie to crack. On the other hand, Argo, you can see that they're knocking things out of the park. The one yardstick we do have is that both of the teams have suffered losses against Lingby Vikings, but at the same time, they've got a few wins under their belt as well. They've won against Fiend, they've won against Case, and Case has had a pretty phenomenal showing so far. They've really been climbing up the ladder. They've gotten a few notable wins as well, so although we have Lingby Vikings as the yardstick, as I mentioned before, unfortunately, that's the only point of similarity we have in terms of downfalls. Argo, I think they've definitely been doing a lot better than Astralis Talent.
Yeah, that seems to be the case, right? But they get a little bit into a rust. But I think this will pretty much be decided by the veto right ahead of you, right? Why don't you take us through that action?
Oh yeah, Ago banning Overpass, not really much of a surprise because they don't really play officials on that. That is their permaban. Vertigo being picked up by Astralis Talent. That is one of their more played map, but this is still very tricky because Ago, they're quite comfortable on this, having 20 officials, or rather almost 20 officials, pretty even win rate, having about 50%. That's not a terrible stat to have on Vertigo, and they've gone up against much better teams than Astralis Talent have. So in any case, in any way you look at it, this is not going to be a favorable matchup for Astralis Talent. Now, Ago banning Inferno, what do you think about that, Pavlos?
Banning Inferno. Now, that's a little bit interesting, right? Because Inferno is the map that Astralis have found most success on, even though it's not their most played, and those officials, whenever they get their hands on it, they perform pretty well, right? They get a positive win rate ratio, and it's pretty much their only map in the official matchups that they do have a positive win rate ratio. So getting that ban is fairly reasonable in that regard. But seeing that Argo have picked up Nuke, I think that's a pretty one-sided affair. So if Astralis Talent want to get themselves a win in this matchup, they'll have to win on Vertigo. And Argo, they're pretty damn strong on Vertigo. They love playing that map, even though they don't get as many wins as losses to some extent for the past couple of months. At the same time, Argo, they're no strangers to that map. So for Astralis to actually win this matchup, I think they need to hit the road running with that first map.
Yeah, for sure. There is no doubt about it. They've gotta win Vertigo, and you know what? I'm quite concerned about the fact that Inferno's not on the table. You've mentioned it before, but Inferno would have been Astralis Talent's one shot to maybe upset Ago, and that is simply not being presented on the table. That is not up for grabs, not up for a snack. Train though. Astralis Talent, of course, they end up banning that. Mirage as well. Just no, not many officials on it. 0% win rate on Mirage. So I think at that point, you've already decided that that map is done and dusted. Decider, of course, being Dust 2. That is unfortunately not something we might get to see by the looks of things. But if they can get it to that, that's probably their best bet. And I'm going to go ahead and say it. If you're an Academy team, if you're punching above your weight, a map like Dust 2 is exactly where you can upset the other team.
Oh, absolutely. And Astralis Talent might be missing out on that point, but I think they're going to give it their best effort in this best of 3 series in this map pool that they have at hand, because they do not have any other choice. Yes, you can say Argo is a heavy favorite at this one, but Astralis Talent, they're a Danish squad that are not looking to fall back from a challenge, and they've been challenging a lot of teams lately. They've been playing in the official matches in that tier 3, tier 2 scene for a few months now, so hopefully they're accustomed to enough to perform in Blast Rising, and many people are looking at this squad saying, these guys are the youngsters of the future in that Danish scene, though they haven't proven that much as such as of yet, but everybody's looking forward to that. But heading into this, we might want to look at the lineups, right? We might want to look about what these teams have brought to the table, because as you may know or not, Argo has had the additions in January of Snatchy, Reets, and Rallen, where they've only found successes in between February and March, but ever since then, their performance is sort of lackluster, right? As of that past month, they haven't brought what people thought of this team would be a Polish powerhouse. And what the Polish fans are pretty much waiting for this point is for Argo to rise up against the lower dogs and start performing against the higher scene tier 2 players, tier 2 teams, and perhaps at some point challenge the tier 1 dogs. And getting themselves a win in this tournament is exactly what they're looking for today.
Yeah, this is one thing I wanted to mention. I know that they have a pretty good HLTV rating, but it's somewhat window dressed. Don't get me wrong, it's still earned to some degree, but if you look at the kind of teams they've been performing against, being completely dominated by a team like x-kom, 16-9, 16-4, Dust 2 and Inferno, and then you look at their losses against Lingby Vikings, which have been incredibly convincing, by the way. Lingby Vikings, they're on that 52 HLTV rating. So when you look at that kind of regard, when they're losing to teams that are on paper worse than them, that's when you start getting a little bit concerned about their form. But there is a bright side to this. We can't just look at it one-dimensionally like, okay, Ago's going to be dropping the ball, or Ago hasn't been up to par. It's also an opportunity for Astralis Talent to cement themselves, put their foot through the door without having to go up against team as Ago. They'd have a much harder chance. If they had to go up against any other team, I don't think they would have had as much of a chance as they do against an Ago that is somewhat lackluster in form right now, as you mentioned.
Oh, absolutely. And Astralis Talent now with the addition of Altex as well a month ago, well, a couple of weeks ago now, it just seems like they do start to getting chances. They start to get a few wins here and there, and maybe that will be just enough for them to kind of beat this power squad, this power Polish squad of Argo. And why not, right? I mean, Altex has performed really, really well, and he's brought up this team in a very good standpoint. Not only did he join in mid-March, but at the same time, he's taking up a massive role in the team to try and lead it to victory. And hopefully that is enough for the Astralis Talent to perform. At the same time, though, Argo, they themselves, well, they've adjusted very, very well to a lot of changes that have come through over in January. But the fact that the past month as well, they haven't been performing up to par isn't exactly where you want to be. Astralis Talent, this is their chance, as we said. Altex, Vigo, Void, Vestig, Nofi, all these players in this matchup will look to perform today. And starting off on Vertigo, they've got an important matchup to get things started with. Vertigo coming underway, their own map pick. And if they want to get themselves a good performance in this best of 3, or even in this group, or even in this tournament, this map is where they have to get started with.
Yeah, for sure. Getting their foot through the door has to start with the advent of winning out on Vertigo. And I'm honestly very excited to see this matchup. Whenever I see evenly matched teams, I'm thinking, okay, this is going to be a pretty back and forth matchup, yada, yada, yada. But right now, this is a chance to see greatness. This is a chance to see storylines unfold. But the question is whether or not Astralis Talent have the pen and paper to make it work. Snatchy gets a bit aggressive towards ramp, but he can't quite find a duel just yet.
No, he does not find the duel just yet at all, but it's the pistol round to get things started. Astralis Talent slowly making their way towards a site, but look at the aggression coming in from Argo. Already a pick found, and now they're drawing back pretty fast, in fact. And at this point, they're going to come in shooting. Nofi already down. Astralis at a numbers disadvantage heading into this. But at this point, Argo, they've got the good read. They know what is going on, but what they're missing is that deep play onto the B side. Rotations quickly in order. Astralis Talent's up to them to get the push and already pushing through, but already the kills are coming out for the side of Argo. Not many players now remaining. It's just Altex and Vigo all by themselves, but Vigo finds himself a sneaky position on the backside of the A site, gets shot through, and that is going to be that. I don't think Altex has a chance against 5 players of Argo.
Yeah, I'm actually unsure if I agree with how Astralis Talent played that one out, because initially, they had 2 players being tucked away into the A site, which allows them to pull some rotations, but they're not using Altex and Vigo over there. Instead, they send the bomb off to B first, which allows it to be spotted. They allow themselves to lose the duel on B, which completely nullifies any effect that the A players can have. You're supposed to use them to draw out the rotations, make sure that the A players can't get too comfortable, and also ensure that the deep B site player is not there. He's either playing from connector or from the back site, and he can allow the bomb to have about $2,000 a player to spare. Oh, I like this from Altex. Early smoke to deny information, but the nade will at least keep them back for a little bit. Some individual plays are trying to come through, but man, Argo is still playing this to perfection. They are ensuring that a free duel for Altex will simply not be allowed.
Oh, absolutely. They know how to play it out. And you see the nades. I mean, Altex, he can't move anywhere. He can't do anything. Nades left and right. And right now the bus is coming through, but Figu needs to be there and waiting. Yes, he is. Nice quick kill coming under his hands, but it's Vesta to fall first on the Astralis Talent side. Excuse me. Already getting tongue twisted. It's only the first few rounds. Altex getting 1, so that means that they do find the equalizing frag down to a 4 versus 4. As Figu does say goodbye to this round, but Void making his movement towards connector, first to lead the charge at this point. Coming in, Rallen shortly should be able to spot them out, but unless he goes for the swing, he'll have to hold the line against 3 different players. And with the smokes coming through, Rallen has to draw back. He can hear the commotion, does get his lineup onto them, but it's only a 1-for-1 trade. Furion as well able to find one. Vigo does get the trade on, down to a 2 versus 2, but the rotations are in order now for Argo.
Yeah, they've nestled themselves onto the bomb site. Bomb is now down 2v2. This is their chance to get it done. Successful, but he can get a few points of damage in. In the meantime, Ryu flashbang out. M4 at the ready. Vigo avoids the flashbang, and he can peek out at any time possible. Ooh, that was nicely done for him. Reeks now trying to find a duel. Unfortunately, though, that smoke play will simply not work out. For a second there, the team flashbang almost set Reeks up there.
Oh, it almost did, but at this point, it's Astralis Talent right back at it, right? They did take that second round as a filler, as an eco round, and they were managed to straight fight it back with a nice little buy round, and that means they are on the board right now. They are in the game, and we talked about how crucial this game was for them, right? Vertigo, their own map pick, seeing how the next maps are coming through, Argo look a little bit more positively in their favor. And so if Astralis Talent want to take it to map number 3, it is very vital they get things on the road quite soon. And they did just that. AK's now at hand for them. They have the better buy round coming in, but take control of your eco because right now, Coinbaser is the easiest place to get into your crypto. Whether you're just getting started with some spare change or making a big purchase, they're pretty much the place to go.
Yeah, don't worry, man. Whenever I listen to Coinbase, they also get me tongue tied. They make my heart go wild and my words just vomit out. So you know what? That's just a testament to how good they are.
Absolutely. I mean, they've got articles to help you become an expert. So why not go and make our partners, go and see what our partners are all about. But at this point, right now, Argo, they're in a tough spot economically, aren't they?
Mm-hmm. Argo, initially with their picks, I did think they'd be picking up the third round, but Astralis Talent, already starting the day off with a few tongue tires. It's okay, though. I gotta compensate for a bit of the word vomit. Now, Astralis Talent, they have a single player trying to challenge ramp. The nade is near perfect, but Void will avoid it nearly.
Ooh. Bush does come on Argo that got most of the kills. They got assisted by Gnofi's flash, which is their own teammate. Oh, yeah. So a little bit tedious there and a little bit tricky, and it didn't quite work out in their favor. They went for a gamble for the rush. But Argo, them waiting, were able to deliver no problem whatsoever. But that sets them up nicely in a 4-1 scoreline right now. But that pretty much was a filler round, as you said, for the Astralis Talent side. Now come out the big guns. Void with an AWP himself has to beat out Snatchy in the stage, but it's Reach to start things off aggressive across this ramp side. Flash coming out, but Void there and waiting. He's able to find one kill. Draws back before he gets traded out. It's a nice start here for the Astralis Talent.
Oh yeah, this could be one of the bigger opportunities they've had. Void, of course, that initial frag means they now have set themselves up for success. Pacing is in their control. I want to see how they play this one out. Argo, though, their immediate reaction is to go for aggression instead, and that means that Astralis Talent can't really go for any cheeky plays. They can't draw out rotations and go back to ramp because there will already be a player tucked away behind the box, which will make it near impossible to do so. But now, with the kill being secured by Astralis onto the B site, it will mean that this is once again all in their control. Ferlin, only man on the B side. This is an incredibly tricky situation to be in. Argo must show off with some aggression and perhaps get a kill.
Oh, but look at this.
At the expense of none.
Reeds. He's all by himself here, but he's in a he's very cheeky angle, but let's see if he's able to do anything out of that. Oh, he got disconnected.
Oh, no.
Oh my
Ouch.
word. That is very unfortunate for Investor. Gets the kill onto Snatchy, and that's going to be an easy A-site take. Oh, you hate to see it. But Argo, they miss out on a very nice opportunity there to catch many players off guard, and that could be their downfall. Reconnect coming out from Reach right now, but it's too little too late. Astralis Talent, they've got all 4 players alive on the server. And they get themselves a bomb plant as well, Fallen. They're not going to go after them. They know their economy is on the down foot, so holding it back, not going for an aggressive play. Fallen might go for an exit frag or something, but that is Astralis Talent on the board again.
Yeah, I didn't realize that Astralis had Thanos coaching them on their side because he just went for a quick snap and they didn't even have to clear the angle at that point. Just disappears from the server. That's how you clear out the ramp angle. That's how you get it done.
Yeah, just have Thanos on your side.
Mm-hmm. Makes the game a lot easier, I would say, when you have actual supervillains on the server.
Yeah, just eliminate half of your opponent's team without doing anything. just snap your fingers.
Imagine incorporating that into a play-by-play.
Imagine.
But man, a bit unfortunate, but you know what? It happens sometimes, and you have to deal with it. Argo, they're right back in it, though. We'll be dropping weapons to each other. Yeah, and no surprise that we saw a bit of a technical pause as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the fact that someone disconnected mid-round is a bad sign of someone's connectivity, at least.
Yeah,
so
sure.
That's unfortunate to see at this point.
But so far, I think Ago have done a stellar job of taking things back when Astralis Talent get too comfortable. And with the exception of the last round, I think they've done a stellar job. I want to see, though, if they can continue this, or if Astralis can bring it back. Oh, I love the smoke for him. Fiku, there is no way he's going to get checked. He's going to get a free kill off of that. Ferlin and Fiku tag team, 2 kills for them. That is all easy pickings. Altex deleted from the server. Vester to follow soon.
And right now, it is a 3v5 on the spot. Argo bring things back in their favor fairly soon as well. They don't shy away from getting themselves the advantage with some aggressive picks as well. Unorthodox, Astralis Talent weren't really waiting for them, but Snatchy, he's the one looking for a kill now. Astralis Talent, they've got their sights on A ramp right now, crossing through. Nofi takes damage through the scaffolding, survives with 62 points of health. Smoke should be drawn out, and nade as well. Void trying to hold that out, trying to spot out a player from Argo, but they're holding it out. They're playing it slow, not really going for anything aggressive. Smoke to follow through, Rallen aggressing onwards. Void through the boxes there, through, and tries to get the frag, but they're hiding between the smoke. They can't find him through, and right now pushing onwards. Rallen, look at that boost position. Snatcher with 2, comes out from behind, and Rallen with the other will clean up Astralis Talent.
What a flawless round there from Ago. Reitz was the only one that took a few points of damage. Everybody else on over on over 90. I think they were actually all on 100, not even a single point of damage. Very well played for them. And man, if Ago can keep up this kind of performance, I think they might be denying Astralis any room to breathe. Still, though, they do have some money working for them. If they lose this round, however, economy will not be a thing that they have control of. Void makes Reitz a thing of the past. Puts it in a 5v4 very early on, so they've got a chance going. Void, second kill for him, but Rollin will be recovering. Fiku, nice tap to the head of Void. He's brought it down to a 3v3. Man, that started so well for Astralis, but it just went downhill.
Yeah, a little bit too out in the open there, without kind of positioning with smokes or anything, without positioning with flashes and trying to peek through in that advantage. They were kind of left out in the open and losing out on trades one by one. Argo had multiple players to peek from multiple angles, so that caught Astralis Talent off guard, not expecting so many players to be lined up. So yet again, Argo with early round aggression are able to pull away with some wins. And we talked about how close this map would be. Seeing how Argo, they're accustomed to this map. They play it quite much. But now pushing onwards towards the B site, Astralis Talent look to get themselves a 1 plant. 2 versus 3, still doable, although it's going to be a tough affair. And Fiku, the smoke coming out. They need to hold down the line. Snatchy with the AWP, but it's Vesta to draw on forward, up from the box. Vesta, he's able to find one, down to a 2v2, and Snatchy can't do too much. He's blocked out. Nade coming out. Knoffi down to half fallen. And Snatchy as well. Naded through.
Yeah, there's a 90-degree angle he has to clear out. What a shot from Snatchy. 1v2 when Snatchy's cleaned things up. Janitorial services are at the ready. And he's just putting the mop and bucket away now.
Mop and bucket is away. Well, away. And at this point, he's just trying to clean up the area because the terrorists, well, they kind of made their mark. They kind of made their stake on it. Vesta, that was a very nice movement from him. That was a very good chance for him to turn this round in the favor of Astralis Talent. But Snatchy there, just too quick. Too darn quick.
Yeah, I love that we got to see that in the replay from Snatchy's perspective as well, because it wasn't just looking quick from a third-person perspective. Even for Snatchy, that was wild. Now, 4-round deficit for the Talent side. Tech-9s across the board. This is a classic Tech-9 push if we've ever seen one. Huddling up to ramp. Flash is at the ready. Reitz has flashed out of his mind. His monitor has been shut off. And now, Rollin, he's trying to creep past the defenses.
Again, trying to get sneaky here, but Rallen falls back. Reitz is able to find one. They can't quite see anyone just yet. But pulls out the incendiary to delay the push. Astralis Talent with lesser weaponry trying to make this happen, but Vigo finds himself a nice little M4 to work with. Nade thrown out, shot misses out from Snatchy. Second time's the charm, and now pushing onwards, they try and connect more. Snatchy still not quite able to connect the pieces as he does finally get shut down by Void. Fallen there to find the remainders, but Void continues to make that pistol work. They find 2 players and now trying to make things happen. Reitz in a 1v1 against Altex. Pushing onwards, 1 headshot required. Altex, he makes it happen. It's a pistol round for Astralis Talent to win them this round.
That was a shot and a half if I've ever seen one. That on peak and that Tech 9. What a play from Astralis Talent. The fact they come out on top with just pistols, just Tech 9s, and a bit of armor to boot. I think that's the go-to strat now. I think they're abandoning all weapons. I think they're sticking to pistols now. Just overwhelm Ago with pure terror. On the other hand, though, you can see that Ago, it's not just their hearts that have been terrorized, it's also their wallets. Because they're chipped down to just Desert Eagles on both Fiku and Rollin. And you can see this adjustment coming out from Snatchy. He wants to get aggressive and make sure that he can get a free kill off of it. Furlan is there as the insurance policy, so second frag is secured as well. And as soon as Astralis Talent get a round off of Tech 9s, they will immediately, right after, start dropping it to guns.
Sort of a wake-up call for Argo, that's for sure. But Fiku there and waiting. Deagle lined up. No flash coming through. A little bit delayed as well. Fallen, he's able to fall down. But Fiku and Snatchy are there to deliver. Void tries his luck, but that's not going to be good enough. Snatchy there and waiting closes that round up.
Snatchy has been incredible at shutting out Astralis entirely. 14 kills and 4 deaths. That is no slouch right there.
Insane.
A 10 kill difference. He's almost been the cornerstone, and on the other hand, unfortunately, Astralis Talent, they aren't able to put up the same level of numbers. In fact, one of the players is sitting on 0 kills, so he's past the point of James Bond with that 9th death being there. But you know what? With how dominantly Ago is playing, I'm not surprised that some players are struggling.
Yeah, Fiku fires the first frag, but looking at this round, it's sort of going to come on a one result outcome. There's nothing else that will kind of give Astralis Talent a win here. It's just a pistol round, and it doesn't quite work out for them. But what I'd like to say is that Gnofi, even though he's on 0 kills, he's pretty much being the backbone of Astralis Talent, trying to be the supportive player in the team with the flashes and everything. But a lot of the times, it seems like they're a little bit out of sync. You see the flashes coming through, and many of the times, it affects their own teammates, or either it comes in a little bit too late, which they're pretty much not playing together as a unit as they should. And that also could be a factor in this matchup.
Yeah, we saw examples of that both on stairs and on ramp, where the flashes were simply not synced with the push. And it immediately reflects, because you see Ago being flashed, you can see that the cables have been plugged from their monitors, but unfortunately, no kills come through. They have plenty of time to get back up, plug their monitors back in, and get back into the fight. Now, if maybe they can get a little bit more coordination going in, I don't think that firepower is particularly lacking. So at least they've got that going on the Astralis campsite. The problem is, this is still meant to be a favorable map for Astralis. If they're getting entirely steamrolled in a circumstance like that, this is a troubling sign. At least we can still see smiles in the camp, which does signify that they're not feeling down and out just yet.
Yeah, at least there's some hopes in this matchup, at least. And they have to keep their hopes high, right? They have to, at this point, come through. But CS Money, well, you can sell your Steam waste and get skins you love. Suit up at CS.money and change your look right now with the best skins. Skin trading place. Why not?
Oh yeah, even for me, it's like CS Money is the go-to place whenever I want to switch up my skins. Because you know what? I've got a lot of skins rolling around, and every time a new case comes out, every time something comes up on the market, you know I have to get those shiny goodies. I have to put my hand in the goodie bag, pull something out, and CS Money is the way to do it. You get to choose your skins, you get to trade in your current ones and upgrade to flashy new skins.
Yeah, and Astralis Talent need to get a little bit more flashier themselves, don't you think? I mean, at this point, they're not really performing up to par if they want to have a chance in this best of three.
But definitely in terms of the scoreline.
Absolutely, that's kind of what I meant at that point.
But
skins don't make wins, but it makes it look a lot nicer to watch. You know, I love seeing a few skins here and there, right? I love seeing nice knives, nice rifles here and there. Like I'm not a massive knowledgeable man about skins and stuff and what is rare and what is not, but I know when I like a skin and when I see it, you know.
Some of the skins are just too damn flashy, and you can immediately tell that this is rare.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what? I'm gonna correct you on the idea that skins don't get wins, because listen, I'm gonna go ahead and put on a statistical claim that is going to be falsified by all PhDs out there. There are probably more winners with skins than winners without skins. So
I mean, there could be correlation.
Causation, question mark.
It could be a correlation with the prize money that they receive and buy skins from it. That could be something. But what came first, the chicken or the egg? You know, that's kind of the question coming on to this round. But Astralis Talent, yeah, they need to bring things back. They've got a buy round going on for them. AWP into the hands of Void as well. So that could be something that could work out. But most of the time, it's been Snatchy to control the rhythms of those scope rifles in this matchup, in this map. Fallen there and waiting with a couple of players to follow through the B site to be of essence, but he needs to be careful. Nice little peek to come through. He doesn't quite connect with the first shot. Damage inflicted equally on either end. Figo down to 38 points of health, but Fiku wins out on the trade eventually onto this site, pushing onwards. Altex, do they quite know he's there? They do not. Swings out, finds a headshot, and that could permit them to follow through. 2 players there and waiting for the Argo side, but reinforcements need to come in if they're able to contest through it. But Altex, this is sneaky.
Altex, he might have just pushed into enemy lines. He might get a free shot on here, but Furlan as well. He's playing around the smoke. He's been left unchecked for so long, and he's letting Void.
No way.
He's letting Void get away. He wants to let him get comfortable with the bomb plant, and that's 2 free kills. Furlan, you're an absolute beast. He's not going to let Altex get too sneaky. It doesn't matter if he's in the back lines, because now it's a 2v1, and Furlan has already set up Ago for the win.
And Altex have fallen. Ooh, they switched positions throughout that, but it's Snatcher to close it out in the end. Oh, that was messy, but it worked out for Argo in the end.
Nerves of steel, man. How do you chill there for so long? He's sitting next to a bookshelf. He's actually picked out a book to read. He's taking his sweet time, and yeah, it ends up working out for him.
It does indeed. And Argo, they're commanding over the scoreline right now, 9-3. Even though we know that the CT side sometimes can be favorable, it's the T side that kind of comes underway when there's comfort in the flow of the matchup. It's very tempo-based Vertigo, and right now Astralis Talent have found no tempo of their own. Pistol round goes completely under the way of Argo as well, so that's another confidence mark in the bag for them. Double digits now for Argo.
Yeah, this is looking way too one-sided at the moment, especially on Astralis' own map pick. I like seeing an underdog victory, but this is not it yet. The chance, if I wanted to point out that there may be some indicators of the chance of a comeback, I could look at the scoreline and say, all right, 3 points, maybe we can get that to 5, but in the conditions they've actually gotten those rounds, I don't know. They've gotten one off of an eco, and then they've gotten one in a very close clutch, so most of the time, Argo seems like they're in the captain's chair.
They do indeed, but Rallen again sneaky, and many openers here from Argo time and time again. He's able to run away with his life as well. Nothing not able to shut him down in time. That's a down mark here from Argo. Every single time, being in a sneaky angle on every single side of the map. And again, Astralis Talent need to work things out on the back foot with a lesser amount of numbers. Arctex tries to be sneaky on the ramp side of things, but Argo, look at their lineup. They know that's the A site of Essence. They've got pretty much every single play on this side of things. Rallen, he sneaked up from behind as well. He could be a deadly force on the Argo side of things. And actually there and waiting. Every single player in Argo here and waiting. They're anticipating this. And Rallen, he could bring things back from behind as well. Being a sneaky man, but Astralis Talent, they're running out of time and they need to get things started with a push. Smokes to follow through.
Too much of a time investment from Astralis Talent because they don't have much info. 2 kills for them. Eventually, though, Reeds and Snatchy will bring it back, and with Fiku, even blinded, he finds a frag with a Molotov. Just complete shutdown. And you know what? You're entirely right about how they have the correct read on Astralis Talent, because you've already allowed Rollin to push in. Even though they're checking the angle, Altex still ends up losing out the duel on an angle that he's checking, and that is problematic. You've allowed Rollin to pretty much half the map in 2, and at that point, you've just been pincered, and there is no way you're winning it out unless you get some phenomenal aim duels, which we simply haven't seen too many of from the Astralis side. Don't get me wrong, I do think they have a lot of firepower going their way, but right now, it doesn't really look like it holds a candle to what Argo's been putting up.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. And it's not only the aim duels, right? It's kind of like Argo. It kind of seems like they've got themselves a handbook on how to play against Astralis Talent, because they've been playing them time and time again, every single round they bring out and outplay them in some sort of strategy, catch them out in some sort of an orthodox position, and it works out for them plentiful of times. With only one round remaining in the half, Astralis Talent at least win this out round. It could be a little bit easier for them, but Argo, they're not going to make that easy for them at all. Rather than holding out this angle, no access granted towards that ramp side of things. They could reposition, but there's still plenty players towards this B site. Argo and Fiku and Fallen holding this one through, and Astralis Talent yet to make the decision.
You can see the nerves on the Astralis side. They are unwilling to make any decisions until the timer's been brought down to the last wire. And once again, Snatchy will be happy to practice his aim with the AWP. 2 kills for him. He can comfortably go to the graveyard now, knowing that Reitz will be able to pick up the pieces. 2 very fast kills and almost gets the 3rd as well. Basically setting up the round. A 1v3 is looking like it's next to impossible, especially with the bomb not being in their control. 12-3. Argo, what a strong showing from them, and unfortunately, we're simply not seeing signs of life from the Astralis Talent camp.
It's a demanding lead, isn't it? 12-3, 9-round differential. That is something to fear, absolutely. And Argo, they still look focused, every single player. They know they've got a long way ahead, and they've got a long day ahead. They win this matchup, there's another best of 3 ahead of them, and they want to make sure they get there. But the Astralis Talent as well, they're under pressure the most. They're the ones that realize one loss here, and it will mean that they'll have to play on the losers matchup next. There's also some smiles here and there. They still got
Is that the point of no return smile, or is that the okay? No, we still have this in the bag smile? Well, I think we'll find out soon.
I mean, coming into this one, Astralis Talent know they're the underdogs. Absolutely. So could be some sort of a hey, you know, guys, we got 3 rounds. Let's see what else we can get. That attitude can maybe give them the win, right? Because if you put your heads down and tell to yourself and your team that 1 round at a time, you slowly can close up the gap. Yes, it's a long gap. It's a big one. And you need a very good long jumper to actually get your cross across that stream. Because it's deadly.
Yeah, you need a KZ expert. I'm sure that X-Warrior is not up to that challenge. I've seen him play a couple times. Left much to be desired.
But Red Magic have just launched a new gaming phone series with its 165 hertz refresh rate. And that is insane. I've never
it is insane. And, the reason I laughed a little bit is because it's faster than the average gaming monitor. Not even like faster than the average monitor. No, it's faster than the average gaming monitor. There are people, like most gamers, I think they're still on 144 hertz, but you can outpeak them with a 165 hertz phone. And it's also equipped with a bunch of cool stuff, like a Snapdragon 888 with hybrid cooling technology. So you know what? You've got a bunch of things going your way. The games will never be lagging, and you can get the best experience. But speaking of experiences, Argo, they're going to give Astralis an experience that leaves much to be desired, with 4 kills going their way. And now it's back to a 1v5. Oh no.
But now in a 1v5, Fiku, he's in a bit of trouble, isn't he? I mean, it's looking bright for Astralis Talent right now, winning themselves this pissed around with exactly what they need. Nade thrown out, Void takes a little bit of damage through that, but without the bomb, there is nothing Fiku can do.
Oh yeah, at this point, he's just expending all of his utilities. He's like, you know what? I'm not going to let you pick up a trolley after the round and start shopping for my nades. Absolutely not. Very uncomfortable set of duels here that might take place, but
you know what's interesting? Astralis Talent, they're not going for it. They're not falling for this. They're holding on. They know they control the round, but at this point, they at the same time, they have a good discipline to stick around. Now they're going to start pushing through. They know exactly what angle Fiku is holding, and they'll push right through it and gate themselves a nice little pistol round.
Great stuff from them. I liked the way they played out that pistol round, especially because they showed aggression on ramp, and that is something that was previously missing from them. I know they were on the T side before, but it seems like the pace of the game was dictated by passivity, and now just going for a balls to the wall approach on the CT side, it starts showing that maybe their approach to this game is changing. They're like, okay, you know what, we're down in such a deficit, might as well go for the crazier stuff, and the crazier stuff is exactly what they need. Look at this mowdown, though. This is the stats pattern 2.0.
Yeah.
3 and 2.
Total annihilation, I'd say. like Rambo holding down Master One. Pulling down the trigger and just devouring their opponents. Yeah, Snatch, you realize, yeah, okay, ouch, that hurt. Couldn't do too much in that round. They only were able to skate away with 1 kill throughout the thing, but here come the big guns.
See, though, will Ago let it slip out of their hands? Because that dominant lead, we almost thought that it's all over for the Astralis side. I want to see if this works out, though. Astralis already managing to take away a player from the Ago side. Ramp is a point of suffocation. Meanwhile, though, on the B-bomb site, Ago, they're trying to work picks here as well.
I mean, they're in a numbers disadvantage right now, but Rallen looks to change that feat. But Vigo, I mean, he's there and waiting, shutting him down. And already Astralis Talent, they've got 2 players more than their opponents. Fiku, progressing forwards, has been spotted out. Can't quite connect the first shot, and the follow-through doesn't come in for him either. Snatchy tries to make things happen towards the other side of the map. And on that A site, there are 3 CTs there and waiting. 3 young Danish guys with weapons in their hands that can do a lot of damage. And even though Argo got themselves some feisty AK-47s, they haven't been able to turn that into victory just yet. The Reeds.
Surely not.
Make that happen.
No duels have gone their way whatsoever. Still, it's not entirely out of the bag. Maybe Reeds can find a head. Oh, I like the way he's maneuvering himself.
Ooh.
He tries to go for a jump shot. That is pretty cheeky, but he'll have to take 2 more duels, and that's simply not happening.
Yeah,
now,
the consistency of a jump shot wouldn't really work out in his favor, would it?
Yeah, the gap is still looking a little bit more reasonable now, though. It's not entirely out of the question, but with the way Ago were playing their CT side, it is still a very scary prospect. Astralis, maybe their Vertigo is centered around having a very solid CT side, but unfortunately, we simply haven't seen them play enough in officials on Vertigo to be able to come to some kind of conclusion like that.
No, absolutely not. Astralis Talent starting to bring things back in their favor. Half the amount the rounds that the teammates have been able to accumulate so far. The deal round to follow through. Argo stepping back a little bit and realizing that they need to build up the funds to have a healthy economy and healthy weaponry, but they're going to aggress towards the B site right now. Altex there and waiting with a spray down coming through. It's Altex to find the first one. Reets with the other follow through coming in from Gnafi. Vigo as well with an aid. It's an aid Fiesta, but it's the Astralis Talent to win it through. Losing 2 players in the process, though.
Oh, I like this X-Warrior because now it's actually doable. A few more rounds going the way of Astralis, that could entirely change the outcome of the game. We mentioned this in the pregame as well, that Astralis are banking on Vertigo to go their way, to build up some momentum, to build up some hype, to have some kind of footing. And even if the next map doesn't work out, they want to take it to the decider because Dust 2 can be a fickle prospect to work around with. So you can see some signs of weakness from the Ago camp, but it's not too much just yet. Astralis still need to cement their position here. Vester, he's creeping past the smoke. Great spot from him. And Astralis, their aggression seems to be working out time and time again. Vester, though, it's incredibly unlucky the way he's been tagged up and that nade chasing them down. What? How does he avoid certain death there?
Ooh, barely surviving with his life there. He's down to 15 points of health, and 1 bullet should do it with any riflery. At this point, Argo yet again at a numbers disadvantage. Could have been an equal standpoint. The double up setup from Astralis Talent looking strong so far. Trades going in their favor. But at that 1 minute mark, Argo need to start punching back. Moving slowly towards that ramp side. Void holding down scaffolding. But other than that, Astralis Talent, they've played a little bit far back approach towards this B site. No early lurking coming through. No sandbags player either. Although that gets mollied out for good measure. Argo not taking any chances from this one. They're already down a player and they cannot afford to lose any other. Slowly peeking through. Can't spot any other counter-terrorists. Lurking from Rallen as well could be a menacing situation, but Astralis Talent, they don't have the read in this. They've got no idea what is going on. And if Argo pull the strings right, they could get on the site aggressively without much contention. Void, though, holding it down. Bomb to get planted. Fallen coming in with this one. Molly follow through as well. Knoffi there and waiting on Rallen. Nothing going the way of Argo right now. Astralis Talent pulling every single kill in their favor. Bomb is the only thing that really went in the side of Argo right now. They've got 2 players to defend it, slowly pushing through all 5 players collectively into this Snatchy with the AWP holding it through. Smoke as well. Both players from the same location, Fallen there and waiting, finding damage onto one. Do they expect Snatchy to be there? No, they do not. But it doesn't even matter. Snatchy can't quite connect the shot. They're going to stick the bomb defuse, and that's going to be another round to go the way of Astralis Talent.
Little by little, inch by inch, we can see that Astralis Talent are logging back into the server. You can see the impact come back to life as well, and previously I was talking about Knoffi not being able to put up numbers, but from 0010, he's brought it to 10-15. That is a lot of late game impact to be had, and Vester's actually the one in the back on the back burner now, so it's a little surprising to see an individual comeback like that within the game, but this is ideal for Astralis Talent, and I don't think Argo are entirely ready for it, but they still have weapons to work with, and Snatchy, with an AWP being saved, it almost guarantees that they will also have an up-and-coming round where he picks up an AWP. Not out of their hands just yet, but it just might. I want to see how they play around this, because previously we've seen a lot of aggression come out from Astralis, and we haven't seen that much of an adjustment from Argo either. But now that they're going for more passive plays, it's denying any information to Astralis, and that might just be the secret recipe to push them back late into the round.
Could be the secret recipe, but Argo pulling the same string, the same 2 times in a row, basically. All players now across ramp. This time around, no lurker towards connector. Again, mulling out sandbag. So we're seeing the same theme here on the Argo side, but the good thing is for them is that Argo haven't aggressed towards B. They haven't gained too much info, but as I say that, look at the creep up coming through from Knoffi. He's already gained quite a lot of information. Void this time around closing out on a good little angle, not holding it back from sight, so that could catch Argo off guard, but Rallen there and waiting, pulls the trigger first. Vesta down low, falls down to fall, and finally something going in the way of the Polish team, and they're heading in aggressively. Void with a no-scope onto Reek, that was beautiful. Heading into it, Fika is there to deliver, smokes all around. Snatchy wins the trade onto Vigo, and that means that there's only 2 players from the Astralis Talent side there and waiting, but they're running out of time. They need to get themselves a bomb defusal in, bomb plant, excuse me. Altex with the lineup, can't do much. 2 versus 4 is just too much to ask from the squad. And Argo, they might be right back into the game.
I'm not sure if I agree with how they played this out, because they still almost walked into the trap of Astralis Talent, but they won out aim duels. They were able to push them back just enough to not fall to aggression, and that's something I can definitely agree with. No early on traps from Astralis working out. Altex, though, he wants to stick to this AWP. And there's no surprise that he wants to, because in that next round, after that loss bonus, they should be able to get enough change to buy up weapons and still have enough money for the next round. So at the very least, they're set up for that double-digit mark if they can keep winning rounds. And even if they lose weapons here and there, it's not entirely... it's not particularly the worst thing in the world. But right now, they can't... They're not thinking about losses, because 13-8, that is still close to that, too close to that dreaded 16 for the Argo camp for Astralis to get comfortable. They've gotten a few rounds. Sure, they can get a pat on the back for that, but if they want a pat on the HLTV scoreline, they're going to have to do a lot more.
Indeed, they must. And for that, they will pursue a recurring theme, this A site from the start. This time around, the Astralis Talent not really taking so many chances. They've got 4 players to where's this side of the map, while Altex taking the B anchor duties. Waiting out for some early aggression, but Argo, they're going to go for more of a contact play. Could be in danger as they walk through this. Astralis Talent this time and waiting. Last time around, it was Argo to win out on the trades, but sandbags last time wasn't a point of contention. They're going to molly it through either way. Vesta there and waiting. It's got a smoke at hand. It's actually nice to follow through. Barely surviving 3 points of health. spray down coming in through the vents, but they draw back instead, realize there's plenty of players holding these angles, and they may want to reconsider their positioning as well. Rallen across mid, but Kanofi there and waiting. Doesn't even matter. Fika with an amazing headshot. He's able to deliver quite when they need it the most. And Vico there and waiting as well. Pulling on the trigger. Void wins out on his trade on mid, and the only point that Argo can contest right now is that ramp side, because they don't have much time to rotate.
Fiku's getting a little bit desperate for kills now. Vester, he's not going to check. That's a free kill for him. Vigo will follow. Reitz will soon follow with a kill on Vester. And that's a 2 versus 4. There's not much time to work with. And although the CTs did bring it down to the last wire, it is not enough. Gnafi and Vester, they were so low on HP that they couldn't go for that final gambit. They couldn't wait until the last few seconds. They had to go for aggression and maybe get a kill off of that. But Fiku, capitalizing on the player that played around scaffolding, that works out beautifully on the Argo favor. But looking at the money right now on Astralis, if they can save this AUG, they can still have a piece together by. Problem is, they're doing it so close to that 16 that that is their last lifeline. Do they double down with lots of weaponry, lots of utility, go out with a bang, or do they try to stop it at 14? That's the kind of decision-making we'll have to put up with.
I wouldn't be surprised if they pulled out a tactical timeout for that one as well, because it's a big decision to make, right? It could determine the outcome of this game, but take control of your eco yet again with Coinbaser, because it's the easiest place to get you into crypto. And crypto, well, Coinbase has articles to help you become an expert and even have ways to earn free crypto just by learning about it. So why not give you chances about that? But right now, I think Astralis Talent need to spend some more time learning about Argo's approach to Vertigo, because so far it's been Argo to pull out most of the cards. And the CT side looked dominant. The T side a little bit more scrappy for them, but they still managed to make it work.
Now, I want to see if Astralis can once again come up with the kind of aggression they had before. They don't have the same level of utility or weaponry to make it work. It's much trickier to deal with in this regard. Piku, though, he's made things a lot harder. He's going to be a thorn in their side with that first player dropping. Void is out of the server. And with this round being their last lifeline, this could be one of the last times he gets to see the server. Argo aggressing forward on ramp. The bread and butter strategy. They don't really have much, anything complicated going into it. It's just the matter of taking Astralis out in terms of aim duels and a few Molotovs here and there. Vester, though, he's playing up close. Smoke works out. Flashes through. Snatchy. Nice recovery, though. Furlan will eventually chime in, and now it's back to a 2 versus 4. The gamble has not worked out. Gnafi is taking damage, and it's all down to Altex eventually to perhaps stop it with the AUG, but with the position he's in, he's not going to move a muscle.
No, he's not. There's no reason to as well. I mean, Argo, look at this. They're close to the finisher right now. Close to pulling things to that match point, and they're looking so darn strong on the first map, and it's Astralis Talent's map pick as well. Things are looking difficult for the young Danish players, as the Polish do look to scathe ahead at this point, and not only scathe ahead, but have a demanding lead over their opponents. I mean, at the halftime, it was a 9-round differential. Yes, now it's a little bit lesser than that. It's around that. If I can do my maths correctly, it's at the 6-point mark, 6-round mark, and soon to be 7 as well.
They soon to be 7, but I think at that point it's just not even a question of soon. It's right now. 1 point though. 1 round away from victory. Argo. If there's a showing that signifies that a 2-0 is up for grabs, this is it.
And if you want to grab some extra skin, get some extra money for your skins, you might as well save your Steam waste and get your skins you love at CS.money. You can also change your look right now with the best skins on the best, well, allegedly the best skin trading platform. And coming into this one, though, 1 round remaining for Argo, trying to make this work. And as Vika first start things off with a good foot, shot onto Altex. Rallen as well joins in. Gnafi is able to find 1 kill, but is that going to be enough? Finds a second one as well, but at the same time, he's all by himself in a 1v3. Surely this is game over for them.
Yeah, Ignafi is going to have to go huge. He hasn't really been putting up a stellar performance so far. Had a bit of a late game comeback, but can he make it work? AK Enhanced, Natchy is speaking out. Nice shot to the head. It's suddenly in the realm of possibility. Looking around for info, he will have to waste a lot of time clearing corners, and I think he might have spotted a pixel behind the scaffolding, behind the pillar rather. He's moving right in. Furlan will be successful, and there it is. Headshot to end the game. Map number 1 goes the way of Ago, and we should be right back.
Yeah, I mean, it was an exciting matchup, right? It was very, very close, but it was Argo to win it through in the end. And Astralis Talent, they battled to their best of abilities, especially on the T side. But the CT side looked a little bit rough from them. They didn't quite manage to get enough wins at the start, but they've got a couple of more maps that they could work with. They could try and make that happen and turn the matchup in their favor. It's a best of 3 series after all, and one map won't be deciding the fate of a team just yet. It does look favorable for Argo, but well, Diary, any last thoughts before we head in for a break until we get to that second map?
I think Astralis Talent are going to have to put up a much better performance than they did here. Losing out on your own map pick in that fashion, you have to keep in mind that even that close scoreline was off of a mini comeback that went their way. So ideally for Ago, I think they were even set up for something like a 16-3 or a 16-4. So if we can see some signs of brilliance, the time for that is right now.
Yeah, so we'll make sure you stay tuned because there's map number 2 to come underway. Ladies and gentlemen, see you right after the break.
came to Philadelphia with a rod in my hand. I sure am no saint, I am no righteous man. I don't miss the cold, but I do miss the sand. It takes some adjusting, and I know that I can. And I tell you, I am no righteous man. They all like to treat me like a wanted man. They come from far and wide just to spit in my hand. I came in September to run from the cold. The young they tolerate it, but my body's getting old. And I tell you, I am no righteous man. I came to Philadelphia from up north Newfoundland. My mother, she was a teacher, my dad a fisherman. I don't miss the cold, but I do miss the sand. It'll take some adjusting, but I'm sure that I can.
She ain't mine, but she looks fine. Gonna take some time, gonna make her mine, gonna make her mine. I'm the man, I got the plan. When it hits the fan, do all I can, do all I can. When she lets her hair down, she drives me wild, and she looks in my eyes. Hell yeah! I don't care, it's a double dare. I ain't scared, you best beware, you best beware. It's alright, she's in my side. I got all night, so just sit tight, so just sit tight. When she lets her hair down, she drives me wild, and she looks in my eyes. She's in the groove now. Gonna make
Welcome back, beautiful people. We are back in this best of 3 series in Blast Rising here. Argo versus Astralis Talent going head to head, but it's Argo to win off the first map, and it's Astralis Talent's map pick as well.
I love how every time you say Astralis Talent, it's a new way of pronouncing it. So do I. You know what? It's a bit of a tongue twister, but yeah, you gotta let it go. But you know what? Talking about the game a little bit, that first map being Astralis's map pick, that is a sign of trouble. They were getting completely mowed down, and for anybody that is tuning in late, Astralis were supposed to perform on that. We've been talking about this. That's been one of the cruxes of the storyline. They need to put up the big numbers on their own map pick because Argo is no slouch. There is a big gap between them. They are the heavyweights versus the welterweights. So they have to put up a big performance or at least give them a chance to take it to the decider, which is Dust 2. But now they're going to be playing Nuke, which is an incredibly tactical map, a lot more layers to it than even Vertigo, I would say. I'm not really sure on that opinion just yet. Don't take my hot take for what it is, but at least compared to the Decider, Nuke is a much trickier affair, and it's a map that Argo are comfortable with. They have the second highest win percentage for themselves on Nuke, so they're no slouches at it. And on the other hand, Astralis Talent, they've only played it once, and that was a while ago. That was almost 2 months ago, where they played against Lingby Vikings and got completely destroyed, 16-4. So I don't think Nuke is really set up for them, is it?
No, it definitely doesn't feel like it, right? I mean, Nuke is more on the smoke-heavy side, util-heavy side that you kind of have to have your preparation in and trying to dance around your opponents. It's more about the information game, while Vertigo is more about that tempo game, right? And Argo had the tempo throughout that map. And coming into the second map, it is a map that they're definitely a lot more comfortable on. And as you said, the statistics are totally in Argo's favor. So Astralis Talent, I hope they've got something prepped up because by all means, this is going to be a difficult affair for them because on the line here, I can see a very close 2-0 on the verge, right? I can see Argo winning this through, but you never know. You've got your hopes up for a little bit of an underdog story, right? You kind of have your hopes up for Astralis Talent to ball things back, the young Danish team to bring things back because Nuke is one of those heavily Nordic played teams, played maps, right? Danish teams love to play Nuke, and Astralis Talent haven't really been on that theme, but we'll be heading into game shortly to figure out how that one is going to turn out. But first of all, Wild Daily, I'd like to ask you, what was your impression of that first map? What was your main takeaways from that?
Yeah, honestly, you might say that we're hoping for an underdog story, but with the way I look on camera right now, with the bed right in the background, I think most viewers would assume that I'm of the opinion that Astralis would be put to sleep. And yeah, with the way that first map went, I think a 2-0 is in the cards. But of course, I do want to see them come back. We all love a little bit of that trope. So I'm not sure how I want that to go because based off like the question you asked me, what my takeaway is from that map is that Astralis seem heavily underprepared to take on a team like Argo. Even though they've been on a downfall, even though they've been on this downwards trend where they've been losing out to similar or worse teams, Astralis Talent still doesn't look like they're even in the same ballpark. In that initial 12-3, they looked like they were a cut above Astralis. And then we saw them have a bit of a mini comeback going on with the pistol round, but is that really much to go off of? Because a pistol round can definitely lead into a few too many victories, and even the rounds they won, they were coming down to the last wire. They were coming down to clutches. Maybe not in the late game, but especially those first 3 rounds. I think Astralis, even for those rounds to go their way, they had a bit of luck on their part. So my main takeaway from that is that if they can't perform on Vertigo in a fashion that is respectable, at least against a team like Argo, I don't think they have what it takes to go forward on Nuke. So I know it's a bit harsh. I know it's a bit of a bold opinion, but that's what the truth is.
Yeah, absolutely. Kind of seems like that, to be honest. But on the verge of possibilities, you might as well bring out the other story, right? The story that Astralis Talent potentially may have a chance on map number 2. Although those chances are very slim, they do exist. And heading into this one, I think they'll try and make that happen in their favor. Argo, you never know. They might be a little bit too comfortable and make a few mistakes, and Astralis Talent will be able to dominate on them. You never know. So coming into this map, It is very likely that Argo will be coming away with a win, but until we see that 16th round for any of the teams, that will not be the case. Coming in with a pistol round to get things started with, it's Argo on the terrorist side as Astralis Talent start things off on the CT side, pushing through towards the A site, moving from all angles as well, outside as well. Snatchy is able to find a nice quick kill. It instantly gets snatched out himself as Vigo kills him off, but Rallen already down on Vents. Vesta falls back with a kill of his own back to that B site. It's Astralis Talent with most of the kills so far, as they don't lose out on too many after that. 3 players on the Argo side as they do try and get themselves onto his site, but most of the lineup here, Astralis Talent seem like they've got 2 players on the B site, but Argo yet to make the decision, yet to pull the trigger on where they want to go, and they've got 1 minute on the clock remaining as Rallen, he's in control of him, and he could catch someone off guard potentially.
Yeah, Vigo and Vester have been given too much space to rotate around, and Argo have been unable capitalize off of that. Now, moving in from Garage, maybe they can get a little bit of space here, but that is still not certain. Moving in from Observation, what a nice shot onto Vester. He will eventually lose his life, and now the B site is theirs for the taking. At least Void will make a dent on the way out. Rollin will respond. Rollin, last man standing, 1 versus 2. Bomb, is the bomb in his control? Yeah, there it is.
It is indeed, and down it goes, punching in the numbers, now in a 1v2. Circle around him now, Astralis Talent go for the retake due to Yago. They're on the back foot, but trying to make things work in their favor. But Altex with a beautiful headshot takes things in the Danish side.
Great defense from them, and that comes off of Vigo being allowed way too much space. When he's playing on the top of HUD, he's being pincered in from 3 positions. There's no way he should get away with his life, especially after being tagged up that heavily. So, good response from the Astralis Talent side, but also a bit of a slip-up from Argo.
Kudos to both of the sides on specific victories, but at this point, it's Astralis Talent that run away with a round win, and that's the most important part. Argo get themselves a nice little force buy to come through, as they did get themselves a bomb plant and plenty kills to come away with that as well. So, kills all around on the most part, and it's going to be tough weaponry to deal with. Astralis Talent, they've gone for a force buy. They did get that win after all, so they do have plenty full of weaponry to work with. AUG in the hands of Void from that second round could be a very dangerous aspect to be faced up against, but Snatchy with that scout will look for the long distance kill that's damaged to come through, and the finisher comes in from reach. So already Argo with the numbers coming through. Vesta needs to be careful. Smoke to be drawn. Oh, drop comes out from reach. He's heard it. Draws out the nice little close angle, but reach there and waiting closes things out again. Another kill to go to his name this round. 2 already going his way. Maybe the ramp could be contested, but Alex, up close and personal, Argo don't look like they're heading towards that direction just yet. Still taking things slow, but Altex, he could be a menace here.
Oh yeah, XM shotgun in hand. That is the one wrench in the works that will ruin everything. Rollin, though, manages to get a kill before he will eventually be intercepted. And it's just kills across the board for Argo right after the pistol round. It's unfortunate, too, because if you let the T side get the bomb plant on the pistol round, they can still be an incredibly deadly force to work around. On Nuke, if you can get your hands on Galils, it is tough to fight back with MP9s. It is tough to fight back with Scout Rifles, and I can understand Astralis' pain. But you know what? That's not just one round that goes away. If you win the pistol round and then you end up losing the next one, that is an economic downturn all the way, baby. That is going to affect you for the rest of the half. It is going to linger around and remind you some of the mistakes of past.
Yeah, and most of the kills at the latter stages of that round, they came down to a scout play, but Rallen now, he's able to find a nice quick kill. Argo with a follow-up force coming through. Astralis Talent can't really greet it themselves in such amounts of efforts, but Altex, he's able to transform a kill to go their way as Argo run away with that with a numbers advantage. But still, on the outside side of things, it's accumulated quite a few players towards his Vesta, sneaking through Snatch. He's watching the wrong angle. He'll get caught off guard. Scout to go into the hands of Vesta right now. But maybe the damage has already been done. Argo already crossing through ramp, already getting onto the bomb site. And surely that's going to be a nice little bomb plant to go for it. But there's 3 players from the Astralis Talent side that may try and go for the retake.
Reads is low HP. That's the saving grace they might have. Fiku comes out with a kill. The second player comes through. Flashbang is ready, but it's unfortunately not enough to flash out Fiku. Now 2 players regrouping, reuniting to go for a similar angle. Rates and Fiku, they're watching the double doors. It'll be incredibly hard to come out, trying to play off of the hole in the orange doors. Rates is still low, so this is not out of the question, but that Molotov will burn him up. Vester will fall, and Void will have to retreat.
That deagle shot through the wall there, through the door, just surprised me a little bit. I thought, wait, maybe?
As it should have.
Do they have it? No, they don't quite. Argo were the ones on the driving seat throughout that round, and even though they get themselves a win, it does get a little bit more expensive for them, right? I mean, yes, Astralis Talent, they themselves went for a force buy to kind of counter that, but still, they lose quite a few players throughout the process.
Astralis Talent. The young guns on the Astralis camp. What can they do here on Nuke? Do they have a few pocket picks? Do they have a few tricks in their back pocket that they will eventually show up with? We'll have to find out. But right now, Ago, they've intercepted information on 3 players, and that's not even info. That's just kills throughout. Altex will follow suit. He will join the graveyard. The bodies being stacked up. Ago, once again, making it look like a very easy affair.
That was fairly simple there from Fiku. He made it look easy. I mean, yeah, he was up against pistols, but either way, the manner of which he managed to collect all 3 was fairly clean. Didn't take too much damage throughout that deed and managed to clean up 3 kills nice and dandy.
I want to see what Astralis can put up. The one thing that worked out for them on Vertigo, is that they went for early on aggression. As soon as they started working out, for them. They realized that was the recipe for success. But it was too little, too late, and they didn't have enough rounds to leverage and keep going for gambles because one loss would mean an economic downturn. Now, do they have an opportunity recognition this early on? Void, a nice shot to start things off. Fiku will be stepping into his grave. 4 players on the Ago side.
Heading into this though, Fallen finds his way across ramp, already trying to enter the B site. Altex there, waiting though. He's the first line of defense on this side of things, but can he find the first frag? Spotted out, finds a kill. Bomb now dropped, 1 minute remaining, waiting for reinforcements. Rallen closing up the angle. This could be deadly, and it is. Down Altex goes, reinforcements coming too late at that fact. Rallen skates away with a kill and his life. And Argo still have got a winning chance in this. At a numbers disadvantage, of course, but now comes the bomb plant and the B site retake here on Nuke, who could be one of the hardest sites to retake other than the Dust 2B bomb site. But coming into this, Vigo will try and open up the doors, try and be a little bit of a menace as they try and come in from multiple angles. Vesta coming in through it. Reach wins out on the trade. Spray down trade coming from Vigo. Snatchy with the other 2 against 2. This is close. Vigo finding one. Ooh. Snatchy with one more, but can he find nothing? He cannot. And plenty of time for him to find the defuse. No kit at hand, but I don't think he needs one either.
Oh yeah, this should be a comfortable defuse. Wait, is it?
Yeah,
it should be. It should be.
Yeah, he's got it, but it's close.
Oh, okay. The timer, that was a little bit misleading there at the top, but had us on the edge of our seats for a second. What a valiant effort from Snatchy regardless, but Astralis immediately going for passivity, and Vester not being able to connect the kill regardless of that if they end up getting the round. That is good stuff from them. Snatchy, unfortunately for him, he's only good for 1. Now we can see that Ago, they will be on the back foot. Some money will be missing from their wallets as they have to go for an entire rebuy, of course. Snatchy, AWP still in his hands. Void, oh, this is the kind of aggression I was hoping for. Hits a shot, even gets the collateral, so that's damage through the Redcon, but he's still stuck behind. Reinforcements will have to come in to try to fish him out. He's still stuck behind, and now Gnafi, the one insurance policy that was being sent his way, has been put into the graveyard as well. Snatchy will be able to recuperate their losses. I love that adjustment from Snatchy. He recognizes that they have a player coming in to save the guy behind Redcon, and he ends up taking both of their lives. So, very well played in a fashion that should have been nearly unrecoverable for the Ago side.
Absolutely. Gets 2 kills out of nowhere with the 20 points of health as well. It's not a feat to look down on. Losing back in numbers, but aggression coming out from Fiku onto the A site, trying to reposition now the counter-terroristic forces towards the heavens and below, coming in through vents. Vesta needs to look at the right direction at the right time, but Fallen there and waiting, and he does not expect that shutdown bomb getting planted. Argo, they've got all the cards, and Artex, he's got nothing, just the scout at hand and the idea that all his teammates have fallen before him.
As soon as Astralis get around, immediately after Ago were there to shut them down, and that was a theme that we saw throughout Vertigo. Once again, we'll see Ago in the captain's chair, in the driving seat. And although Altex is able to get away with an AWP, I'm interested in seeing what they can do with it. Void has been quite good with aggression, but unfortunately... Oh? I'm sorry, what was that? Is Snatchy actually playing on Red Magic's gaming phone or something? Because that was lightning fast.
Nice transition, I'll give it to you. But yes, Snatchy was a massive difference maker over on Vertigo. And he was once more. Void, yeah, good chance for him. He was able to get a kill onto Rallen, doing damage onto Snatchy, but it wasn't quite enough. And I mean, Snatchy, such a beast on Vertigo. And it looks like he will be a similar beast on this round as well. Getting himself 3 kills the previous one. He's been an unstoppable force. Now on the lead, 4-2. It may be a 5-2 scoreline. Astralis Talent only have pistols to fend off their lives as well as the sights. The bomb plant may be inevitable at this point unless they fall before it. Smoke's being drawn out outside to misguide the information coming to the side of Astralis, but they do commit to it either way. Altex trying to square some shots from afar, but the pistols are a little bit too weak for that. Movement, though, from Argo. Movement from Astralis from outside. Multiple players, every single one of them outside. Reitz might be there to spot them out. Any though? Movement towards ramp. This could overwhelm them if they don't have enough players onto the B-bomb site, and I don't think they do quite just yet. Fallen with the right lineup, spraying down one. They are going to slowly trickle in one by one, and that's not going to work out. You need to move in together, and that's going to mean that's going to be their downfall. Snatchy with one, Rattling with a few of his own, and that's going to be yet another round of the hands of Argo.
Back on the money now. I think they would have had a much better chance in this round if they were able to actually save the AWP in the round before the previous one, and maybe carry it forward, but right now... Ooh, look at that. You see, I mentioned the Red Magic phone earlier, and this is why, because it's got a 165 Hz refresh rate. I still know a lot of the boys that are still on 144 Hz on their PC, so you know what? I don't think you're going to be losing any PUBG Mobile games if you're on that phone. I find it hard to believe so. But, getting back to the game, Astralis Talent, they're going to have a task and a half as they try to fend off the push from Ago, making this game look a little bit more competitive as the back and forth will ensue, and Ago will lose 2 players. Fiku looking to get a second kill. The crouch peek is entirely perfect. He does get a bit of a scratch on the way out, but if he can catch Void, then it is nearly equal. Instead, chooses to run away from the battle. On the other side, though, Snatchy is cooking up a broth of his own that he's trying to drown the Astralis players in. Let's see how this works out.
Not quite sure how good Polish people are at cooking up broths, but Snatchy so far seems to have an idea of how to do it, apparently.
Yeah, some of the ingredients involving Snatchy's op boom. 50 seconds on the clock.
And it's a 2v2 as well. It's going to be close, neck and neck. And Fiku with only 12 points of health. It's going to be a difficult affair. Kind of waiting for Void, but it's in the control of the CTs right now. Void holding down the line. Fiku needs to get a clean shot through with the AWP. Void wins that trade out, and it's all up to Snatchy. Do they expect the push from the heavens? They do, but Snatchy's quick enough. Finds one. Does he have the time, though? 25 seconds. Flash drawn out, goes aggressive, realizes Void not holding down the angle. That was a no-scope from the heavens!
No.
Snatchy, are you insane?
What was that? I didn't think any of those jump shots would ever work out, but man, after what we saw on Vertigo, the jumping inaccuracy and whatnot, Snatchy. This is unbelievable. He's making it look like he's smurfing in matchmaking the way he's going for these duels left and right, and after all of the stuff that Astralis had cooked up, after the mountain they had climbed, they just fell off right before they reached the summit. What an unfortunate state of affairs. Oh my god. If they... This is near graffiti worthy, the way he did it.
Man, that guy's insane! You can can see the laugh on his face. You know he's done well. You know he did good. He dropped onto him with a no-scope first shot, taking him down low, and then he no-scoped through the wall for the follow-up. Now, they won the back foot. Astralis Talent should have won that. But Argo, they put pain on the wound. They put pressure on it.
That's not a technical pause, my friend. That is probably one of the Argo players punching their monitors after what they saw their teammate do.
I'd give that guy a pat on the back and a half. I'm
He's
still
been
trying to recover
phenomenally.
from that.
Even on Vertigo, he was the one carrying the team. Well, I wouldn't say carrying because it was pretty much pretty much a one-sided affair for the Argo side, and everybody was contributing. But he was leading the charge on Vertigo, time and time again getting picks of his own, and even when he's put in clutch situations where it's not entirely favored, you can see that he's not relying on the momentum of the game going the way of Argo. It's not like he's only getting frags because there's a significant scoreline difference. No, that's not the fact. He's not relying on his team. He is still getting kills left and right when he's left in clutch situations. He is playing under pressure and playing it to perfection. The only thing he needs after that is a sip of water, which we did end up seeing on the camera. That's good enough to last him for a few more rounds.
And now with the Eagles, Astralis Talent on the back foot coming into this Argo. Seeming like they're on a good spot to translate that into a 7th. Yet again, lining up with most of their players outside, but heading up towards ramp. Last time around, that did not work out in your favor. Trying to pull off the same trick twice. I think they fooled themselves. They leave the A site completely open for the taking, and Argo, they've sniffed that out. Easy plant with 5 players remaining now. That becomes a difficult affair. All 5 players trying to push through towards a ramp right now, pushing out Fiku with a 2k for him. Though Void Invest, they're finding a couple of kills of their own. Is that going to be it though? Altex remaining with a USP at hand as they do try and rush straight after him. Snatchy there connects the shot, even though behind the wall. Tries to give us a reminder of how that previous round went on, but it's still Argo dominating this game.
At this point, the walls are just paper thin. Astralis Talent have lost all faith in the existence of walls in this game. Because it doesn't matter. Snatchy will still catch you right through them. And Argo, they've set themselves up so nicely for the CT side already. 7 rounds on the T side, and I think they're looking to cement their lead further with more. Does Astralis have a response to this? Argo going for a pretty fast push this time around, straight into the vents with a double flashbang setup. Rollin will drop through, and now they're going to have a task and a half trying to stop this kind of push. These nades and mollies, though, that has made sure that Snatchy, Furlan, and Fiku, they will be severely wounded before they make their way through the door. Fiku, nice job from him. Rollin gets caught behind the smoke. The M4 doesn't quite catch him, but that's still a player down for the Astralis side.
Oh man, the Bulls and the team of Argo, they managed to push through with flames and mollies and nades, and they managed to scare away with their lives, and now they've got the bomb plant as well. I don't quite know if Astralis Talent know how good they have it. But how did Vigo not reach down there? I mean, he had the right angle, he had the right timing. It should have been going into his favor. So you can tell how much pressure this Danish squad is on right now. They can't even go for the exit frags either. Actually, we'll try for it though. AK at hand rather than the AWP, so that's not going to work out in their favor. 3 players remaining on either side, but still, Argo, they've just solidified that they will be ahead at halftime.
For sure. Now, there's very little that they can do, but you know what? If you look at Astralis and go like, you know what, they don't really have control of the game, it doesn't matter because you can take control of your own economy with Coinbase, who have a bunch of features that you can work around with. On Coinbase, you can get into crypto very easily, read up on a bunch of articles, get very comfortable with crypto, and then start investing. But back to the game, though. Astralis Talent, can they take back some of the previously mentioned control? Void Investor, a kill apiece from them. Furlan will eventually respond, but that's still not the equalizer just yet, and Nafi, with his AUG, he might have spotted a pixel as the smoke was blooming. Does he know that Furlan has crossed?
Seems he has the right idea. Void is able to deliver the shot, so they knew. Somehow, they figured it out. And this time around, it's Argo at the numbers disadvantage, right? Astralis Talent were the ones that managed to pull ahead at the start. And there hasn't been much time in the round so far, just 30 seconds approximately coming into this. So Still the numbers advantage for Astralis Talent. They're not going to give up just yet. 1 kill now find from Rallen, but does he find the right angle? Not just yet. A nade to be thrown. That will do a little bit of damage. Not too much. Vesta still holding on to his life. No problem whatsoever. But it is a 1v3. And a 1v3 on any sort of situation is going to be a tough ordeal where Rallen, I think he understands in what circumstance he's in. And I wouldn't be surprised if he even tried to save right now, if he didn't go for the kill. But Altex, he's got a different idea. He's going to go right after him. And Rallen needs to peek it in time and find the headshot, which he won't. Kill going the way of Altex, and it's the round to go the way of the Astralis youngsters. Talent, obviously, but they are
Astralis youngsters, huh? It's as if it's some kind of crossover episode between Astralis and Gambit youngsters.
I on purpose call them youngsters because they are young.
They are young, but okay. Ago though, they've got money. They wouldn't say they've got money for days, but they've got money to work with at least for a couple more rounds. And Snatchy being back on that AWP, that is always a threat to work around. Nafi, with an AUG, he'll just be scoping on Garage. And this is a much more different pace of gameplay we've seen coming out from Ago, and at the same time, an adjustment from Astralis as well. They're showing aggression, while Ago is going for entire passivity. So this is the kind of recipe that will eventually end up working out for Ago, but Snatchy, he's been picked up by Void, sucked into it. And now, a 5v4 situation where Ago have to play from the back foot.
A bit of a tricky situation for them, but not a situation they haven't been able to accustom to before. But a big amount of experience in being on the back foot and turning things around in their favor. Now Sneaky sneakily reaches, able to find himself on top as well. Heaven coming out. 4 versus 5 into this. Argo on the back foot. Coming in. Void. 4 points of health in it. Raid. He's able to survive with his life down to 35 seconds though, and Argo need to pull the trigger on their decision fast, and Rallen finding the first frag coming onto the B site, spots out one player, draws back, waits for reinforcements to come in from ramp. Incendiary throw nade as well. Surely this is going to be down for, but finds a little bit of a slither to survive through. Finds one headshot as well. No way. Surviving through the flames. Flames do not affect him, but they're running out of time. They slowly need to get the bomb planted. Fiku finding one, but they can't quite find access to any of the sites. 10 seconds. Knoffi fallen, getting 1 kill. 1v3. No time remaining. Diffuse not to come in. That is it. Oh, but no, what? Okay,
with only 2 seconds, they've somehow made it onto the site, and Knoffi, where he was just supposed to stay alive, now he has to actually try to go for the clutch. Does he go for this? I think he wants to save his AUG instead, and man, that got way too close for comfort. The fact that Ago even get the bomb down, the fact that he can even push in the numbers that quickly, that is very surprising. That does make me think of a funny circumstance, though. Imagine, like, there are a bunch of terrorists trying to get a bomb down on a nuclear site, and they're like, you know what? No, I think it's been a second over. We can't get the bomb down anymore. Oh no, I forgot the passcode for a split second. Well, gotta go home, even though we're clearly outnumbering the CTs, and we will probably take down this establishment.
Yeah, no, that kind of doesn't make sense in the matter of a real-life scenario, but unless there's a target that needs to be taken out in time, but
neither does Snatchy's no-scope and all his acrobatics, do they?
Yeah, no, I mean, but nevertheless, I mean, Argo were under pressure in time, but they managed to make it work, and that's what matters, right? That's what does decide it all in the end, and they managed to win their trades on when the numbers didn't favor them either. They were at a numbers disadvantage. They were down a man, and that means that they had a difficult situation coming into it. But Fiku doesn't shy away from using that AWP. Switch it back, gives it to Snatchy, and now holds himself an AK-47. A good spawn for him to allow him to get a kill, and that's exactly what happens. Now, Astralis Talent, though, they're on a back foot now on the defense. Now, they, unlike Argo, haven't been able to make many rounds like these work. So, what do? Hold off for now, standard positions, but Argo, they hold the cards. They're the ones that control the tempo of the game. And Astralis Talent seem like they have to react at this point. They can't really go for anything proactive.
Altex trying to cement the lead further. Avoid will be the one to pull the trigger instead. That AWP will bring a kill to fruition. Furlan gracefully stepping into his coffin. And at the same time, Rollin will be getting a bit of space as well. But as I say that, Vigo will be there to greet him. Snatchy tag teaming with Fiku is simply not enough, and Fiku will fall. Snatchy, 9 points of health remaining. Sorry, 11 points of health, but not like it matters too much. He's still just a bullet grazing his shoulder away from certain death. Narrowly avoids it. Okay, but I want to see if he can get some damage done, at least.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that's going to happen anytime soon. But that's a good note for Astralis Talent. And I previously bashed the fact that they haven't been able to scathe away from a numbers disadvantage and turn that round into a victory. Now they have. Now they've been able to find more frags, and they held their cool, held their ground, and went out on the trains as the T's tried to push upon them. Now, it was vital they did so, right? Because their economy started to look dire. It started to look bleak. And at this point, you'd want them to start win more rounds, be a little bit more competitive, and close up the gap. So you always see Weister. He's always very, very happy and giggly and smiley and whatever the situation is. So it's really nice to see that the Danes here still are feeling the game and still feel like they do have a chance to bring things back in their favor. After all, it is Argo's map pick, and Argo is 1-0 on the scoreboard. And a one win here would mean that they do qualify to the winners matchup here in their group stage, here in their group B. Well, the Astralis Talent would mean that they had to play the elimination matchup between whoever would lose the tricked Esports versus Galaxy Racer matchup. So coming into this, you definitely want to win off your first match in the group stage. And so far, Talent, they're on the back foot. But they're definitely looking to turn things back around. And with Argo right now, with the weaponry they have at hand, they can certainly be competitive. Void, though, with that AWP, we've seen confidence come out from that man before. Let's see if he can bring things into their favor this time around. Vesta's got the right lineup onto Fiku. But Argo, let's see if they bring any more aggression from this.
Time and time again, they're able to get some early aggression working for them. Can they close it out, though? They've dropped a few too many rounds off of that. Argo. Now, I think one of their players is looking for the AWP, question mark. But I'm not too certain about that. Very slow style of play from either team. They know that they have the early advantage, so Astralis don't need to push in any further. This kind of passivity does work out for them, simply because they've already gotten a man down. Now, Rollin has been allowed to get all the way into Garage, but because of the way Astralis are playing, it doesn't matter. Void is checking for it. He'll get the kill comfortably. Vester is flashed out, and as they're moving in, he'll mow them down regardless. Snatchy, 1v4 once again, and this time, he's not going to be pulling any gymnastics on us anytime soon. 9-5. This is already a better showing than what we saw in Vertigo.
Oh, absolutely. The gap has now closed, and with only one round remaining in the half right now, every single team will want to buy up to their full extent of their economy. Even though it's not looking bright for the Argo side, they're going to try and make it work. And getting a 9-6 scoreline is a lot better than what Astralis Talent would have seen. But after all, Argo, they're on the T side, and getting 9 rounds on the T side is still a scary prospect for Astralis Talent. So still, this is not over for Talent. They've got a long way to go, and getting another win here is exactly what they're looking for. From outside, aggression coming in from Argo, crossing through. Unscathed on the most part, but Vesta drops through. Fiku has heard it, but he eeps forward. Drops through vents, unspotted and unscathed. Vesta, well, the timing on that wasn't great for him, but Artex holding down the line to the B site. Reeks falls down straight away. Molly to follow through as he does reposition. Snatchy then waiting with the Eagle as they do try and get the bomb planted. That's a good chance there for Argo to even win this through at a weapons disadvantage.
Yeah, they've tucked themselves onto the B site, but with this kind of weaponry on Astralis and no intention to save, of course, being the last round of the half, I want to see how these aim duels work out. Snatchy, flashbang is great. Nafi will eventually punish him for taking the life of Ego, and now it's a 2v4. Little bit of damage off the nade. Furlan and Fiku desperately want to try to hold on to this. Furlan is the last man remaining. He will tuck himself right behind the flames, just as one of the opposing members did before. Nafi tagged up heavily, but not for too long. The defuse is on the case, and that's the round for Astralis. 9-6. Respectable scoreline, all things considered.
Yeah, it is respectable. You heard me giggle there, chuckle. It's because of Vesta, I think he killed his teammate, Vigo. But nevertheless, Astralis Talent win the round. So I guess they could afford to kill one of their teammates. But that's a way better scoreline than we saw in Vertigo, right? We talked about this earlier, and Astralis Talent need to feel a little bit more comfortable about their situation, though this is not game over for them just yet. They need to start bringing things back, and a pistol round is exactly what they want to bring things back more in their favor. It allows them to have a better economy, it allows them to have better momentum, and not only that, they close the gap. But you might as well want to have a look at CS Money, because you can sell your Steam waste and get skins you love. Suit up at cs.money, where you can change your look right now with the best skin trading platform.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I don't think many people will get to look as aesthetic as you do on camera, but at least everybody can chime in and look great in game with some of the aesthetics that the skins from CS Money have to offer. So go ahead and sign up, trade in all of your waste, and get the better skins you can.
You're making me blush, Walderi. You're a good-looking lad yourself. But heading into this one, oh, damn right. You've got the big guns, but Vigo coming through. They've got the small guns. There's a pistol round after wall coming into this, so they're going to have to make it work. Either side coming in, their wall rotate towards A instead. Coming up from heaven, they've bamboozled Argo, and right now they're heading onto the A site unscathed. Bomb to get planted, duly shut down. Fallen, nothing you can do. Easy bomb plant to follow through as Rallen finds a kill of his own. And that's going to be the nice little bomb plant. They can spend this time to reposition, get at the better angles on the rotations. Vesta already shuts down Snatchy. Already a good showing here from Astralis, but can they close this out?
Yeah, no kit on the CT side either. They need to make quicker decisions. Running in with the USPs. Nafi has the advantage with the Glock, playing the close range angle. Fiku will find one, but it's not too much. As the time is ticking down, they need to get these duels faster, and they won't be allowed these opportunities, especially because Vester is snugly tucked away into heaven, doesn't need to take this duel, and with not enough time remaining. You can see the Ago player, the remaining member, Fiku, simply backs off. Wants to take his Kevlar to see another day. And you know what? I know I was a bit harsh on Astralis in the mid-game segment and when we're talking about the last map, but I don't think Vertigo was a good yardstick to judge Astralis.
Yeah, no, it seemed like they didn't wake up on the right side of the bed, and they needed some time to kind of recollect and start punching back, in essence. And they're definitely showing a better game of Counter-Strike for sure at this point. And they definitely have the weaponry to carry things on. Argo, they're themselves gone for a little bit of a force buy, so still not over for them. But seeing how much weaponry has gone to the side of the Talent, Mac 10s, mini ATMs, as many likes to call them, could work out, build their economy. Movement from Rallen outside, though, may spot out someone if need be. Got good information that Astralis Talent haven't really gone for it side, which allows his teammates to reposition on this A site. I'm actually surprised that Snatchy is still sticking around near stairs at this point, but with a smoke to follow through, nades as well. Reach, he's going to fall down though. Manages to skate away without dropping. Astralis Talent, it seems like they're firing some warning shots before they actually initiate the push.
As the timer ticks down, it becomes much easier for the pistols to funnel them into certain death. The torpedo of Deagles, supplemented by the shots that can come through with the scout rifle. I want to see how this works out. With only 30 seconds remaining and a smoke as well on Furlan, this becomes very tricky. They have to push through anytime soon. 25 seconds. Man, this is cutting it way too close. Eventually, though, they'll be backing off to B instead. The Deagles want to stop them. There are two players playing around ramp. They just need to get the bomb down, and Snatchy has made it a little bit easier. Spamming through. If the bomb is dropped, it will spell certain death. Void, he still tucks away with his life, and Furlan's getting desperate, but it's all down to Rollin, who's coming in with the Deagle. If only he can interrupt the bomb plant, that will be all they need. But as Ago has gotten away with a round that only had 2 seconds, so will Astralis.
Man, down to the wire again. Altex there and waiting to pick up Rallen, but that was a nice round there from Astralis Talent. Seemed like they had control of the game all that time. And you said, yeah, the Deagles do get a little bit more dangerous the more the round has been expended. But Astralis Talent, they just bamboozled their opponents time and time again. Once they thought they were going to go to the A site, then they quickly rotated towards ramp. Then the players thought, okay, it's going to be a B site take. No, they didn't do that. They just pushed towards heaven, and they came up from the A site, from the back side of it, with just enough time to get the bomb planted, and they had the confidence to get the kills as well. Astralis Talent, deservedly so, get themselves one round between themselves and their opponents now to distinguish these two teams. But aggression coming out from Argo here. Do they expect it? Altex pushing onwards, getting the first frag, picking through. Snatchy picking up one himself as Vigo shuts him down. Pistols doing some work, getting a couple of kills, but it's Astralis Talent to close it out in their favor.
That's still a fair bit of damage being evenly spread across the board, but now the scoreline is tied up, and this is where I really want to see the action. We haven't quite seen Astralis Talent struggling on the terrorist side because we haven't gotten to see a gun round yet. And although it was a close scoreline in the first half, you have to keep in mind that Ago was playing off of the disadvantage. Now, the CT side arguably being a little bit better on the on a map like Nuke. I want to see how this changes the dynamics. Snatchy back on that bread and butter AWP. A couple nades going out to do some early damage. Rollin already showing us aggression, so he wants to play up close and personal. Perhaps find a duel with the M4, and we can see that there's a second player waiting with an AWP, but scratch that. Reitz is the first man to fall. Vester will find his head. It's a one-for-one trade as Snatchy will find some duels on the outside area as well. Furlan desperate to save his life. Flashbang comes out, come around the corner. He's looking for more. He's looking for action, but he can't quite find them around the smoke. Spots one as they're coming through. Void, though, he's desperately fighting back. AWP in hand, two opposing angles to work with. 180-degree shot will have to be the case. Finally finds it. He's looking around the smoke, but he can't connect, and Furlan will stick to his guns on the A site. 10-9, Ago barely find that round.
Such a close and messy round, but it's Argo to take it up in the end, and that draws them back to double digits. They are still ahead. They're still commanding in this game. Man, this is close, but I mean, the reason that they're doing so good is perhaps because they have a 165 hertz red magic phone, the world's smoothest smartphone, as they like to call it. But that's probably not the case. They're playing on PC. They're not playing on phones.
Playing on PC.
If they were playing on phones, that's why they would be performing.
Yeah, for sure. But getting back to the game, Rollin, once again, he's showing us the kind of progression he's capable of. And that is something that previously worked out as leverage for Snatchy to get kills. But this time, he's just creeping forward. He doesn't need to get any of the elbow grease in to snatch out any kills. Might have established a bit of space, but I want to see what they can do with this. Furlan, once again, being a cornerstone for the team. Oh, Reitz could pull up something nasty with this XM, but they're expecting it. Altex is taking a much farther duel if he does peek through. Will he be checked? That is the question, and Void has the perfect weapon to deal with this. Oh no, this could be a disaster if he creeps in with the shotgun, but he needs to do it fast. A minute on the clock, and Astralis are sprawling around hell. They've made their way to ramp, and they've given up so many audio cues that Fiku will now be ready for it should they come up. The AWP is the perfect weapon to go for this kind of peak. Aim Lab at the ready. Aim duels will be unsuccessful. Aimbots is not the name of the game here. Reitz and Snatchy now on that 2v3.
Yeah, things do get a little bit tough now that they're down at a numbers disadvantage, and Snatchy and Reitz, I think they realize this now. They're going to try and head out of it. Even without a pick, it's going to be difficult, and they're kind of looking for the pick. If they're successful in finding it, they might try and go for it, but I think they've just realized, yeah, this is taking a little bit too long, and at this point, we'll draw back from it, try and save their weapons, and make sure they can take them on to the next round and make use of them later on. But that's going to be another round for Astralis Talent, keeping a close lead, a close leash on their opponents. It's a little bit of a tug of war for the past few rounds, and Astralis Talent seem like they want to get back in control, seem like they want to control this game and put it in their favor. They're not willing to let this go. They don't want Argo to get themselves at 2-0. They want to be in the game and contest for that third and final map.
Oh yeah, and we've mentioned this before, that maybe they have a better chance on Dust 2 because it is a puggy map, and that's where they can flex their pugging muscles. Of course, being younger talent, they're more likely to be mechanically oriented than tactically, as that's usually the one thing that comes first before all of that deep setting strategy comes in, all of that experience comes in. So maybe Dust 2 is the name of the game for them to inch past with a win. Ago not looking as strong as they did on Vertigo, which was Astralis' map pick. Astralis looking for the reversal. Gnafi, perfect position for him to potentially punish Rallen. Or was it, what was the player that just crept forward? I'm not sure if he spotted one, but I think it was Reitz and he backed off.
Yeah, and this could be a chance for Astralis Talent to bring things back in their favor, right? This could be their chance to lead the game. Seeing how Argo don't have too many rifles to work with, just an AK on reach, and he's holding up a nice little angle here. Spots that one, sprays down, but it's Altex to connect the shot in the end. He's the one to get the kill, and that's already the AK gone. It's all up to Snatchy with AWP, and the rest with the Deagles coming through aggressive. They're not going to shy away from aggressing. They're going to push forwards. Molly thrown out, waiting for Snatchy in through the flames. There goes the AWP. And right now, Astralis Talent full shot force onto Controller, and Fiku there and waiting, trying to connect more shots, finds the first headshot onto Artex. Can he make something else work out? That would be great for him. Nade right into the face, destroyed, annihilated into pieces, and it's all up to Rallen right now. And my man, I don't think you've got big chances in this. You may try and make it work, try and get some extra damage, but Vigo there and waiting with the swing will get the headshot, and that's going to be a nice round here for the Astralis Talent.
He had a chance there, especially with 2 players being low. They were within 2-shot range of the AK, but Astralis have actually inched forward with an advantage. Not something that I thought I'd say today, but that is the case. And now with Ago being on the CT side and having heavy investments into their weaponry, this means that if Astralis just win a couple more gun rounds, this could be the GG and a map number 3 for us to see. So what a way to start off the day if we see a little underdog comeback on the pick of Ago.
Yeah, that would be a treat, wouldn't it? And coming into this one, you'd want to see nice close performances in this tournament. Snatchy running off a nice little kill against Vigo. So this time around, it's Ago with a numbers advantage heading into this one. It's been a little bit of a while since they've gained such a feat from the start. They've fallen, drawn back to 45 points of health. And Void bring things back right in the favor of Astralis Talent. Equal in numbers. They're down to square. 4 versus 4. They're still yet to pull the trigger on their attack, but look at this. Invents already peeking through. They're going to head towards the A site, not spotting out Reeds. Find the first kill, but it's going to be traded through quite quickly as well. Bomb shortly to get planted, but the rotations from Argo, how effective can they be? Void there and waiting, peeking through with the AWP. Has Snatchy heard the scoping? I don't think he has. Leaning forwards. He himself hasn't been spotted out, so he can be a little bit of a menace in this situation. Void could have called that this is clear, but is it though? Snatchy pushing onwards, but needs reinforcements for Fallen and Fico to deter the attention towards them so Snatchy can pull off the trigger on a few players here and there. First peeking through, Furion getting one, Snatchy then waiting, finding one. The information onto a second is there. Peeks through for the side, he's able to find it. No way, they know where Void is. Taps the bomb, does close up the angle. Snatchy pulls out the pistol, misses out the first shot with the AWP, doesn't quite make it happen. Astralis Talent, they know they can play with time. They know they can win this through. Snatchy gets the kill, but it's not going to be good enough. Astralis Talent win this round through.
That was such a valiant effort from Snatchy, regardless. 2 incredible kills. He's sitting on 23-14, but regardless of that, Ago, they're struggling to put up the numbers on the big scoreboard, the one that matters. You can see how quickly he got that shot. That is a 165 hertz shot right there, if I have to say, if I've got to say so myself. But Ago, they're not finding too much success now, are they?
It doesn't seem like it, does it? I mean, you can see how happy these guys are. The clap in the air. Look at that. Was a small smile. You barely see this man react in a positive manner. He's always got a straight face on, and it's full business. But you saw him trying to pull off a smile there because that was excellent. That was nail-bitingly close. And the fact that Astralis Talent win that, they draw Argo to yet another eco round.
This is suddenly cooking up into a much more interesting affair than we thought previously. Ramp seems to be the first point of contest that we will see. Flashbang comes out. Snatchy is expecting it. Snatchy is good for 1. A second shot as well, but unfortunately that does not convert into a killer. It would be pretty flashy. Rollin now wants to catch them as they're rotating in. He's just waiting. Oh no, the way he's positioned his head, he actually allows them to cross over, but that third bullet will not connect. Vigo is quite low, and so is Altex, but in a situation where it could have been doable, suddenly it's starting to slip out of their hands. Vigo, lightning fast shot there. The Deagles, not really able to find too much other than damage. Reeds and Fiku. Now, do they go for this, or do they save their armor?
That is a big question at this point. I mean, they can go for it. They know they've got the funds to buy up next round either way. They will look to do some extra damage to Astralis Talent's economy. Try and make it that much more feasible to bring it down to the ground, but doesn't seem like the Talent are allowing them any space to get any of those kills. They're not given anything. No chances given at all. And as soon as Fico peeks through, Void is there and waiting. I mean, Reitz, he'll try and go for a little bit of a contestation here, but Knopf is there and waiting, and that is going to be a 13th round, as expected, to be honest, for the Talent side. Though, can they keep things going? Argo with yet another buy round. We've yet to see them have a solid stance here on the CT side yet.
Yeah, for once we're going to see Argo come out on top with the economy at least, and they now do have their economy in control. But if you want yours to be in control as well, you can start tapping into the world of the big beautiful world of crypto with Coinbase. Quickly back to the game though. Astralis Talent, they show a bit of aggression on the outside area. Some presence has been established, but no pushes just yet. Rollin with the AUG. He's watched the cross. He knows there's nobody there right now. So his teammates will have to be a little bit more alert on other areas of the map. Avoid trying to find a shot, but that smoke will deter them for at least the next 15 to 20 seconds.
Deter them. They shout. Fico randomly throwing some shots into the smoke, but Astralis Talent lining up for the A site. Movement towards outside as well. Void moving up with the AWP, but the same could be said about Snatchy. If he catches out Void here, would be a good kill. Wouldn't disrupt their plans, but it could. He's got the information. He's able to find one. He knows one other player across, so holding down this line, getting a peek through would be perfect for him, but he's not double scoped in that moment in time, therefore not able to solidify the kill in that time. Knofi and Vest are already low. They know where they are. Rallen does get taken low as well as they do start to trickle in from outside. Movement coming through toward the B bomb site. Snatchy tries to make things happen, hold his line in time. That's a nice quick shot coming in through this man. He can't get deterred from anything, and now pushing onwards gets the second as well. Vigo, he can do anything to that. Snatchy with another one. Snatchy with a fourth. That's going to be the full ace for Snatchy.
That's absolutely nuts the way he's gotten the ace. All bold, all caps, 5 kills. Snatchy goes absolutely nuts. How does this man hit these lightning fast shots all the time? It doesn't seem like an unorthodox occurrence for him. It seems like all the shots he does hit are simply sent down straight by Zeus like lightning bolts. Look at that in the replay, man. Just based off of Pixel, just 90-degree shots, another scope to come through, shoots him in the leg, and look at that micro patience there in that fourth shot, where he even waits for the player to slow down midair so he doesn't miss. He takes his time, he zooms in, he's stepped into the matrix, he's dodging bullets in real time as he's getting the work done. So, wonderful stuff from Snatchy, and that might just be the difference maker they needed to bring it back and potentially close it out. But, Astralis, they're not out of it.
Absolutely not. Definitely the confidence boost that Argo needed. It looks like Astralis Talent have been holding on to most of the cards so far in this half at least. Argo, I remind you, they were ahead at half-time, but Talent gaining confidence early side of the T side of things. They've been able to translate that into a good round lineup for them. Now, only 2 rounds differentiating the two teams. Fico holding down the line with a double ult setup here. Argo, we've had them to make this happen. Void shut down. That's the only ult gone from the side of the Talent. Doesn't have to be Snatchy for them to make it work. Molly to follow through as well. That's going to delay them a little bit longer.
Look at how careful Fico is with the way he's using his utility. He spots that somebody might have crossed over to the left, and he even uses the Molotov as leverage to pull him out. Maybe go for another shot for free with the AWP. Oh no. Is this it?
That is it.
I'm a little sad that he didn't go for more off of that. Maybe like get some more leverage, but still 4 out of 4, and they've opened up the B site.
Yeah, now they were able to control over the ramp. Heading onto the B site, as you said, they get control of the control room just like that. Vesta. Now, if it's raised down, he could catch Snatchy off guard, but can he do just that? Walking right through him, he can see the barrel of his weapon, sprays down through the door, opens it up again. That's a missed opportunity for him, but does that even matter? They've got the bomb plant, they've got the numbers advantage, and Argo without a pick, they can't go for this. They're falling back. They've given up on this. They're going to give Astralis Talent their 14th round.
How does Snatchy remain so calm in situations like that? He's chilling in the smoke with his AWP scoped, and that's unheard of. That's the kind of AWP player that can change everything on a team. Astralis Talent, though, they've got to be kicking themselves right now for dropping 2 weapons, because look at that. Their economy isn't in the best of circumstances. If they end up losing this round, then suddenly we could see Argo getting a lot closer than we anticipated. It's funny that I'm saying that now, because previously we didn't even think that Astralis had a chance on Nuke, but they've somehow shut us up. They've proven us wrong, and now Argo are instead the ones that are trying to cook something up on the back burner.
Argo seem to be under pressure right now. I don't think they're happy about this at all. Vertigo should be there. Name of the street. Well, Nuke actually. Void coming through already. He's been unspotted so far. Reek's not able to do too much from that. He must be kicking himself for that one, because Astralis Talent, they can close things out right here, right now. The economy of Argo losing this one and losing most of their players would be dreadful for them. And I think they realize the situation they're in. 3 versus 5. That's not a very doable scenario for them, especially on a site on Nuke. They don't think they can handle that. They're going to draw back from it, and that's going to set Astralis Talent up for a map point scenario.
This is ideal. Pavlos, I think we might just be seeing an underdog upset here. The way they're playing out on Nuke, the way they're playing in Argo's comfort zone. And flipping things around. The turntables have Toblerone. 15-11. Just 1 round away.
Oh, they've got money to buy up. They've got money to drop weapons left and right? So it's not over for Argo at all. But they need to consistently get themselves wins for 4 rounds in a row. They cannot drop a single one. And that must be very stressful. But you can relieve your stress by getting yourself a nice little phone from Red Magic, who basically have brought out a new gaming series with 165 Hz refresh rate. Now that is fast, but heading into this one, Argo need to be faster, because Astralis Talent are going to push through this, reach and fall, and finally able to take a stand on this A site. Viggo, the only person to hold down his own. Snatchy getting a kill on his side of things, as Gnothi is the only player remaining. Argo, I think they put their foot down. I think they've just said, okay, that's enough, Astralis. That is enough. We're going to shut you down now. They're able to make a nice little round go their way, but can they carry this on for another 3?
It's heartbreaking as well, because Snatchy, he's sitting on 30 kills. He is way far ahead of anybody on the rest of his team. But you know what? I can't undermine the opposition either, because Void has been putting up a stellar performance to go up against an AWP player like Snatchy and come out with 26-16 and maybe even more to come. That is still a task to work with. Now, Argo cannot afford to make any mistakes. They do have some money, which is why dropping a couple weapons here and there wouldn't be the worst in the world, but with Astralis Talent having Tech 9s, right now, this is not the situation where you get mowed down. Snatchy realizes that the economy is low and will be playing a much more conservative spot instead. Play from the back lines, play behind the window. Rollin uses that flashbang, but it's a bit mistimed, and that is free access to Garage. Reeds, he will have to hold down the line if they do push through, but it seems like they're indecisive.
Seems like they are. But an M4 in the hands of Void could be a very scary prospect for Argo. Can't let any more kills go to the side of Talent right now. Reeds will be the first to greet them as they do come in. Viggo from above will look to have an alternative angle, perhaps, maybe even peek outside from the get-go, but no, drops down below. Catch out Reach, potentially peek out 2 lines at the same time. Fallen makes his presence known, but Reach is there and waiting, finding 1 kill. Void will try and do something, but he can't quite do that. Gnothi, he's on the wrong angle there. He's a little bit too far to deal with Snatchy's Deagle. And Argo, still in this.
This is a storyline from Astralis, but unfortunately, they haven't written the last chapter yet. They haven't written the last page. Argo, for them as well, the stress is starting to set in because they don't want to lose out on their own map pick to Astralis. How do they play this one out? They've got you limited utility. Maybe Astralis goes for a faster push. Snatcher relies on the nade from the T side to instead find himself a very advantageous spot. Molotov rolls out. That's not good enough to burn a player just yet, but he had the right idea. Could have even gotten a kill through the smoke, but not every time. I think he's drawn out his luck with all of the AWP shots through the walls he's been putting in. BQ, though, he's found a kill. He's going to be defying some walls as well. Rollin finds one as well, and that means it's been brought down to a 4v3. Argo suddenly making it look a lot more competitive.
Yeah, I was about to say they shouldn't allow Talent to get the bomb plants because that would be detrimental for them, but they don't do that. They had the player on control room. They were able to shut them down just like that. 3 kills lined up. Argo, they're not letting anything fly by. They're not giving away on any chances. And now Talent have to deal with a situation 1 round before a potential overtime with just mere Tech 9s. Mac 10 as well. I reckon they're going to go very aggressive this round.
See how this works out. Very little to work with. If they win off of Tech 9s, that will be heartbreaking. Snatchy knows what's up. He finds the first shot, but he's not there for more. Do they recover the AWP and make it more expensive? That is the big question. Rollin and Reeds tag teaming up. 2 kills for them. Rollin comes around the corner and it is all over. 15-15. You know what? This is still a game going on. Ladies and gentlemen, we're looking at an overtime in the first game of the day where we thought it would be a much more one-sided affair. Pavlos, what do you have to say about this?
I mean, for everyone just tuning in right now, it is Argo with 1 map in the bag. They were able to beat Astralis Talent on their own map pick over in Vertigo. And now where Argo were determined to win fairly one-sidedly, Astralis Talent bring things to a 15th point. Argo with a comeback, bring things to an overtime. Argo have a chance to bring things to a 2-0 and qualify to the winners matchup in Group B. But Astralis Talent, they're eager to turn things around and take it to a deciding match, a deciding map. And now it's overtime, everything that will decide how this one will turn out. A little bit of a timeout will allow these players to get reaccustomed to their roles right now. Still sticking to the same sides. Argo still on the CT side. Astralis Talent on the T side. But it's been Argo for 4 rounds in a row to bring it to overtime. You can see how focused they are. It's not game over for them. They felt a little bit relaxed throughout the middle of that game, and that allowed Astralis Talent to get the better of them. They mustn't make that mistake twice. At the same time, Astralis Talent side, they're the ones that need to bring things back because they're under the pressure the most. They want map number 3 to have a chance in this best of 3 series, and they've given a hell of a show here in Nuke. Can they continue to do that? What do you reckon, Waldiri?
Oh yeah, the Astralis still have it, especially because Argo have been heavily relying on Snatchy to come up with crazy plays, and that's not a sustainable strategy. On the other hand, there's a lot more commitment throughout the roster from the Astralis end, and that kind of long-term, or at least that kind of sustainable gameplay is probably what's going to carry you through the treacherous waters of a tough overtime. You know what? It's anybody's game at this point. It's just that the consequences of each outcome are very different for either team. Argos will get comfortable and simply win out, or even if they lose, they have a chance on Dust too. But Astralis, they'll be knocked down to the loser's bracket.
Yeah, and 1 more loss would mean that they, at least if they lose on the losing end, on the losers matchup, decided on the later on game that will happen with Tricked versus Galaxy Racer, would mean they either be eliminated or have another chance to play against the 3rd place team of Group A, which would be Sangal Esports. But right now, Argo, they've got a potential to close things up here. CT side on overtime with full buy-up as it is. Double up setup for them, but we're also seeing an AWP on the side of Void. Let's see how this one works out. Standard setup to be lined up on the outside of things. Smokes yet to be thrown to permit the push. They're taking things slow. Last second approach for them. Rallen had a choice to throw out the nade from outside, and it could have done damage, but decides to draw it out for the A entry now, pushing through. They can hear the footstep. They can hear the commotion. Not even going to smoke it through. They're going to push either way, and they won't get spotted either. Rallen, he heard all of this. He's given the information to Snatchy. Let's see if he can hold this down.
Yeah, no run boost either. That's what they were prepping for, but Snatchy doesn't miss shots like these. It will be very uncharacteristic. Rallen comes around the corner. That's 2 free kills for him. And Ago, suddenly, they've put the pressure back on Astralis.
They have indeed, and Reach winning a kill of his own. Void all by himself. That is not something we've seen him come away from before. He's got most of the kills in his team. He has been the biggest difference maker for Astralis Talent. He's been the most consistent factor in the squad this game, as he should be. His team is lining him up for success. But a 1v5 without his team isn't a formidable prospect. And Argo scared away with the first round here in this half and could keep things going.
That 16 spells trouble for Astralis. Seems like Ago suddenly have an answer for anything that Astralis will throw at them. Furlan gets aggressive. He knows exactly the kind of adjustments he needs to make around the smoke. Is just kills are raining down on the Astralis camp. Maybe Avoid will prop up a little umbrella to fend off some of the droplets, but that's about it. What more can you ask of the man?
Oh man, it's not looking great for Astralis Talent right now. They were crumbled into pieces in a matter of seconds from all fronts as well. And Void, yeah, there's nothing you can do, mate. Sadly enough for him, it's their poles to get themselves on that 17th round, and deservedly so as well. Had the right lineups. Respond in a very nice fashion against the Talent.
This has been such an emotional game so far. Back and forth. Astralis, time and time again, putting the pedal to the metal, but their metaphorical car is just not fast enough. Can they still pull off a Fast and Furious and make it work? Astralis now jumping straight into the deep end. Much faster style of play, moving right in. Fiku will have to hit his shots. Doesn't quite connect, but through the wall some damage will be exchanged. Backing off, waiting for reinforcement. No Snatchy finds a kill. Fiku will chime in, and it is all falling apart.
Snatchy, you're huge! You're insane! How can you win those? You're under such an amount of immense pressure. And Astralis Talent, they've got 4 players on your back. You were able to turn around, get a kill, and run away with your life. Not only that, but you double up with another 2 kills right after that. Argo are the ones right now on series point. And they've done a stellar job to get themselves to this point, not dropping a single round in the first half of overtime. Only 1 round required to close out this series.
What is that from Snatchy? How do you consistently accelerate your mouse at that pace without breaking your wrist?
Man, I have no idea. If I knew, I'd do it.
You'd be playing your set?
Snatchy, he's one of a kind, man. 37 kills. 37!
There's nothing more you can ask from an opera. He's done his job, and he's gone beyond the Call of Duty. Void. He's gonna have to put up the same impact if they want to make it work. Vester. He's taken away one of the biggest threats on the T side. Fiku. Of course, that is the man that has been trailing closely behind Snatchy. Well, not closely behind, but he is still the second fragger on the T side. Ago. Slowly making their way down secret now. No other commitments, rather, whatsoever. Nobody around the ace site. So they have to double down on this. You can see that some audio cues have been given up. And now adjustments are coming out from the Astralis end. They have 3 players ready and waiting around the B site, or at least in close vicinity. The door will be opened up, and this is their chance to fight back.
Ooh, but Vigo's there and waiting either way. He's able to find one, but Argo, out of the numbers advantage, will head into the site either way. Not going to fall back from it. They're going to try and get the bomb planted in through the smoke. The molly will do a little bit of damage to Snatchy, but Rallen crosses the gap against Altex. And that brings things back to an equal standpoint. 3 versus 3. Need to do a lot of damage onto Void. Down to 46 points of health, and Rallen closes up against him as well. Molly to deter him for a little bit longer. That buys a lot of time for Argo.
Yeah, especially that nade now. Rollin can suddenly start raining down the bullets. He's gotten a kill on Void. Suddenly, all in the hands of Argo, and this is it, ladies and gentlemen. GGWP. And man, what a goddamn showing.
What a goddamn showing indeed. Oh, I can barely believe how that matchup turned out, how close it was. And Altex, you can see him. They were so close to getting a favorable result. So close to getting themselves a win. It was 15-11. Astralis Talent were on map point for 4 rounds in a row, and they couldn't quite make it happen. And after that, it was Argo to win 4 rounds in a row to get it to overtime. And it was Argo to win 3 rounds straight after that on that overpass timer. So they got themselves 7 rounds in a row. Make that 8 if you include the T-side finisher for them. An insane performance from Argo, insane performance from the Polish squad, and they deservedly get themselves a win here, and they managed to qualify to the winners matchup here in Group B.
Oh yeah, for Astralis to start coming back on Nuke, I think we had a few raised eyebrows here and there. We're like, okay, you don't really perform that well on your own map pick, and now suddenly Argo are looking like the underdog instead. But after that insane showing from Snatchy, I cannot mention it enough. It seemed like they had no chance. Time and time again, it felt like Snatchy was fishing Argo out of the well of losing out this map. Dust 2 almost seems certain, because I said right before that 15-15 mark that Snatchy's gameplay wouldn't be sustainable, and it's not that kind of gameplay which would carry them through the treacherous waters of the overtime and whatnot. But you know what? That's all poetry and fairy tales, because Snatchy doesn't believe in those. What Snatchy believes in is taking the bull by the horns and getting to that 38-39 kill mark. What was it at the end? Maybe we can see the stats real quick, but maybe you can pull that up for me. But regardless, Snatchy had a stellar performance.
And we'll be heading right into an interview with Snatchy, the MVP by far this game. Hello, Snatchy. First of all, I'd like to say congratulations in this game. You performed extremely well, out of your mind, and we saw a very nice ace from you on that 13th to 11th round score on the final map. What was the team morale at that point? Because you were ahead throughout the entire series apart from that point. How was the morale of the team right before that ace? Because you were on a little bit of a back foot.
Hello. In the beginning of the match, we had a good control against the enemy, but later, they were trying to make a comeback, so I think that we lost our confidence. And yeah, I'm happy that I made that ace, because after that we managed to come back. And I mean, we lost a few rounds more, but I feel the confidence, and I knew that we're gonna win this.
Yeah, you did a very good job in doing so. Wildiri, why don't you ask our fellow man this question? Because by all means, I'm still surprised by how well he played this game.
Oh yeah, the one thing I'm wondering about is that after that ace, I thought that kind of performance cannot be carried forward for this long, but you still put up the numbers well into the overtime. So what's the mentality going into something like that?
I mean, I'm trying to be calm, just don't make myself nervous even if we are losing. Today I feel like really comfy, because I don't know, I'm just calm and I'm hitting my shots, and I have good decision making, so that's the reason why I played good.
Man, that is crazy, because when we saw some of those flicks, we're just thinking, does this guy have an insurance policy for his wrist? Because you cannot do so many crazy shots like that.
Thank you.
It was insane, man. Congratulations. But one final question. You're in Group B, right? There's Galaxy Racer and Tricked also playing in this group. Are you looking forward to playing against either of these teams, or is there one you fear the most out of this matchups?
I think it doesn't matter for us, to be honest, but actually I would like to play against Galaxy Racer.
All right. Well, the matchup is coming right up ahead. Tricked Esports versus Galaxy Racer. Snatchy, any final words in this interview? Where would you like to say anything to your fans or anybody watching before we end it up for a break?
I would like to thank for our fans for the support and the sponsors of our organization, and yeah, that's all. And cheer for us. I hope that we're gonna play better soon.
Yeah, thank you very much, Snatchy. Congratulations and good luck in your following matches. And ladies and gentlemen, that is it for now. We'll be heading into a very small break. Well, small is relative. We'll be heading into the next matchup later on, where Tricked Esports will be playing against Galaxy Racer. Well, Diri, any final thoughts and remarks from the previous Betters 3 before we turn it into a break?
Yeah, I mean,
but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man, but you don't understand. I won't be here when you wake up again. You want an honest man.
Yeah, my Lord, watch me sway. Darkness falls and we all pray, hoping for the light of day. Down to the river, I have held the devil's hand, felt the weight of my own sin, burdened by the heart of man. Down to the river, down to the river. Oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, say, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene creek. Mama taught me how to live, Daddy taught me how to give. Both of them had their own sins. Down to the river, every man has felt the shame. All our blood, it runs the same. Father, hear us as we pray. Down to the river, down to the river, sing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, singing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, going down deep, sing, oh, bury me, carry me, oh, far beneath, oh, fire and water me, washing me clean, kerosene free, yeah. Oh, kerosene free, down to the river, yeah. Down to the river. Thought you'd leave me, but you never tried.
suffer many thrills that always leave a mark in me. This highway's never ending, it brings you to your knees, but no one's love is like it is. You got no one above you, and so they say you're free, but that's not all that bothers me. I have never said a word about it, but never stop believing, don't you know? I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home. Somewhere in this desert, I will find my peace. I don't know how long it will be. Our shell just keeps on breaking. Inside, I long to see the pearl that shows you what is real. Many people gathered from side to side, but that's not all that's on my mind. I have never said a word about it, but never stop believing, don't you know? I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home. I have never said a word about it, but never stop believing, don't you know? I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home. I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home. Music got the best in me ever since I was a child. Now it's showing its ugly face. What can I do? Music creeps into my dreams, wakes me into sweaty sheets, abandons me when nights died out. What can I do? Stop this, get right. Stop this, get right. Dream big, 'cause boy, you're gonna make it. Stand tall, there's a higher road you're taking. Let go of everything that you know and be wild in the mystery. Yeah. I've been in the darkness for 40 days. I've been searching for holy flames, a sign to light up the way. So can you help me out? Can you help me out? I've been more certain of truth before. Called a righteous man before. Yeah, I've been closer to Jesus before. So can you help me out? Oh, can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or can you help me out? Can you help me out? I've been scared to look in my soul. I've been afraid I would fall was raised well, genetic holy grail. Always had friends in class, never got picked last. Still I feel like an outcast. I traveled down south, the callers freaked me out. I learned a thing or two before I came unglued. Now my graphic days are gone too.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Hello and welcome. My name is x-kom, together with Valdieri, bringing you the action in the next following best of threes, as we did with the one previously. How are you guys doing? We've already seen the matchup come underway, and Valdieri, first, I'd love to hear your thoughts about it because it was quite something.
Yeah, what a game. Astralis Talent, they almost made the cut. They almost had the drop on Ago. They just quite had it on Nuke. They were even up. They were even up 15-12, but man, Snatchy completely changed things around. He stuck true to his name, he snatched that game out of their hands, and he got it done. 2-0, not a fashion that we expected after Astralis sort of started coming back up. But you know what? In the grand scheme of things, that was the expected result. We didn't really think of anything different, did we?
No, we really didn't. It was an interesting affair at the end of it, but at this point you kind of start to think, okay, Argo, they seem like to be one of the favorites in this group, and they have a chance after this matchup to see if they can actually qualify straight away to the next stage of this tournament, to the next stage of Blast Rising. And the matchup we have ahead of them will kind of define if they will get to do that, right? We've got Tricked versus Galaxy Racer, the winner of which will be playing against Argo, and the loser of which will be playing against Astralis Talent. Now, coming into this one, we might as well take a moment to talk about the format as well, because this is kind of the GSL group stage. The first teams to get themselves 2 wins in the bag. They managed to qualify to the next stage, but the third place team also has an extra chance to play against the third place team of another group, in this case Sangal Esports from Group A, and to have an extra little bit of opportunity for them to get qualified to the next stage of this tournament. Gives a lot of chance for these teams to get accustomed to playing with each other before the massive knockout stage arrives. But heading to this one, Tricked versus Galaxy Racer, what are your thoughts, Valdieri?
Yeah, this is an entirely different matchup as what we saw before, where we first saw narratives and storylines about an underdog versus the heavyweight and any other trope or any other way you can put it. This is a much more evenly lined up matchup. Tricked, sitting at that 45 mark. Galaxy Racer on 60. This is going to be a much closer affair, and something that is much less predictable than that Ago versus Astralis Talent game. Now, I do want to talk about the lineups, though, because this is where things get incredibly interesting.
Yeah, absolutely.
A lot of people that have seen me cast, they know that I'm heavily fixated on the oppers, because that can often be the one point of difference. Snatchy, for instance, in the previous game versus Void was a big storyline for us to unfold, and Snatchy, unfortunately, he completely overwhelmed the opposing opper. Even though it's not like the opposition was bad whatsoever, I think Void still put up a stellar job, but still. Now, when we look at Tricked versus Galaxy Racer, it is Joel versus Lucky, and Joel, he is 16 years old. He is an up-and-coming gun. He is as young as they generally get when it comes to CS, especially since some tournaments don't even allow you to play if you're under 16. Isn't that true?
Yeah, so I think that's true for some tournaments, yeah. Yeah,
this is as young as you can get, so there's a lot of pressure on Joel to deliver here.
There is a lot of pressure, and pulling Galaxy Racer is up ahead with something that they want to do, especially seeing that he was one of the boys that was chosen to kind of bring things back after the team had to say goodbye to Relax and Freddy Frog back at the start of the year. So him together with Disco Doppler and Chauzy have got to fill some big shoes here. And already they showed us that they can do that to a certain extent. Yes, being number 60 in the world is kind of a prospect that they've been okay with. They've managed to get themselves good wins against good teams like Godsent, for example, and Lingby Vikings, but they've lost against stronger tier 2 dogs like Sinners and Dignitas, right? So they showed both ends of the boat. They showed that they can be very competitive, but at the same time, I think they're lacking consistency. And getting some wins here in this group stage, I think they'll just prove that maybe they have what it takes to pull through and be one of the top dogs in this tournament.
Yeah, I think previously when they had that little Freddy Frog duo going on, things were a little bit different in terms of consistency.
Yeah.
But now they've got a lot of firepower, but not something that they can always fall back onto. But it does come down to the veto, which is right here on your screens as we speak. Tricked banning out Vertigo, which is of course their permaban, so they want nothing to do with it. They will not touch it with a 10-foot pole. Galaxy Racer not picking Overpass. Galaxy Racer picking Overpass. I misspoke. They're completely butchering the narrative there, but they've picked up Overpass for a very good reason. They've got an 89% win rate, and if we quickly look at some of the teams that they've won against Mad Lions, they've won against Young Ninjas, SJ, Offset, Young Ninjas once again, K23. So there's a lot of confidence that comes into it, but they haven't really played too many officials on it, which is where it gets a bit dicey personally for me, especially because it's not like Tricked are the worst team in the world on it. They're actually quite good. They have a 58% win rate with 19 maps to go, so a lot bigger of a sample size. And if you look at some of their notable wins, they've beaten out teams like LDLC. They've exchanged close punches against teams like Dignitas and so there's a case to be made about also playing against better teams and having tougher matchups with closer scorelines.
Absolutely. And we're seeing a completely different map pool than we did previously, right? Overpass is something we haven't seen. The same could be said about Inferno and Train. And something about Train, ladies and gentlemen, that they will have to be saying goodbye to in general in a few weeks' time is, well, it will be out of the competitive map pool and teams will have to adjust with it. And one of the teams that likes to play Train is Tricked, right? They play it to a reasonable amount, and it is a strong suit coming into this. And you can see the Galaxy Racer ban coming out on Nuke is more of a ban on the regards that Tricked play that map insanely well at the same time. So yeah, no, it's a very different map pool with a lot of different chemistry to follow through. But at the same time, I believe it's a very close affair. I still think that it's any team's game. It just depends on how well they're accustomed to and how quick they can react on the first map. What are your thoughts on how this will turn out?
I think this is going to be a very different affair from the Astralis Talent and Ago game. Of course, there's no doubt about it. And I don't need to run that point into the ground. I think we've all come to terms with that. But at the same time, I think this is an incredibly tricky affair for a Galaxy Racer. If their inconsistency comes out to play, if we don't see Joel step up, we've seen the kind of monster that Lucky can be on that AWP. And that is why if I had to guess, I would say that I would probably put my chips on Tricked. The way they've been playing recently and some of the wins they've gone up against, beating out Lingby Vikings and Sangal, those are two teams that it's not like they're up there on HLTV. It's not like they're the top dogs, but they've had incredibly good bouts of form, and beating them in their current form, I think that is an insane number to put up as far as the Trick side is concerned. Galaxy Racer, I'm still a bit skeptical about what we can expect from them, especially on a map like Train. I don't know how that's going to go based on the results we have of Days Gone.
Yeah, no, definitely to be the case. And at this point, you kind of start to think, okay, Tricked, they're probably a little bit more favored. Yes, we talked about it's going to be a closer affair. Galaxy Racer, what do you do though, right? First map to come underway, it's going to be their first map pick. It's going to be Overpass to start things off. And to get yourself started on a best of 3 series, you need to start things off on a good note on your own map pick. And Galaxy Racer, if you want to win this map, they need to be decisive. It doesn't only mean that they need to win it, they need to win it in a very good manner. And I don't think Overpass will be given away lightly from Trick. They themselves know how to play that map. We talked about, yeah, they might be lacklustering the amount of maps they've played, the amount of times they've played that map, but they show up many of the times. They played against good teams in it, and they've performed to high levels of play in that map as well. So it is going to be a very close affair. And Galaxy Racer, it is absolutely crucial that the Swedes managed to perform from the get-go. But I'd like to also touch on something else, right? I'd like to talk a bit about the lineups, because Zip, he recently joined basically as the in-game leader in February. So yes, it's only one change since the core changed in January of 2020, right? Maybe Prime joining in a little bit later that year, but in relative sense, the team was pretty much unchanged for a few months. But Zip coming in, you don't just have to become accustomed to one player change. you also switch the in-game leader role in your squad, which is a massive difference. And it's an interesting dynamic to kind of take a look at. So they've managed to get some reasonable success ever since Zip was able to join. And they also had better successes in the latter stages after he got signed into the squad rather than they did before. They were able to win a nice little tournament, a nice little regional tournament they themselves. And they also had very good playoff performances and high calibers of play. So you see Tricked getting a little bit of an upgrade perhaps with Zip. And seeing him perform like this, yes, they look a little bit rusty and not as consistent as a lot of the Danes would like to see Trick perform at. But at the same time, you can't look away from Trick. They're looking very good, and I think that the fact that they added Zip to the roster, it was a very good note.
Yeah, the fact that they're able to adjust with Zip is actually quite a big deal, because teams like Trick that are so set in their ways with how they carry things out, it's actually one of the more tactical teams in the Tier 2 scene. So to adjust somebody into your style of play is very hard. And of course, under, I believe it is Winspy that is their coach, under his tutelage, incorporating that in-game leader sort of thing going as well, that is quite a tricky affair. Okay, no pun intended. I just rolled off the tongue, but you know what? It works, so I'm going to make it work. I'm going to make it play. Yeah, so speaking of this race, Galaxy Racer, I don't actually want them to make it a train. Or rather, I don't want to see an Astralis Talent on Vertigo style of play on train, because if we see that would be a very uncompetitive affair. The one thing I do have to note though is that they've beaten out two very decent teams on train. They've beaten Kova, they've beaten SJ, so two Finnish squads going down. So maybe their officials don't really reflect how they've been playing on train. I can't really be too certain on that, but we often don't know the kind of practice that is going into these mindsets, and maybe that's also why they didn't take train out of the equation entirely.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Blast Rising is a big tournament for these guys, right? It's not only the prize pool affair that you're looking for. It's the prestige you get from winning this tournament, right? This is a kind of tournament that distinguishes the best from the rest, kind of scenario, right? Yes, it's not the tier 1 competitiveness that you kind of see, but Blast Rising, the whole reason this tournament exists, to show that how strong the tier 2 scene is competitively and which team is the better of the lot, right? So, proving yourself against teams in this caliber of play proves that you're ready for the next tier. And that's exactly what the teams are fighting for in this tournament in Blast Rising. And we'll be looking into the game of Trick versus Galaxy Racer soon enough. But heading into this one, I just want to one last time put you on that same boat, right? I'm gonna go to that cliche point. How do you reckon this is going to turn out? Yes, we talked about how close it may or may not be, but looking at the maps now, looking about all the roster changes throughout this year and how well these teams have adapted to it, which team do you think has the better chance of winning this matchup?
It's either a 3-map affair or Trick takes it 2-0, because with the way this map pool is set up, there's no way that Galaxy Racer is getting a 2-0. I simply don't think they have what it takes on train, especially because of the kind of tactical team that Tricked is, and with how complicated train can be. But it is a hard affair for either side. I do think I give the edge a little bit to Tricked. Of course, I do think they might be getting away with a 2-0, but we're gonna have to wait and find out.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking as well at Galaxy Racer being one of the Swedish sides, Swedish teams in the game, you kind of have a look at Disco Doppler being the in-game leader of the squad. And many of the times it's the decision-making that gives Galaxy Racer these wins. They're not usually the team to go out fragging and get themselves pure on a mechanical skill. These wins, they're more around playing around Joel, the AWP, as he said, the 16-year-old monster, as I guess people may want to call him, because he's an absolute legend when it comes to that AWP. And at such a young age, you can see there's a massive potential. So either way, Tricked versus Galaxy Racer, it's a very important matchup because the winner will be playing against Argo in that winners matchup, and the loser will have to play against Astralis Talent to make sure that they can survive and remain in this tournament. Heading into this one, it's the pistol round to get things started, and it's Tricked Esports on the CT side, while Galaxy Racer start from the terrorist side.
This was already set up a little bit unfavorably for Galaxy Racer because Tricked, you know how in-depth their CT sides can be, especially on Overpass. there is so much creativity that can go into it. Overpass is actually one of the maps that you can be the most creative on. And that's one of the things I like about it. That's also why I like really casting it. All the rotation times, the ease of how quickly you can fake, stuff like that. Now, Pleston will be the first man to come out of Connector, and there's a pixel peek from Quez, so he should spot them if they try to push forward. But I don't think a duel will be exchanged very soon. Somewhat slow style of play from either side. The T's huddling up in Connector, and they should push B now soon.
Pushing B right away. Zip will be the first man to kind of creep this situation. Multiple players already trickling in, and already in Mortar, they're going to take multiple angles from where to fend off the retake positions. Quez will be the leading man in the charge for the rotations, and already Galaxy Racer with the bomb plant have good angles on it. Disco.Pan will be the first man to fall. Desmond peeking through, getting headshot of his own as Quez trades it out. 3 versus 4 heading into this one. Kier also kill of his own. Plesson as well. One after the other. They're making things work, but Joel is the only player remaining. 16-year-old finding a second one. Oh, that was a beauty of a shot, but it's not going to be quite good enough. His prime ends his life.
What an insane shot. For a second there, I could see the stars aligning. If Prime hadn't stepped in to take it by the horns, I think Joel might have actually gotten away with the round. But tricked Esport regardless. At the end of the day, they will come out on top. Even though it does come down to that last 1v1. They'll feel pretty happy about this. The T side, though, with a bomb plant and 4 kills, you can see how bolstered their economy is. It's not like the CT side is particularly far apart. They have a couple M4s going their way, but they're also being chipped down by the fact that they have an MP9 and a couple FAMASas. So some people, they'd rather be in the shoes of having Galils. Utility, definitely lackluster on either side. More smoking potential on... Well, no. No, both of the teams have 2 smokes, so
yeah, similar potential.
Could be pretty evenly matched up. It is more important for the T side, though. They can't quite go for any fakes. The CTs now will deploy one of them. Quez will let the smoke out of his grip.
Ooh, but Ozzy already gets Kier out of the map, and that means that Galaxy Racer have some of an advantage in this one. The bomb plot kind of permitted them to get themselves a favorable buy into this. So heading into this, they'll try and get more wins. Prime aggressively moves forward. It does mean that Quez loses out on his life, but still, they hold on strong onto the sites. And you talked about the rotation of this game. They're so darn important. And right now, Lucky is in no good measure to bring the rotation back towards the B site if that comes underway. Disco Doplin pushing through. Tricked Esports have a completely wrong read into this, and that will cost them greatly. B site completely open for the taking, and Lucky, really, man, there's not much he can do in this situation.
Yeah, right after the pistol, dropping this round is a big world of hurt. Lucky would have to stay true to his name to even get away with this FAMAS. Now, the problem is, and this is something we saw in the previous game as well, is that losing right after the pistol, that is a big dent in your economy. They won't get much of a loss bonus, even if Lucky gets away with his FAMAS. It allows Galaxy Racer to build up an economy in a situation that they simply shouldn't have been allowed to. They get away with 4 Galils. They get away with as much weaponry as they'd like. They save money, and they even get a loss bonus on top of it. So, not particularly the spot you want to be in if you're tricked. And on the other hand, you can see that they're all chipped down below 2,000. Immediately have to return to just Desert Eagles, or maybe even wing it out with just USBs.
Yeah, and it's the Danes versus the Swede. It's a tale as old as time, isn't it? So at this point, it's also a matter of pride. And Tricked Esports don't quite work out their second round and don't transfer that into a victory. Could be costly for them, but they get another force spike either way, trying to deliver the damage before it's inflicted upon them and don't allow their opponents to run away with their economy that quickly. But you can see Galaxy Racer, they haven't really invested much. They already had 4 rifles to the next round, so the only person buying something into it is Plesson, and that's a Mac 10, so barely using up on any money. And even if they lose this one, they'll have plenty to use the next time around. Plesson with a couple of kills make the Mac 10 work. That's the perfect weapon to get the kills on. Extra money in the bag, and that means Lucky and Prime have to make something happen. Stranded in the center of the map, in toilets as well. Lucky trying to scathe the win, scathe the kill. But it looks like Galaxy Racer are a little bit too far out of reach.
Yeah, at this point, they've got this game under lock and key, at least for the first few rounds. Tricked, on the other hand, already starting off with the lost consecutive round after the pistol, they have to fight uphill for reasons that are unknown. They could have stopped Galaxy Racer in their tracks, but with that bomb plant, that weaponry just got out of hand. Should be a pretty straightforward round from Galaxy Racer, of course, as Tricked has no intention of... They're not even close enough to the bomb to walk over to it and defuse it if there were no players on the terrorist side, so... Pretty comfortable round from Galaxy Racer.
Pretty comfortable round indeed. And, Galaxy Racer, they continue with their winning ways, and that hurt the economy of Tricked Esports more than anything, right? They went for the full engage, they went for the full investment into it. So right now, it kind of feels like Galaxy Racer could get themselves a nice little third round as well. And yeah, I mean, there's a FAMAS Unlucky, the only pretty much weapon on their side of things since that save came through. The Galaxy Racer, they're doing a stellar job so far. Transferring this in a clean manner without losing too many players would be exactly what they need. But Tricked Esports, they've set up some sort of a lineup here. Look at the movement from them. All 5 players around the toilet area do a lot of damage. But Galaxy Racer, they're lurking on all fronts. They'll spot that no one is on that B site before they attempt to push past Fountain, before they get into party.
Oh, these Deagles can be incredibly fatal, but they need the right opportunity. They need to get a chance to take a bite out of their opponents. There is a small gap in the smoke, so Prime is looking to make it work. But will he be granted that opportunity? Joel being very careful with how he approaches this. The Desert Eagle comes out on top, the smoke being inconsistent for either side. Joel will fall to his death. Tricked Esport, they do have the advantage, but they've also let Galaxy Racer, in the meantime, get onto the B site. There will be no contest, and the bomb should get down comfortably. Will it join them, though? Don't think they're feeling comfortable yet, but at this point in time, the information has been communicated. B site, there's for the taking.
There's for the taking indeed, and now the contestant needs to come in from Tricked. Peeking through with the pistols, Desmond takes a little bit of damage. Prime down to 12 points of health, but barely survives through it. They're going to look for some extra kills. I'm unsure on how effective they can be in delivering them. I mean, this is Galaxy Racer's round for the taking. There's no way that Tricked Esports can win this, or the chances at least are minimal, and they get lesser by the time that the bomb gets ticked through. But Zip, he's got a good little hand, finds himself a nice little cheeky position, could catch someone off guard, and that's exactly what happens. Finds one, make that 2 actually, survives away with his life as well. So some damage inflicted, and Galaxy Racer lose every single player throughout that process. So still a very expensive round for them.
You can see that Tricked have been playing from the trenches right now, but now finally they'll get their hands on an AWP for Lucky. And this is where he can work his magic.
Could be indeed.
Lucky will still have to sacrifice some of his utility. And that is a little unfortunate because, of course, that does mean that they have to let go of a little bit of control. He can't really get away, but if you want to quickly tap into the world of crypto, you can go ahead and check out Coinbase because they make it incredibly comfortable to get into crypto. If you want to become an expert, if you want to get a little bit more learning going on as far as crypto goes, they've got articles, they even have ways to earn free crypto just by learning about it. So do check out our partners, and should be getting back to the game now. Lucky. Early aggression with the AWP. Doesn't pay off, he's backed off. He doesn't even get to fire a shot, just gets a bit of info and will tuck himself away. Ooh. Nice shot onto Joel. Barely spotted a pixel. He's ripped his hat off. AWP. Once again reigning supreme.
Lesson trying to peek through. Takes more damage than he inflicts himself. No damage inflicted, actually. Oh, I say that. Shawsy makes me take my words out of my mouth because Kier is instantly shut down. All of a sudden, 4 versus 4, back to square numbers. But Plessen, if you look at the HP, he's not doing too comfortable. 22 points of health can't really allow him to survive for too long, so he won't be in the front lines, or at least won't be there for, or at least be there as a distraction. Chauzy pushing onwards or through the wall won't be enough to finish him off, but that's the information gained. I think he spotted out a couple of players there, so rotations are in order for that A site. 2 players now stacked on it towards Bank to come in from Prime. Still, that AWP could be also deadly. Zip as well coming in from behind. That is perfect. They have no idea, but he doesn't quite connect the spray onto a second one, and that could be brutal. Quez joins in for another. They did not expect the second player to come in from behind, and that's going to be costly. Trick look like they want to come back right into this game, running out of time as well. Prime looks away, and it's all about a game of peekaboo. Pleasant, he's going to have to wait from this smoke between himself and his opponent, but is able to somehow scathe away without losing out on his life.
Is that even guaranteed? Because there's a player about to push him. Thank God for a shorter round restart delay, or maybe he'd be losing his head there. But AWP saved, and they can still buy up. So for Joel, that's or rather for Pleasant, it's a good idea to save, because he's gonna have to make a bigger investment on the AWP for Joel later anyway. So it works out for them, and now we're going to see another locked and loaded gun round from both sides. Tricked. If they can keep the pressure up from the previous round, if Lucky can keep finding picks, at that point, they can actually pincer the economy of the Galaxy Racer, and this is just one gun round for either side. Whoever loses this, back to the drawing board, back to the pistols, and for Prime, it's back to the coffin.
Back to it indeed. No longer time for him to remain into the server for the time being, but Galaxy Racer take a slow approach yet again, kind of spreading out their forces on all fronts. We'll be checking through if Tricked Esports haven't really pushed up forwards. Also doubling up on Connector to open up their options if they want to transfer it over to the A site. It kind of looks like that is what's going on. Multiple players towards Fountain right now. We'll look to gain control over Toilets shortly, but you know, I mean, Tricked Esports, they're playing fairly standard they themselves, right? They're holding back. They're not going for anything too aggressive, too greedy. They just want to make sure they can hold down the line. But the fact that they're holding it so far back as well on the A site is that they may not have enough time to rotate if it does come through to that A site. Yes, the CT side of Overpass does have a fairly short rotation time, but if everyone is already there and waiting for the attack, it still could get under trouble. But thankfully for them, it is going to be the B site push, and let's see if they're actually waiting for it, because the flashes are being thrown in.
Yeah, Pleasant, he's going to be the first man to go out. He can't spot anything, but he'll still find a blind spray down. 2 kills for him with his eyes shut, super glued, but it doesn't matter. Kieran Lucky now on the back foot, 2 versus 5. No chance that they go for this.
Yeah,
they're posturing themselves passively.
Looks very unlikely and unlucky for them either as well. I mean, Lucky's still alive, but he's no longer lucky in this round.
I'm just upset that we're not casting together from a studio, because some of the stuff we say, some of the awkward stuff we say, I think we need to give each other a slap on the back of the head, but it will make it a lot easier in the studio.
I'm not good with the puns. I apologize. But luckily for Lucky, gets another kill for him.
Dude.
Yeah, I'll stop it.
I'm booking a ticket right now. The rest of these games, day 4 of Blast Rising, I'm coming over to your house.
I mean, I'd be down. You're welcome.
That was
it looks rough, isn't it?
Like that was such a rough round for Tricked Esports, because they had the right idea, and that flashbang shouldn't have worked out by any stretch of the imagination. But Pleasant got a bit lucky there in the tunnel itself, and to get 2 kills off of that completely thwarts any defense that Tricked Esports can put up.
Now,
oh, look at that. Triple boost. Do they catch anything off of it?
No.
Nothing.
Unfortunate.
I'm sad.
Yeah, maybe expecting a boost to come out from Galaxy Racer as well on the other side. Doesn't quite come out, and they have to make do with the weapons they have at hand. The AWP for the side of Lucky, Key as well, the M4, the weapons they saved from previously, but it's pretty much the pistol round for the rest of them. Quez only with a USP, the rest with the Eagles. Doesn't look like the brightest day for the Trick side, but Galaxy Racer doing a stellar job to keep themselves ahead, especially on the T side. Their own map pick looking strong so far and holding true to what we thought they should be doing from the start. But Kier, oh, I bet he can smell that something's going on here.
Oh yeah, for sure. There hasn't been much of a sound cue, but he's ready and waiting, but it doesn't matter because Chazi, he's gobbled him up like a snack, and oh, lucky. Unfortunate for him to miss that shot. Zips is looking to recover for the mistakes of his fallen comrade. 2v5. Don't think Trick T-Sport have really granted themselves much of an opportunity, and this is honestly incredibly done by Galaxy Racer. They're on the T side on Overpass, and they have capitalized on that second round win as much as they could have. They've milked out 5 rounds already, and with the way they're playing, they should be able to whittle the economy down of Tricked further and further. If they can keep this kind of performance up, I think they might be contenders for map number 3. But once again, like I said, map 2 is a fickle affair for the Galaxy Racer side.
Yeah, could be a fickle affair. But this time around, it's Galaxy Racer with a boost, and unfortunately for Trick Esports, they won't be pulling off their own boost to cancel that and deny it. Nevertheless, they do miss out on the opportunity to kill off the rotation from Ramp. Lucky, he's able to find a nice little kill, but this is the buy round from Trick Esports, so it's vital they actually win themselves these rounds. HE grenade thrown out as well for good measure, but they are going to lay back for a little bit. They are at the numbers advantage, and this time around, it's Kier to go up aggressive in across playground already. Delivers a kill of his own, smoked out as well to deny any sort of rotation, but they take more damage than they inflict. Prime falls onto the B site, and the bomb is already heading towards that direction. They need to get the rotations quickly, or else they'll be in big trouble.
Zips finds a frag, and they've brought it down to a 2v4 in a fashion that they haven't been really doing before. Wait, hold on. Scratch that thought. Maybe Pleasant can replicate the successes of his past. Gets a quick frag, has the opportunity for a second, but this time the flash will overwhelm Dezen. Comes around the corner, and that is a free kill for him. Not really free, it does come at the cost of 40 points of health, but now it is suddenly doable. 40 seconds on the clock. The numbers will be dialed in, and Lucky is right around the corner with his AWP ready. No way that Dezen goes out of those crosshairs, and that is it. That is the round for Tricked Esport, and I really like the adjustment coming out from them.
Yeah, no, it's really good that they were able to pull off this this win as well, because they were down by quite a margin, and not only that, they kind of spent the previous rounds trying to build up their economy again, and now that they have, it was vital they got themselves a win. And it started off with that early aggression coming out from who was it? Was it Kier at the start? Yeah, it was Kier from Party as well, from Playground. And it worked out, you know. They managed to get 2 frags, and Galaxy Racer, yes, they had a valiant effort to get themselves on site, get that plant down, but, you know, at the end of the day, Tricked had more players, had more numbers, and could withstand more trades. And that's pretty much the name of the game at this point. But the fact that Galaxy Racer still were able to win so many rounds in a row does mean they have money and funds to accumulate for another buy. AWP on the hands of Joel once more, and let's see how this one works out. Molly thrown out from the get-go. Some hard aggression to come out from Lucky as well, but seeing that with the boost to come through, not boost, excuse me, still frontward positioning onto Party, won't really allow him a kill, but he makes his presence known, and that is still a scary prospect for Galaxy Racer.
Oh, Disco Doppelin, he will catch Lucky trying to rotate. He's been caught lacking, and that translates into a kill for the Galaxy Racer side. Trick T-Sport, I want to see how they react to this. Maybe they show some aggression, and they have an opportunity to go for a boost and maybe catch a player in short, but that is still somewhat risky in this regard. Prime, he has the right weapon to go for a solo B-side defense, so maybe they will double back and have more players situated on the A site, but they've got a nice crossfire setup going on with Kier and a teammate. Zips, of course, the man with the MP9 playing up close. Galaxy Racer, the time is ticking down, and as that happens, that MP9 becomes much more dangerous. Jump spot to come through. Kier will spot Joel, who has missed a shot, and this allows Trick T-Sport to actually make adjustments. Nice little shot from Zips. He's making the MP9 work, but the spray isn't successful, and it all comes down to the Opera on the site.
They are coming in right now. Dezen will be the first to lead the charge, getting the kill, and all of a sudden, they have full control over the A site. Nothing they can do. Rotations, they're stuck behind smokes and balls. Quez can't do anything. He's in bank, but he won't be able to get any money from that. There's only like toilet rolls on the shelves there, and there's no kill for him to collect either. He can't. Galaxy Racer will not give that to them. They'll just make sure that the bomb does get planted in time and may rotate from the back line so Tricked Esports have nowhere to turn to.
Yeah, this is where I kind of want to talk about how Galaxy Racer have been set up for an amazing half by their second round win, because they had their money working for them. They had 4 players alive for a couple rounds in a row. It didn't really come down to the last wire. So to have these safe rounds go your way and also win the second round right after losing the pistol, you've suddenly battered the economy of Tricked Esport while also putting yourself above the water. You've put yourself above 5,000 for a very long time.
But yeah, I mean, CS money, you might as well go and sell your Steam waste and get skins you love, because you can suit up at CS.money. Change your look right now with the best skin trading platform. I'm sure many
Maybe if you want gloves like Prime right now, you can see those
those
cute purple gloves, or Lucky's gloves as well. They're the same ones, and he's also got a Karambit to go with it. You can trade in your Steam skins for that.
Pushing onwards, Quez getting a 1 kill, pushing forwards. Ooh. Managed to get himself a nice little pick. That's what Trick kind of needed this situation. At the numbers disadvantage, but they can get themselves some rifles at the right hands. Quez and Prime, the only people with rifles at this point, may want to deliver a deagle shot from Zip. Beautifully done. Chauzy is down. So Galaxy Racer, all of a sudden, after us building them up as doing a stellar job at this half, find themselves in a tricky situation, a sticky scenario. And Tricked Esports need to find the right rotation at the right time towards this B bomb site, because this up lane is already pushing forwards, but Tricked Esports, they know this. All of the players have rotated, all of them coming underway. Zip finding another deagle shot. Disco, there's nothing he can do. Joe forwards, he's the last man standing, and that means that Tricked Esports take a flawless round, and there's AK-47s to picked up everywhere.
That was incredibly done by Zips as well, to get 2 deagle shots right there. Quez, awesome aggression there in B tunnels. This is the kind of recipe that works out for Tricked Esport. Galaxy Racer, they're incredible at taking control of the round if they are allowed to manifest, if they're allowed to take control of short, if they're allowed to take control of toilets. But if Tricked move the game at their own pace, if they take a bit more initiative when it comes to the style of play, that's when Galaxy Racer feel like they don't have much of a response. And you can see this kind of mentality being replicated in this round as well, because they've pushed up Lucky. They want him to get aggressive around the smoke and maybe catch somebody off guard. But with the fact that not enough information has come through early on, they will quickly have Lucky retreat. Joel, though, doesn't really have much backup. Somebody peeks in from toilets, but Tricked, after early info, they suddenly opted for passivity, and they might have missed out on some crucial info because they didn't spot out any players from Galaxy Racer close to toilets. Double aggression on long, though. Watch this.
Not really aggressing through with this, but there's 2 players there and waiting. This could be tricky. If the Esports, can they make this happen? They know there's some movement coming in from Chauzy, making a lot of noise. Flash 2 completely peeking out, but there's only 1-for-1 trade. Lucky's able to survive to tell the tale, but Dezen is also there and waiting. He knows for that flash to come through. Follows through, falls back, headshot found. He has to draw back from it either way. And on the 33-second mark, they are heading towards that B bomb site. Zip there and waiting behind the smoke, taking their time with this one, but rotations are in order. Look at that, bomb heading towards the A site now.
Oh, they're cutting it down to the last wire. They're taking it so close, and I don't think they'll get the bomb down if the CTs can play their cards right. But with Dezon getting the kill and the A side being up for grabs, it's all down to Prime to perhaps stop it. Quickly switches targets. AUG successful, but the bomb goes down. 2v2, Quez and Zips on the retake. Plessin, he's given up his position. It's down to a 1v2. And these are 2 180-degree angles to work with. Swings around, doesn't quite catch it just yet, but he's still holding on to dear life. Needs to isolate these duels one by one. Taps away, can't find the head. 1 tap to the head of Quez. He needs to follow it up with a and he gets it. Blessin wins out on 2 180-degree duels and wins out the round for Galaxy Racer.
Oh, Blessin, man. You are out of your mind, my friend. Look at that. That was clean. And Yui was under pressure there, but he still made it work. Tricked Esports, they had a chance there. But they couldn't quite make it work.
They definitely were favored in that instance.
That's tough. Lucky now exchanging some...
tough.
Yeah, I mean, Lucky, he's making it a tough job for Joel. Not really being able to trade out with him so far in this game. Even though Galaxy Racer have been winning, the AWP duel has kind of been winning by the Lucky side of things. Brian there with a nice little lineup, getting a couple of kills. Make that one with damage onto his second. So still down in square numbers, 4-on-4 is still Galaxy Racer yet to make the decision of where they want to head. Bomb still on that playground side of things. But Kier, interestingly enough, he's sticking around. Double back on that. He's also pushing through. A Disco Doppler, and he might be spotting out a player in Connector now. No, Zip. Behind the doors. Spots that one, Disco Doppler. Tries to connect the shot, Zip there and waiting. Pleasant there, able to connect the shot. Smoke to allow him to fall back, but no, he cannot. He's got nowhere to go. Pushes through, he's able to find one. Plays with the smoke, but now peeks out from a different angle. Quez! Oh, you ninja! Works around the smoke with 2 kills now. Put Strict Esports on the front foot, on the driving seat, pole position to get themselves a win here. But only one player holding onto the A side. Lucky needs to be pretty quick with this one because rotations are in order as well. Galaxy Racer don't really have much time. They get 1 kill, bring things back to a 2-on-2. Still doable for the Swedes.
Oh, look at Joel. He is playing with fire. He's playing close angles, and he ends it with a no-scope as well. 2 incredible kills for him. And how do these people make this op work like this? First Snatchy, and now we look at Joel pulling off things like that. That is absolutely crazy.
Are you kidding me? Joel, that was insane. Quickly putting your attention to the second player and not crumbling under pressure there. Galaxy Racer.
I could feel the scope shattering there off of his op as he went for that second shot.
Man, it's insane.
Galaxy Racer are actually winning out on individual skill. It's not even particularly any heavy stratting or any big brain stuff going into it. It's simply the matter of Galaxy Racer having everybody on point right now, and you can see that being reflected in the way they play. They're getting clutches. Joel's gone crazy. Plesson had a really big moment of brilliance. Dezon and Disco Doppler, they've been cornerstones to rely on, and Chazi, of course, he's been good at those entries. On the other hand, though, no one from Tricked Esports has really been standing out. We did see a couple moments of excellence from Lucky and Zips, but that was mostly it.
Yeah, no, Galaxy Racer look a little bit more consistent around the board, at least from the start, and ouch, knife from your own teammate doesn't really work out either. And Overpass is considered a CT-sided map, so Galaxy Racer solidifying the fact that they'll be ahead at halftime really does put a nail in the coffin of Tricked Esports, at least for the first round, but doesn't. Makes things work. Double digits now on the line for them, having this advantage, pushing through. Okay. Goodbye, Quez. Pleasant just destroyed you. Lucky. He's able to win a kill for his own team, but what else can he deliver? He needs to come up with some sort of a miracle because right now they're running out of chances. 1 player per site, and a 1v3 over the B site needs to be strong here for Prime, hiding behind the pillar, pushing through. Pleasant with the first man to lead the charge with a beautiful headshot of his own. And that's going to be the bomb plot as well. Galaxy Racer well underway to get themselves on double digits right now.
Yeah, it would be a miracle and a half if Lucky can clutch this, and I think he recognizes this. He'll just back off with his M4 instead. Ooh. Don't want to be too sure about my decision just yet, but yeah, with that smoke at least, we know for a fact now that there's not really much of a chance.
Yeah, I mean...
Overall, this has been a superb showing from Galaxy Racer.
Oh, absolutely. The Swedes have done a tremendous job so far.
Yeah, I'm a bit scared about how Train will go down, regardless of how this goes, but... This is one thing that I don't really have much of a prediction for, because we didn't expect this to come out of the gate. And if you can't think of that, who knows what's in store for us.
Well, map number 1 isn't disappointing, that's for sure. You've seen plenty clutches already. Nice gunfights here and there, but I think what we need to see more is if Tricked. They're running out of a CT side rounds to work with. They've only got 1 left, and So at least let's see them work on the T side, but they might as well try and make this work. Lucky with a good lineup here, they're going to push right forwards, but M4A1S doesn't have quite enough bullets. Oh, that is unlucky. Disco Doppler and Chauzy barely surviving through that, but they do, and that's what matters.
Yeah, they managed to get the kill, and it doesn't matter too much that they've been tagged down, because that's still a kill on their plate. Can Trick still bring it back? Can they stop it at the bare minimum requirement for double digits? Can 5 rounds be the name of the game?
Can it be indeed? Joe winning out on his trade, so still a lot more favorable for Trick. I mean, you can see the HP bars on the right side of your screens. It's not looking that great, but they've got more players, and more players means more angles to be covered. More information, more guns. Brings up your chances of winning the round for sure. Quez trying to make things happen. The smoke prime moving up against it, above it as well. Sprayed down to one, finally shutting down Dezen, although takes a lot of damage himself. Kier from the backline, supporting his teammates as they start to trickle in. Trying to make that MP9 work in the close rotations, but they know that the A site is clear. They've gone on the full rotation, and Prime shuts it out, so things are still doable for them. A couple of players are low. The MP9s can still shoot them down. Do they expect Joel, though? Do they expect him? That is a question.
Oh no, they're not ready. Joel gets away with a free kill. That is a disaster.
Disaster indeed. But that's going to be a 2-on-2. Still, big chance for Trick Esports to come through. Disco Doppler, though, with the AWP here, holding it through. Playing with time right now. A kit onto the hands of Kier. Chauzy kneeling down, hand down. It's not visible. Prime, he knows of this, looks away. Chauzy finds one, but can he find the other? To be defused. Disco Doppler with the lineup closes things out. 11-4 is the scoreline at half-time.
This is too close. This is too close to the finish line already for Galaxy Racer. They don't really have to go for much of a sprint to make it to 16 anymore, and Tricked, on the other hand, they have too much on their plate right now.
Yeah, it looks a bit tough, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure.
4 rounds in the bag. Got a long way to go, that's for sure. A pistol round would help out, right? It would kind of close up the gap, potential to make it a 3-0 at the start, bringing things to 11-7 scoreline, which in that retrospect is a little bit more easier to handle. One thing at a time, I guess you'd say, and you kind of would expect a tactical timeout to come through from Tricked Esports, right? You kind of would want that to be the case. Galaxy Racer, though, they themselves, if they get themselves a pistol round, it's completely different matter, right? They themselves, they then have a potential to turn it back to a 14th round out of nowhere. And 14-4 is a prospect that Tricked Esports do not want to see in this best of 3. Okay, it's not their map pick. It's not expected that Tricked Esports would win, right? But at least they want to make it competitive. At least they want to make Galaxy Racer tremble, not get comfortable. So they have the confidence, the right amount of confidence to get themselves a win later on.
Trembling is the right word. That's what they want to hope for, but before we even get on train, if Galaxy Racer can just nestle themselves comfortably into their gaming chairs and start feeling too witty when it comes to things, it won't be a great sign for Tricked. It can definitely be a big mental advantage if you completely crush your opponent, even if it is your own map pick. But with the way Tricked is playing, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually go for a comeback. Now, let's see how this works out. Very fast push onto B. Pleasant is the only man on the B side who's actually watching from heaven, so even his point of contact will be smoked out entirely, and the bomb will go down.
Bomb does go down, but no player from the Trick side do drop, so they can wrap around this side with plenty players. Zip, though, this is a good angle. They're not going to check in. Nobody plays this position, and he's able to catch one player off guard. Quez on the other side of the map is able to find a kill himself, but Lucky pushes onwards. Joel finds that kill himself. Down to 3-on-3. Still a doable retrospect here for Tricked Esports coming into this. Quez holding down the line. He's able to find one. It's Chauzy, meaning Joel needs to fend it off, needs to go aggressive, but he can't do it. Quez, he's just too good. Dezen touches the bomb, causes pressure to his opponents, but knows he can't really touch it down. He can't hold it down to defuse it. There's no time remaining. And that is going to be around going to the hands of Galaxy Racer. No, Tricked Esports. Wow, okay, it took me my time to tell that a team, and I also said the team wrong. But no, Tricked Esports.
Yeah, it took
they
your,
get themselves
took your
a
sweet
pistol.
time, but it's okay. Now, in the meantime, if you don't want to be as slow as Pavlos is, and if you want to stay in the lead, if you want to stay ahead, if you want that 165 hertz refresh rate, you can go ahead and grab a phone from Red Magic, which has a blazing fast screen. Never seen anything like it, and honestly, I don't really think there is another phone with 165 refresh rate in there. I'll have to check, but it is definitely ahead of the game when it comes to mobile games and all of that. Has a Snapdragon 888, hybrid cooling, all that good stuff, so you will know that you always have the competitive edge if you're playing a mobile game. Now, back to this PC game though, Counter-Strike Global Offensive. Galaxy Racer. They've got the lead, but Tricked is not out of it just yet. This pistol round opens the door for some opportunities, but whether or not they can walk through it comes down to how these few rounds play out. We saw how Galaxy Racer got control of the entirety of the game just by winning the second round. And if they can do something like that again, then at that point I think Tricked is already out of it. So this round holds a lot of importance.
It does indeed. Last time around, Tricked Esports did win themselves a pistol, but second round following through, it's the Swedes that were able to deliver it. Now, tables have turned. It's a different half, different sides. Tricked Esports yet again, though, get themselves a pistol. Transforming it into a second win would be exactly what they would be looking for, but I don't think they have the right read. Disco Doppler is able to find one kill onto Kiers. They do trickle into the B site, and they do have the players lined up. They are there and waiting, but Quez, what a frag onto Joel, keeps things strong for the side of Tricked Esports. Plessen, ooh, he finds a nice little sneaky kill there. 3 versus 4, and Prime chimes right back against Chauzy. Still keeping things square, running out of time, but they have plenty of time to get the bomb down while they are on site. Lucky got a nice lineup on Mortar there. Can't quite connect the headshot onto Plessen, but still delaying the inevitable. Disco Doppler will lead the charge with Dazen on from short. Bomb right around the pillar. Plessen trying to deliver the shot onto Prime. Perfectly done. Well coordinated. Lucky can't do too much from that angle. Does get shut down as Dazen shuts him out. And that's going to be the defuse from Tricked Esports as they win the follow-up round.
From Galaxy Racer. Strike 2, Pavlos.
Yes. Galaxy Racer. And you can see their morale. They're pretty happy right now. But that couldn't be said about Tricked. It's a little bit rough, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, for sure. They're not really having the best time in the world on Tricked Esports side. They had the advantage in terms of economy. They had the Galils going for them. They just had to go up against the Eagles. And when that works out for Galaxy Racer, the horrors of the first half are replicated. Second round being given up. There is too much being stacked against the Tricked Esports side for it to be comfortable. And I wouldn't be surprised if they've just mentally discounted this map out. They're like, okay, nothing's going our way. We'll have to bring it back on train. We'll have to take it to the decider. And this is where Galaxy Racer have granted themselves an opportunity at least. If they wanted to take it to the decider and win, one of the win conditions would be to win map number 1, because they sure as hell are not going to have a comfortable time on train.
Absolutely not, but they are not going to slow down anytime soon. Tricked Esports want to fight right back with a Tech 9 Mach 10 lineup. The aggression trifecta for them. Smokes will start to line up. Quez spots out a player on B, and the same could be said about Galaxy Racer. They know some sort of commission is happening towards their lineup. Smoke discoed up on right against it. He's there and waiting. Spray down to 1. Draws into the smokes, into the shadow, so it doesn't get traded through. Plessen with the other one. Prime finally a kill for his team on a 3 versus 4 map. Heading onto the A site. Rotations coming in as well. But Plessen needs to hold on strong before the reinforcements arrive, as Joel finds one. Plessen with the other. Galaxy Racer, they make it look easy. No entry to the A side for Tricked Esports. Prime, nothing he can do. Shut down one after the other. Galaxy Racer, they look so strong in Overpass right now.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Tricked have much of an opportunity to even fight back. As soon as you start seeing that They've gotten some footing. They feel a little bit stable. It's simply not coming to fruition. They lose out on subsequent rounds. They can't build up their economy. They get shut down in aim duels. So all across the board, Galaxy Racer have been dominating this game. They're 3 rounds away from the victory now, and with the way things are going, with the way the economy is right now, we might as well already be seeing something like a 15. Flashbangs himself in. Now Disco Doppelin has the benefit of having everybody tagged down with the nade and the Molotov, so this is already a round that has been lost before Trick to even get close to a bomb site. Just clocks across the board. This should be easy pickings for HLTV stats for anybody that faces them.
Yeah, I mean, they could get a bomb plant down, which wouldn't be too bad because that's extra cash in the bag. They don't have quite the positioning, and that's exactly what happens. They've got 5 players alive still, so damage could still happen. They could still kill a couple of players, and that's exactly what happens from the go. Zip, he's able to find one, but let's see how strong can they hold on to. Chauzy being the first to rotate through. 3 players peeking out. They're able to find a couple of kills, but that's going to be that. No terrorists remaining. Defuse to come out. And Galaxy Racer, they get themselves to a very dangerous 14th round.
What can you even expect from Trick at this point? After the shaky material we've seen come out from Trick Esports, can we really expect them to chain so many rounds together in one go?
And Coinbase may be the easiest place to get into crypto. And it has plenty of articles to help you become an expert and even have ways to earn free crypto just by learning about it. So you might as well check that out. But what Trick haven't been doing is looking into their investments as well, right? I mean, they did spend that previous round to build up some funds to have a proper buy-in right now. Nades coming through from Trick, so they're using most of their equipment to their absolute mostest potential. Mostest, if that's not even a word. That isn't a word, I'm pretty sure about that. Disco Doppelin with a lineup onto Kier, so bring things back to a more equal standpoint, but it's still Trick with the advantage. Now, the positional advantage, not quite in their favor. They've yet to gain ground on any of the sites, and Galaxy Racer still have potential to stop them from actually moving onwards.
Disco Doppelin's position is pivotal. He's still playing from toilet so he can get some info, but the audio cue hasn't been given up just yet. Zips, oh, I think he might have actually spotted a shoulder there. Prime happy to take his head off of his shoulders. And now Dezen and Chauzy, they still have a bit more elbow grease to put in before they can comfortably get the round. Dezen, last man remaining, and he'll be backing off with the AK instead. It's still not a casual stroll to the finish line as we previously expected, but these signs of life from Trick Esports are going to have to be a lot more. They can't rely on some embers from a lighter. They need to have a roaring campfire if they want to make it work, if they want to make it to the tie and then potentially the win.
Oh, absolutely. They need to have dominant rounds one after the other. Bring up their morale as well. Not only close the gap, but actually feel good about what they're doing. And at the same time, break their opponents' morale. Mess with their minds. Make them make mistakes. And so far, this is a fairly clean round from Trick Esports. Only losing 1 player, and at the same time, Dezen will be getting a save in with the AWP.
This is still very comfortable for Galaxy Racer. I don't see a world where Trick Esports can chain so many rounds together. But if they do, that'll be a troubling sign for Galaxy Racer.
Yeah, absolutely.
The thing is, I don't think it's entirely out of the realm of possibility because some of these rounds that Galaxy Racer have gotten, getting rounds after the ecos, getting clutches, all that good stuff. You know, everything's aligning for you. So once again, I'm gonna go ahead and say this kind of style of play isn't very sustainable. But now they're going for some more orthodox ways of getting wins. Joel, although he was flashbanged, that was some well-timed aggression for him to tuck himself into party and get a free kill off of that.
Zip now, he's in a little bit of a trade himself, and Galaxy Racer are the ones to winning out on the trade. So, yeah, we talked about how Trick needed to be dominant from that previous round onwards, and it looks like they can't quite. Round not over yet, and I don't think the Danes will want to slow things down, even if they see that 16th round. Lesson looking for a rifle, finally finds it in the midst of the park in between the grass, and Dazen wins out on another trade towards the B site. 2 players now remaining, and they're split off far apart from one another. All by themselves. Zip, he's down. All up to Quez right now, and there's nothing he can do. Galaxy Racer, they find themselves on map number 1 points.
You can feel the give up coming through, because if the stars are aligning in that fashion for Galaxy Racer, it becomes a bit hopeless to keep tryharding to this extent. Picked Esports, of course, they will still give it their best shot. They want to take it to 15, but 9 rounds in a row? I don't know, man. It's not really cut out for them in this instance. And I think Galaxy Racer just want to close this out as early as possible. They want to take it to train, and they want to flex some of their muscles there as well.
One final round, Disco Doppler. You can hear the commotion coming through. Kier, you're going to make some damage here. Joel as well, looking from upper park. No commotion going on towards that side of things, but Flash may allow the peak to come through from Connector. Disco Doppler won't do just that. Waits for the Swedes to push out and try and fight when they expect at the least. Flash Jones out. He's able to find 1 quick kill. Disco Doppler in-game leading, but also performing. 2 kills to his name. And 3 left on the Trick side. Already down. 1 round should do it. And I think Trick Esports have already pressed that reset button. Already said, all right, boys, map number 2, because this... it does not look like it's doable whatsoever. Dazen finds yet another. All up to Lucky and Prime. I mean, Prime is already pushed onwards. AK-47 picked up as well. Finds 1 kill. So keeps something alive, but running out of time. 35 seconds remaining. Smoke joined in. Joel with another. All up to Lucky. Surely can't do anything out of this. This should be map number 1. He falls, and that it is, ladies and gentlemen. First map going to the side of Galaxy Racer. Map number 2 to follow through. Ticked Esports' map pick, in fact. But we'll see you right after the break, because the action is only going to get better on from here.
always leave a mark in me. This highway's never ending, it brings you to your knees. But no one's love is like it is. You got no one above you, and so they say, oh, free. But that's not all that bothers me. I have never said a word about it, but never stop believing, don't you know? I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home. Somewhere in this desert, I will find my peace. I don't know how long it will be. Our shell just keeps on breaking. Inside, I long to see the pearl that shows you what is real. Many people gathered from side to side, but that's not all that's on my mind. I have never said a word about it, but never stop believing, don't you know? I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home. I have never said a word about it, but never stop believing, don't you know? I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home. I haven't been around for you, my darling. Short in memories won't guide you home. Music got the best in me ever since I was a child. Now it's showing its ugly face. What can I do? Music creeps into my dreams, wakes me into sweaty sheets, abandons me when nights died out. What can I do? What can I do? Stop this, get right. Stop this, get right. Dream big, 'cause boy, you're gonna make it. Stand tall, there's a higher road you're taking. Let go of everything that you know and be wild in the mystery. Yeah. I've been in the darkness for 40 days. I've been searching for holy flames, a sign to light up the way. So can you help me out? Can you help me out? I've been more certain of truth before. Called a righteous man before. Yeah, I've been closer to Jesus before. So can you help me out? Oh, can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? But can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or can you help me out? Can you help me out? I've been was raised well, genetic holy grail. Always had friends in class, never got picked last. Still I feel like an outcast. I traveled down south, but callers freaked me out. I learned a thing or two before I came unglued. Now my graphic days are gone too. I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. I live inside of circles that don't quite align. Please tread the line with me. I listen to the reborn, but sympathize with the scorn. I don't know which is worse, but from the back of the hearse, they both seem to put life first. I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. I live inside of circles that don't quite align. Please tread the line with I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. I live inside of
Back into it, ladies and gentlemen. We are here. My name is X-Warrior, together with Valdieri. No, Valdieri. There we go. It's reversed. I got it. Bringing you the action once more. I mean, the first map didn't disappoint, did it?
Yes, it did not. Especially not for Galaxy Racer. I don't know about Tricked because they didn't have a great time on it. Overpass, that win rate from Galaxy Racer, it's just been cemented further. Now they have 9 out of 10 wins on Overpass in the last 3 months of officials. And looking at Train, I don't think that's going to be as one-sided of an affair. For viewers that are just watching without much context, it might look like Galaxy Racer is just a cut above the rest, as if Tricked stands no chance. But this was a heavily favored map for Galaxy Racer. Not the worst for Tricked either. I know that Overpass is still one of their better maps, but Train is an entirely different story. 17 maps across the past 3 months. Tricked know how to play it. They've won against Copenhagen Flames. They've won against Endpoint. Close, not close game actually. That was a loss against Ents. They've won against AGF. They've won against Onyx, Sinners, and having all of these wins under your belt, and you're going up against a team that's played this map twice. I think Train is going to be a tricky affair for sure for Galaxy Racer. What are your thoughts on this map?
It does look like that. Yeah, I kind of share your thoughts on that regard, right? I mean, especially if you don't have so much practice on it, if you haven't played too many officials on a map like Train, it does get tough because it's also one of the most CT-sided maps of the map pool. Hence, one of the reasons that we're kind of saying goodbye to it in the current pool. In the next tournaments, at least this tournament, Train will be played normally. Yeah, no, things do get a little bit interesting this time around, because it is likely that we'll be seeing a little bit of an equalizer to come through. And on that regard, you kind of see, okay, the first matchup we saw today, we saw Astralis Talent close to winning out their opponent's map pick on the second time around. It did go to overtime, but they didn't quite make that happen. Now, if Galaxy Racer are able to pull something off and actually delivering a 2-0, that would be very impressive, seeing how the statistics have been. But at the same time, you could also jump on the other boat and say that, wait, Galaxy Racer, they had a very demanding map number one. Trick, they didn't have too much of a say in any part of it, right? They weren't able to square more than a couple of rounds in a row at any point throughout the entirety of that matchup. And their performance lacklusted all around. So if they haven't been able to come back from it, if they haven't been able to reset their mindsets from the previous map, they'll be in trouble.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm going to be on the other side of the camp. I'm still willing to say that Tricked has what it takes to make it a 2-1 for them. I know they've lost out the first map in a fashion that was just undeniably dominant for the Galaxy Racer side, but Train is favored for them. And we can't expect the stars to align in the same way for Galaxy Racer once more. Some of the rounds that the Racer side got was that they won the round after the pistol. They win the round. They win the round in the second half in the same fashion. They have a clutch from Plessen. They have a clutch from Joel. They have a few no scopes here and there flying around. So it's not like Tricked were really being served anything on a silver platter. For them to get, what was it, 7 rounds or 8 rounds there at the end, it's still not the worst scoreline in the world. So on Galaxy Racer's map pick, with everything aligning, with everything going to plan, if that's the kind of result we get, I still don't count Tricked Esport out. But you know what? Enough speculation, because my opinion doesn't matter, yours doesn't. At the end of the day, it's all about what happens in the game.
Oh, absolutely right. And starting things off is the pistol round. Tricked Esports. This is their map picked, and that means that they will be starting on the T side, as Galaxy Racer have elected to start off from the counter-terrorist side. Now, standard lineups coming through, but it's Tricked Esports to push out from Ivy from the get-go. 3-man strong, but do they adhere to the rotations? One player in CT holding it out. Plessen already shot down low, has to fall back and waits for reinforcements, maybe even to the site itself. Desmond and Chauzy, they're able to find kills themselves, even through the smoke for one. And that means that Galaxy Racer still have a commanding start to this game, with Trick not able to transfer that into a victory, not able to go towards that B-bomb site. They turn their attention towards A. And lucky, the first one to come out that A main area, it's Zip, the first to try and collect Galaxy Racer, but they're rotating themselves.
Oh, Tricked are going to have a task and a half trying to get this bomb down. Prime is in a good position to shut them down. 2 kills come their way. Plessen is quite low. Zips has managed to rip apart ahead. So from a 3v5, now it's all down to Disco Doppelin. 1v2. Zips tucked behind the electric box. 1 climbing up the train. So 2 very difficult duels. Does Doppelin expect this? Flashed completely. And he needs to get to it soon. He does have a defuse kit, so he's got that going for him. Tries to tap the bomb, but in the meantime, in the midst of it, he will expose his head. Oh, almost gets the shot on Lucky as well. Now he's getting a bit desperate. Finds him. He needs to stick to the bomb if he wants to get it done. He finds a duel. Oh, no, he's actually got time.
Does he?
It's barely it.
It's so close.
He has to have it, right?
Does.
No. Disco Doppelin, you've done it. Off the back of a 3v5 Trick, they thought they had it tucked in the bag, but Disco Doppelin reaches out.
And there was a slight misplay there as well, right? I mean, Disco Doppelin did kind of like touch the bomb and couldn't quite find it, and he sort of panicked in that situation. But Tricked Esports, I think, they looked uncomfortable. And Galaxy Racer, meaning Disco Doppelin mostly on that part, it's just managed to turn things right back around in their favor.
This is heartbreaking for Tricked Esport, because it was such a valiant effort to get onto the site, get onto the bomb, have Prime get a kill. Lucky chimes in, but at the end of the day, it doesn't amount to much. Tricked Esport, though, they do have a chance at a reversal, because weaponry isn't entirely uneven. Zips has an AK-47, Galil's on Lucky and Prime, and a MAC-10 is no slouch either. Lucky peeking over the smoke. Pleasant has almost been spotted, but he's not getting too comfortable with this kind of peek. I don't think he'll be caught out anytime soon. And there is some info on Ivy now. Correct. Taking their sweet time approaching this.
Wrapping around the A site once more. Multiple approaches. Engagement coming through from Galaxy Racer as well. Moving up from behind, though, while they wait there and waiting for it. They are not. Lucky finds the first frag through it. Desmond and Chauzy managed to trade back quite soon in time as well. Quest down to 6 points of health, barely survives through it. It's actually 1 point of health, excuse me. Chauzy in through the grasp of his opponents, his hands, picks up a couple of kills here and there, and that's going to be Galaxy Racer with a clean round for them. And that's Tricked Esports' force by. Absolutely smothered.
What a round from Galaxy Racer. A lightning fast rounds, as is the lightning fast screen on the phone that is a Red Magic's 6 series, because it's dubbed the world's smoothest smartphone for a reason. 165 Hz, awesome processor, great display, everything to go along with it. It's got all the components you need in a great gaming phone. I didn't really think I'd ever be saying the words gaming phone this before maybe something like 2050, but here we have it, and it does look hella futuristic. Now, back to the game very quickly. Chauzy will be mowing down Prime, and that is just the first of their troubles as Tricked Esports will start to lose players left and right.
They do indeed, and it doesn't look like they can't beat Chauzy in that location. Can't do anything against them. He's being a little bit of a menace, isn't he? And Quest, cheeky little fella. Won't be able to do too much. Still damage inflicted. Chauzy looking to get himself another kill in this round. Make it a 4th, but that won't be the case. Desmond is the one to interrupt that spree. But nonetheless, it is a 3-0 for Galaxy Racer. But here come the big guns, and this is where it becomes exciting.
This is a much more important gun round than we give it credit for, because Tricked is down 0 and 1 already. If they drop this gun round, Galaxy Racer will get way too comfortable on train. They've only played 2 officials. You can't give them so much momentum on overpass and then also give them up the pistol round and subsequent gun rounds after it. Zips, he's got an incredibly aggressive, creeps past the smoke, and I don't think they'll be ready for it, but he's abandoned his train of thought there. He's backed off instead. He hasn't pushed through. So now, there's actually players looking for him because he's expended enough time climbing up on the train. Zips finds the head of Dazon, and now they will be wise to his tricks, but that's at the expense of an entire player. Peeks through the smoke. Oh no, he's just mowed them down. Joel and Disco Doppelin will be the only men remaining. And as I say that, Doppelin, he's left all to his lonesome.
All by myself. Don't wanna be. I mean, Disco Doppelin, yeah, he is all by himself, right? No one left. And Galaxy Racer, yeah, they had a very good start, right? 3-0 for them, but it didn't take long for Tricked Esports to pull back, did it? With all 5 players as well.
Yeah, this is where you see some of their I wouldn't say tactical gameplay just yet, but some of their prowess that they can bring to the server, because Zips single-handedly, off the back of some support from his teammates, off the back of some distractions being set up, he slips past enemy lines and he finds himself nicely tucked into a smoke where he can pop in and out of battle, weave in and out, and comfortably get 2 duels. That second kill through the smoke was a little bit lucky, but you know what? The stars really haven't been in their favor today, so I'll let it slide.
Yeah, no, there were a few unlucky trades during that A-site push, right? I mean, a couple of them were due to the fact that Galaxy Racer weren't in the smokes or were not in the smokes, and it's just the overwhelming aggression of Tricked Esports that was the impactful strategy that allowed them to get themselves a win here. And looks like they may follow suit with yet another round like that already, aggressing through Prime with the AK-47. Desmond looks to punish him as he does aggress, but smoke will be between themselves, and no trade will follow onwards. But most movement here from the Tricked Esports side is on that B-bomb site, and Disco Doppelin, he's falling back from it as well. He may need reinforcements on this, as This is like to be a free entry for them. Coming into the site, Disco Dublin completely flashed, can't greet anyone, and that surely is going to be the bomb plant. And now on for a 4 versus 5 retake.
Yeah, very tough retake to have because Chauzy's tagged down as well. Perhaps they could have nestled themselves in with a flashbang, but that opportunity will not be granted. And with all players having weaponry on them, they want to save it, but Prime will be the thorn in their side. AK-47 at the ready. He's managed to lock them into place into Ivy, and now it just allows Galaxy Racers the rest of their players to just get funneled into guns as well, so they don't get a chance at a retake, and they lose their weapons too. So Tricked Esport off to a great start after losing the first few.
Yeah, not a bad start, is it? Bring things back to a more equal scoreline. It might as well be equal, seeing that Galaxy Racer don't really have the funds to facilitate another buy. Tricked Esports, they themselves are stacked with weapons. Pulling up every single gun from their arsenal. Should be a simple affair, but the fact is that Galaxy Racer are the ones defending, and they have dedicated most of the players towards the A site. A little bit of a gamble for them as well. Lurking coming through will mean that the rotations will come in time as well. Kid trying to his luck with a cross through, but it's Joel to peek on forwards. Some damage found, but not yet the finishes. Kier is the one to deliver onto Disco Dublin, and that should be a fairly clean take. Bomb to be planted, not dropping a single player, and with just mere pistols, there's really not much Galaxy Racer can do.
Yeah, simply put, that's just a gamble that doesn't end up working out for them. And on an eco like that, I can understand. You're just trying to go for a 50-50 play in that case. Even then, even if you had all players on the side, that weaponry is more likely than not going to overwhelm you anyway, so quick throwaway round for them. Quez doesn't even let go of the grip on his life. 7 points of health, but he's still alive and kicking. No players lost, and as they get the kills before the bomb ticks down, it's all players remaining on the server. No rebuys, and you can start to see Trick's economy becoming a bit of a problem. Lucky, or rather Zips, is on $10,000, and everybody else, they're still following in close with about an average of 8k. So Galaxy Racer, not only do they have to win rounds subsequently, they also have to get away with having enough guns on their side and doing it well enough to make sure that Tricked Esport start losing some of their grip. This is a long and arduous road.
Oh, but that's an aggressive push coming through. Disco Dublin them waiting, finding 2 kills. Prime finally gets the shutdown, but maybe that's already the damage inflicted towards them. Double smoke follow through. Prime aggressing onwards as the bomb does get planted, but does he find the right location at the right time? He needs to be in a good position to shut down multiple players. He's able to find one. Kasray connecting onto 2, bringing things down to a 2 versus 2. Things are looking a lot more doable. Lucky down to 9 points of health. Make that 6 points of health as he does get the kill on forwards, and Kier with the lineup onto Dez and Tricked. How do they make that happen? That was beautiful.
Yeah, after they lost the first 2 players to Disco Dublin, it felt like that round was over, but Tricked Esport, they're looking like completely different beasts on train, not just tactically, individually as well. It's not the same case of getting mowed down by Joel, getting mowed down by Chauzy. It's simply not the same game anymore. Overpass, so far, Tricked are starting to make it look like a bit of a fluke. Or at the very least, they're starting to show us why they're more comfortable on train and that Overpass wouldn't be their first pick. Tricked Esports getting a bit of aggression going on in, well, not aggression, getting a bit of control, some presence shown around Brown Halls, have control of ladder. And Ivy seems to be what they get first point of contact in. Chauzy will fall to the AWP of Lucky, and now the triangle, the forbidden triangle, has been broken.
Ooh, nice little double there from Zip as well. Shut down. Galaxy Racer can't do too much after that. Tricked Esports yet to plant the bomb yet. I was about to say bomb the plant, and that, yeah, no, I don't know which
bomb the plant,
you'd want to
turn.
bomb. I mean, we're not even in Uke, so you can't even bomb the Uke plants.
Yeah, the bomb.
Bomb the bomb.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but let's go up. I mean, what can you do? Really not much. I mean, he tried to hide between the smoke there, but Quez meets him with a bullet straight through the eyes.
Yeah, you can see them starting to relax a little bit more now. It's not the same case as Overpass, and with this monstrous economy being built up, I love this, because that means we get to see Tricked at their full potential. We get to see many, many gun rounds coming our way, and to see Galaxy Racer play from the back foot for once is a nice change of pace, because throughout Overpass, we've seen how comfortable they are once they're playing from a dominant position, but when the tables are turned, I want to see how their reaction is to it. Tactical timeout from Galaxy Racer, and no surprises there. They want to get things sorted out before their major gun round. Now, Joel and Pleasant will both be going for a double op setup, and that is much needed because they haven't really had much of an impact on the server. 9th round is underway, and they still are both sitting on one kill apiece.
Yeah, they're not having the best of games so far, are they? And maybe with a double up setup, they'll have a better chance. And we know how important Train is when you have those AWPs at hand, right? These long-distance sights is very crucial to have the right AWPs. And some would say it's as crucial as having it into the Dust 2 map, maybe even more crucial on the defense side especially. Let's see if that actually works out for them. So far, they've lacklustered on the CT side, only the first few rounds to go their way, but it's Tricked Esports now to see if they can bring things onwards. Already aggressing forwards, Quez does get greeted by Flames, has to draw back initially. And Joel's the one to take some initial damage from those trades. Fell back from that, no longer hanging out in the midst of the A site. Chauzy is the one to follow through, aggressing as well. Oh, he wants to gain some information. Now that ground was red. You sort of know that Chauzy is being a little bit of a menace. At the same time, double push towards the B-bomb site, but a zip from Ivor to get a kill onto Pleasant now. Drawing their attention towards the B-bomb site, Disco Doppler needs to be careful. He's got reinforcements from Joel if need be. The Tricked Esports, it's a matter of time until they pull the trigger onto one of these sites.
Oh no, Chauzy spotted a barrel. He finds the kill on Zips. Now they're starting to commit. Joel gets a collateral, and that could just be the start the Galaxy Racer needed. Tricked, Lucky and Prime. They're trying to get work done on their own, trying to claw out of this tricky situation, but Chauzy will be quick on the trigger as well. Lucky fights back, 1-on-2. Bomb at the ready. This is already a retake starting for Galaxy Racer. Joel, he might have gotten lucky with the collateral, but can he follow it up? Lucky. Narrowly avoiding certain death, switches over, can almost spot ahead, but Joel, in the meantime, will also be hitting a shot through the smoke.
Ooh, that got a little bit too close there for comfort. I mean, Lucky was there surviving in a 1v2. I mean, we saw Galaxy Racer pull off some tremendous clutches on the first map, but it looks like we won't be seeing that replicated over in the Tricked Esports side now that they're playing on their own map pick, but well, if you talked how crucial this round would be, how crucial of a buy this round would be, because Galaxy Racer, they would have been a really tough spot. It would have been likely been a 7th round to be collected by a Tricked Esports if they were drawn back to that small buy round or an eco round, if maybe. But now they got themselves a win. They still have plenty of funds to get themselves more weapons in their arsenal. Double up setup, still holding strong. And it seems like it worked out last time around. Pushing onwards. It's Tricked Esports that need to bring things back in their favor. Start winning more rounds.
Yeah, so much information has been relayed with the player falling on highway. I like the idea of aggression, but if you're going to peek right into 4 players, there is no way that ends up working out for you. No flashbang for the support either, so comfortable kill for the terrorist side, and now they can suddenly take it by the horns. Manipulate the round. Do their own bidding. Doesn't. In the meantime, he's pushed forward, so his reaction is to capitalize on some of the aggression. They got some early info from the highway push, so it makes sense that he's pushed up forward, but they should be expecting him. Even if he finds the kill, it would be incredibly hard for him to get away unscathed. But now, Joel, he's being waited on. They're trying to find an angle through the smoke. This is so awkward to watch. Who's going to fire the first shot? Joel just needs to press mouse 1. It would certainly be a kill. There it is. First shot in the bag. Dezen unsuccessful, and now they're starting to push out on the ace side. Pleasant desperately takes down Zips. It's a 3v3, and Chazi is tucked away neatly into the office.
And he's able to find another kill, make that a follow-up as well. Oh, shuts down Kier. Down to 1v2, it's Lucky again. Deja vu all over again, and now tries to make things happen. This time going more aggressive before he gets the bomb planted. Goes for the swing, he's able to find one now, peeking for the second, doesn't quite do so. Chauzy drops through. Does he know this? Peeks away, he can hear all the commotion, he can hear the footsteps, he can see him. No time, he needs to kill. He's got the lineup, he gets it. Lucky with a clutch, wins it for Tricked.
That was down to the last few seconds. He could have even gotten away had he not tried to go up 1.6. Instead, if he tried to go for the wraparound, he would have certainly gotten the round, but Lucky instead capitalizes on the fact that Chazi goes in for a straight-up run. So unfortunate, but Lucky gets it regardless, and this round was more important for Galaxy Racer than it was for Tricked. I understand that Galaxy did secure some of a buy with the round they secured before, but Tricked have buys upon buys. At this point, they've carved out a spot where they simply won't have any trouble buying for the rest of the half. $10,000 average across the board. That means that Galaxy Racer will have to play the rest of this half economically handicapped. And look at the kill difference as well. Chazi's sitting on 12. I think he might actually be farther than anybody on the Tricked Esports squad as well, but that is simply not translating into enough rounds for the Galaxy side. As the CT side is a more favorable one, and unfortunately, I don't think Galaxy have much up their sleeve when it comes to the T.
They definitely have to show up at this point. Prime already with the first kill coming into this, and Galaxy Racer, they already find themselves at a number down. One man lesser than their opponents, and that's definitely a dent in their defense. And yet again, we kind of see the gamble being taken place over the Galaxy Racer side of things, right? We have that three-man stack towards the B bomb site, and that is something you usually don't see. But for the case of it being a pissed around, they're going to give it their all. I mean, forcing numbers rather than forcing weaponry is kind of the name of the game for Galaxy Racer this time around, but it's vital to get some kills through this. Flashes and smokes drawn out towards A, but it's a little bit of a feat. Do they read this? I think they do. They stick around, but the rotation needs to come in. Zip and Quez from above. Make clean work of it. Didn't take too long to collect them, and yeah, no, this makes it a little bit anticlimactic because Chauzy and Pleasant now are stuck away. Lucky finds the kill onto Chauzy, and it's all up to Pleasant now, which when 5 players are alive from the Galaxy Racer side with the rifles of many, it's a little bit overwhelming, don't you think?
Yeah, for sure. There's no way you're battering the economy of Tricked Esport anymore, and Galaxy, it is a tough spot to be in. In the meantime, though, you want to take control of your economy and start getting a bit interested in crypto. I mean, there's been a pretty big craze nowadays around crypto, so if you want to learn more about it, maybe even earn some money while you're simply learning about crypto, head on over to Coinbase and check out our partners.
Let's see how Galaxy Racer have been able to manage their economy, because they've been able to get another AWP buy in double AWP setup as well. This Upland has to hold this down with HE grenade thrown. That's going to delay the push just a little bit, but they still keep sticking around. They spotted them out, but I think they're doubling back from this idea. Actually heading towards the A site now. Molly down into Pop Dog, smoke off that area, though. What's interesting is that Pleasant has already pushed upon Ivy. He's got the information that that is not going to be the site of contention, but he hasn't moved away from it. He's sticking around. Disco Upland. Now, he's in a very crucial spot. He's got reinforcements for Joel as well from the back line of this. Sit or gets caught off guard. Now, does he expect a secondary player? He does not. Prime headshot found. Nice crosshair placement for him. Joel, can he make this happen? Smoke underway. Kier wins out on that trade. That is Tricked Esports yet again finding entry onto the boom site. Yet again getting the bomb planted, though. Chauzy brings things down to a more equal standpoint. Doesn't take too long. Lucky connects with a shot. Down to a 2v3 while Daddy.
Yeah, Pleasant and Dozen, they're going to have a task and a half to deal with if they want the retake, and once again, their economy will be something to consider if they want to go for it. Quickly realizing that the AWP can be used for another day. Pleasant backs off. At least this time around, the save won't be that difficult. I thought that Galaxy Racer would get that round because Disco Doppelin played it to near perfection. He gets that first kill, but instead of backing off, he overcommits, even though Joel is there to protect him from inner lower. And I don't fully agree with that decision. He can simply rely on Joel to find the shots, and even if Disco Doppelin doesn't stick to that, even if he does overcommit and die in that instance, Joel has to hit those shots. There's no denying it. If he's playing off of that highway position, he's playing in a bit of a one and done spot. As soon as he misses that, it's over for him. So some individual mistakes coming out from the Galaxy Racer side, and you can see that Tricked Esports, they immediately capitalize on that.
They immediately do indeed. Some saved rifles. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, you can see a pretty scattered economy on the Galaxy Racer side right now. With that AWP, they have this half-hearted commitment. And Joel drops the Deagle. Doesn't find much of a fight.
Yeah, Galaxy Racer, they're not finding too much on the CT side either. Prime finds himself in a prime position, pun intended. Getting himself another kill, and Zip again on the back line. He's being a little bit of a menace as well. Pins it in, Disco Doppelin, there's nothing he can do. And Tricked Esports, I think they've been the name of the game for this entire map. 9-4 now the scoreline, and being on the T side as well, I think Galaxy Racer, they're in a hell of a difficult spot.
It's as if the tables have been turned from what we saw in Overpass. This kind of dominance was being displayed by Galaxy Racer, and that's why I was sort of hypothesizing that this was too ideal of a scenario for Galaxy Racer. The way it was being carried out, it's hard to replicate it for two maps, especially not on the map that they're not that comfortable with. So, we're gonna have to see about that. Tricked Esports, on the verge of double digits. A replica of Days Gone. Dazen, though, he's done quite a bit of damage with the AUG. Zip will come out, goes for the spray down, and Joel's been tagged up heavily, so suddenly this is another round that might not go the way of Galaxy Racer, but Pleasant wants to stop it right here. He's found the frag, and he's looking for more.
He is indeed, but smokes will block his eyesight for the time being. Joel as well, he's shut out from sight. Zip jumps up, finds the kill. He was low, one bullet was required. Disco Doppelin does get the trade in the end, though. 1 minute remaining. Tricked Esports, they've got all the cards. They don't need to aggress thus far. They don't need to go for it just yet, but Disco Doppelin, do they expect him to be on site already? Or they do not. Drops forward, shot from the start. Do they expect the same angle? No. Disco Doppelin falls back from it, re-peeks again, finds the kill. That is crucial. Now reposition come in. Now reinforcements can arrive. They're lucky right now. He's got no idea where Disco Doppelin is. Coming in from above. Oh, 4x3. Can't spot him out. Disco Doppelin finds the kill. Galaxy Racer finally have another say in this half.
Yeah, if they can make it to 6, at that point, I can't count them out. Tricked Esports, they want to look for those double digits if they want to build up the momentum for map number 3, if they want to take it into a comfortable second half. Because it might look like a pretty big deficit right now, but with this round and the pistol, Galaxy Racer might just tie things up. Granted, it's still on the terrorist side for them, which will always be a bit of an uphill battle when it comes to terrain. It's still better than the spot they were in a few seconds ago. Lucky, though, he suddenly made it a lot more expensive for them. Zips, in the meantime, will receive damage in return. Here. Oh, that is faster than Joel's fingers will act. Joel will get tabbed... Joel will get picked up regardless of the fact that he's double scoped in, and suddenly the round has fallen completely apart for Galaxy Racer. Dezen, 1v4, angrily b-hopping around with a flashbang in his hands. I think that's signaling to something.
Yeah, it is. It's not definitely not looking great, and didn't quite spot out Prime in that angle either. And Tricked Esports, they should be very happy about this, right? Because their first map didn't look great. But I think they did manage to press that reset button. I think they did manage to just say, hey guys, that was map number 1. Up next is our own map pick. We know how to play train better than anyone else. Let's just show them what we know how to do. And they managed to make it work. And, well, you can manage to make it work if you get yourselves onto CS Money, where you can yourself sell your Steam waste and get skins you love. Change your look right now with the best skin trading platform. And at this point, getting right into the game, it's the pistol round which will decide how this game will turn out. Because if Trick Esports win themselves as pistol, they have a good chance of closing out the map fairly soon. Galaxy Racer, with their own pistol, they can close up the gap a little bit. But it's still, like you said earlier, a very big uphill battle for them either way.
It's been a very long time since I've casted a game where two teams dominantly close out their own map picks, because it generally just gets drawn out and the map pick ends up not mattering too much. But if I get to see Galaxy Racer dominating on their own map pick, and then Tricks do the exact same if they go for the reversal, then the decider becomes a lot more to speculate about. Then you're not sure what team is going to grind it out and win it on... what was the decider again? Can you remind me?
Okay, putting me on the spot.
Are we both stumped?
was it Dust 2? I think it was Dust 2.
I think it was Dust 2, yeah. Pretty sure it was Dust 2.
And we would be wrong because it was Inferno. So look at your top left of the screen. We're both done. We're both done. But hey, happens.
It happens.
You made me panic when you asked me. I was like, do I know? Do I know what the...
Do I know this information? Is this information currently residing in my mental hard drive? Apparently not.
Apparently not. Completely forgotten.
I still had the last game, Astralis Talent versus AGO's map picks in my mind. I just immediately reached for Dust 2 as the decider.
Same. Exactly same.
Yeah, it happens. But regardless, Trick T-Sport, I want to see how this pistol round works out for them. Very heavy investment onto Kevlar. Actually, for a second there, I thought that Quez might have picked up Kevlar as well, but it's actually two players with utility. Very fast style of play. Galaxy Racer, they try to get very aggressive, and they've gotten a 2-for-2 trade, so this is not terrible for the T side. And with the bomb control being in their favor, they can still choose to go to a different destination. Problem is, they've opted for the A site, and that's where the players are. Quez, he's revealed his cards. He's fighting from the office. Joel is tagged down heavily. So is Dezon. Now it's just a matter of picking up the pieces. Quez and Kier, they've got the HP in their favor, and Quez with the kill onto Joel, he's nearly cemented the round, and Dezon would have to go crazy if he wants to get it done. First kill for him, bomb in his hands as well, and with a minute on the clock, he can safely back off. How do they play this one? The USB, that range, of course, that does benefit here. Dezon, I think he's wise to these tricks. If he goes for a long-range battle, this won't be too favorable, but now, at least, even for long range, he's brought it down within 1 bullet health range. Bomb goes down, and it's just a mental battle now, playing around each other, a game of cat and mouse, Tom and Jerry, Roadrunner, and I'm not even sure what the other guy was called anymore, but Dezin, oh no, he's got it! He's got it in a 1 versus 2, Kier will fall, and Galaxy Racer, against all odds, they've picked up the pistol, and now things get interesting.
It is getting interesting. Pistol round going the side of Galaxy Racer, and it was a 1v2 in the end in that regard. And okay, Dezin with 3, make that 4 kills in the bag. Was that an ace? That was an ace. Dezin got all 5 players. And that's going to mean that at this point, Galaxy Racer have a better economy heading into this one. Trick Esports, they themselves will go for a little bit of force buy. Only Lucky and Prime having some money left in their bank account for the latter stages, but Joel already taking that down to 42 points of health. Galaxy Racer yet to solidify this round. It's absolutely vital they do so. 2 players are stacked up out of Ivy. Dezin taking his time. Prime just out of reach. Joel down to 14 points of health. Tagged down. Well, maybe that molly would allow them to push through. Zip. Ooh, that's a sneaky angle. They could catch a couple of people off guard from these boxes. Do they expect it? That's a little bit unorthodox. Not many players go for it nowadays. And let's see if Dezin swings out here. Prime, every so often, takes a swing out. But it's a matter of time, isn't it?
Oh yeah, now they have the Q. Dezin gotten out safely, but HP is being chipped away on the Trick Esports side. They still get a few points of damage onto Joel as a consolation prize, but this is where it gets a bit tricky. Zips and Lucky, they will eventually fall. Prime wants to do damage, but that's just him. He's the only one actually pulling the trigger on the enemies. Quez, he finds the head of Joel. Now it's a 1v2, and maybe with 2 scout headshots we can see something, but that is a rare opportunity.
Yeah, it's not often you get that sort of chance to come through, and 15 points of health, you know, he's one bullet away on any sort of weapon in any essence, and draws back from it. Knows the odds are definitely not in his favor, and he's more than happy to take a scout to the next round because he knows his team will go for the eco either way. Galaxy Racer, they themselves won't be too mad about that. It did lose quite a few players though, so still not the best performance for them, but the next round, if it's a flawless round, they should be fine to carry things onwards. But either way, little by little, Galaxy Racer may want to close up the gap.
This works out for them because Tricked had a pretty significant investment they leaned into buying up. So Galaxy Racer, they can cement their lead. And I still see some potential for a comeback from Galaxy Racer because Pleasant hasn't been stepping up. If he can suddenly log on to the server, if he can suddenly start putting up the numbers, then we can see a debate being made for a competitive game. Even now, the scoreline, it's not like it's that far, so just a little bit more contribution, that could entirely change the landscape of it. We saw how, when we were looking at AGO versus Astralis Talent, Snatchy was single-handedly to hold that thought. Disco Doppelin, oh, that's just a mess. That is a complete mowdown, annihilation. Quez with the scout rifle. What can you ask of the man? Maybe a bomb interruption? No, probably not. Probably not even.
Yeah, no, that's not going to happen anytime soon. And what more can you ask? 3 out of the 5 kills went into the hands of Pleasant, who he himself had a Mac 10 at hand. So that's ka-ching in his eyes, you know? The dollar sign signing up like a cartoon.
I just talked about Pleasant not really having many kills, so he's like, you know what, take that, I'll double it. Still not something to write home about because it's went from 3 to 6, but I want to see that being doubled once more.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a bad ordeal, but I mean, by all means, Galaxy Racer don't really line up Pleasant for success. They rather want to get Joel on that AWP with those frags, or even allow other players like Shorzy, Disco Doppelin, Dezen as well to get on site and stuff. But as a supportive player, you can't really get those frags many of the time. But yeah, it would be nice to see all these guys perform a little bit better. And Disco Doppelin dropping from the get-go. He's on a little bit of a pickle, pushing towards Pop Dog here, there, and waiting, mowing them down. Tricked Esports, destroying them. But it's Joel now bringing things back in their favor. Dezen as well, chiming in for one, a little bit more doable for them, but need to gain access to one of the sites. Right now, they're a little bit stranded. And bomb to be collected, they still have options available. But do they expect they're still going to stick around for that A site? I think they do, but they're circulating from multiple angles. Can he find the shot? Prime, what a swing. Getting a kill onto Joel, meaning that Dezen finds himself in a 1 versus 3. This doesn't favor him at all, and as soon as he peeks out on Prime's position, he should be a dead man. Bomb at hand, 34 seconds remaining. Quez is there and waiting, and that is Tricked Esports finally on the board on this half.
Dezen's already picked up a clutch in the form of an ace in the pistol, so what more could you have asked for him? 11-8, still a bit better for Galaxy Racer than it was for Tricked Esport, but in the meantime, if you do want to check out our partners, you can check out Red Magic, who offer the world's smoothest smartphone, 165 Hz refresh rate, solid processor, all the essentials for mobile gaming. You can go ahead and check them out. Look at this. Ooh, nice start from Lucky. Putting Shawzy in the grave means that Tricked can go for a little bit more passivity.
So they're on the back foot, not only in round scores, but as well in numbers right now, losing out in that first trade. They're up against the wall, really. If they lose this round, they're down, crumbling economically. Dezen, though, he peeks forwards, desperate to put his team up ahead, and he's successful in getting a kill on that point. Pleasant as well from Pop Dog. They've got control of this A site from multiple different angles. They'll be able to swing through, but Kier there and waiting, connecting onto one, but they don't simultaneously push forwards, which could be dreadful for them. Rotations coming in. Joel unspotted so far with a cross through. Pleasant waiting for Kier to peek through. It's a battle of patience. Joel coming in. Peekaboo. Hello. Goodbye. Pleasant says the same to Kier. And all of a sudden, that's going to be the bomb point for Galaxy Racer.
Yeah, that was nearly set up by Lucky the way he got that initial frag. That passivity doesn't pay off for the Galaxy Racer side, and now they're losing players further. Lucky has fallen. Quez is the last man standing with an AUG in his hand, so this is not a retelling of the overpass tail. We thought that was how it might go after the first half, but suddenly Galaxy Racer have positioned themselves in a way where they can also take control of the economy and completely shut Trick down. Granted, they're still not in the all-powerful $10,000 range just yet. They're still very close to having emptied out their bank accounts, but just 2 rounds in a row, if they can get to that 11-11 mark, after that, Trick will have very few chances to make it work. Quez, he's got an AK, he's got 5,000, but because of the way everybody else's money is right now, they're going to have to go for half buys and maybe set it up for the hero AK.
Oi, oi, oi. Trick Esports. Okay, they're not really present that much this round, this half. Yet to find their footing on the CT side, but this is a valuable prospect here for Galaxy Racer. Knowing that this map should have been out of their hands already, being able to contest so far, they're still in this. And the 2-0 could still be on the line, pushing onwards. Oh, how did he connect that shot? That was a wide swing coming from Joel. Nice little jump boost coming forwards, and that's going to give Galaxy Racer again the numbers. Zip has to fall back. Molly right in front of him. Doesn't want to burn his feet down. He needs them. And pushing onwards as well. Prime can't do much out of it. Dezen there and waiting. Pleasant was out on his trade onto Zip. Yes, it was traded through. Yes, 1 kill went to the Trick side of things. But they haven't found much else after that. Slowly, they will realize that the last 2 players are hiding towards this A site. They've got the delicacy of going towards that B-bomb site.
Yeah, and if this AK also exits the hands of Quez, this further makes their economical position weaker. The question is whether or not he eventually gets hunted out, though. The way they're set up makes sure that Quez will be spotted out eventually. Ooh, nice one tap, although it might be meaningless if they can get the bomb down, but with Kier out of the equation, this becomes a 1 versus 3. He'd have to go crazy, and that is not something he has on his schedule right now. That calendar has been shut. He is logged out, and he just wants to save that AK-47. Does he get picked up by Joel? The AWP on the other end, this would be too expensive if Joel... Oh no. Oh no. No, no, no.
Come on, pull the trigger. This is agonizing.
No, let's just I think we're gonna have to let this one play out.
I think he's fallen in love with Joel. Look at him.
Oh yeah. I mean, who
staring him right through the eyes?
Who wouldn't? He's a stellar opper.
He is.
Is he gonna kill him after the timer? Oh no, it's too much comfort.
That is massive.
It's brutal. It's cold. He watches him like a hawk for 20 seconds, or not even 20. I think even more than that.
Looking at his victim before he pulls a trigger.
For a solid 30 seconds, man. I like how Tricked Esport are down a map and Quez is still having fun with it. He's like, yeah, you know what? I'm still in my prime. I'm still making it work. I still have some swagger to go with it.
Flash Show Knight from the get-go this time around. They've got weapons to work with. Trick Esports, though, they fall down to nades. Dezen chimes in for another. So as soon as he thought Trick Esports had a chance to get back into the driving seat, they get denied. No, back to the back you go. Back of the bus. Where the cool kids go, but at the same time, it's where most of the people feel sick when they're in buses. So go ahead, enjoy it.
I can relate.
Especially on twisty roads, man.
Oh, yeah. And where I'm from, the roads aren't really amazing, I'll be honest. So I've had a few too many bumpy bus rides, and it seems like Tricked Esport, they're in the same scenario. Oh, if they recover this, that would be brutal for Galaxy Racer, but suddenly, they're contenders for a 2-0. Blessin', oh, the lineup is perfect. He's got his crosshair placement on point, and that just leaves Lucky and Quez. These players are getting so close to perfection the way they're playing this out. Lucky wants to run away with that op. Look at the money on Tricked right now. It is leaving their hands at a very rapid pace. Back to that awkward 3,500 mark with a couple of players being on 5k. They will still be able to buy up an op, but it's a decision that must be made. Do they go for this? Do they double down? Probably not.
Yeah, that is the question, right? It does look like they won't. It does look like they will only go for the Deagle investment. And I mean, it's something that can work with. We've seen Trick perform with Deagles before. We know how insane these guys can be with them. The Danes of Tricked Esports can definitely perform when it comes to it, but at the same time, it's a difficult prospect. They do gamble onto the A site though, and it might be a good idea since Galaxy Racer are lining up towards that side of things, but they are taking a slow out approach. Even though the bomb does get taken back to the depths of it, if Tricked Esports do push aggressive, they won't be able to spot it out. But no trades have come through, and the rotation back to the B site has come out from Tricked Esports. Somali as well. It's a battle of information, and so far Galaxy Racer aren't giving anything to Tricked Esports.
Ooh, Plessin. That's a shot to your head that you're not recovering from, but at least Jazzy will be there for vengeance. 1-for-1 trade. And Lucky's getting incredibly aggressive. Jazzy takes too much time fiddling around with his weaponry. And at that point, Tricked have taken advantage of it. Dezen quickly tries to chime in for the recovery, but I don't think he'll be allowed that opportunity anymore. Lucky recognizes that he has a spot here. Quez quickly there for the 1-2 punch. Joel and Disco Doppelin still, they have the better weaponry. Do they make it work? Good the timer as well.
And if you remember correctly, Tricked Esports started this with just mere Deagles. Now they're ahead in numbers. Kier, he's low. He's 1 point away from death. He's barely standing, but Zip, he's just standing through. He got finish off the kill. That is going to be deadly for them. That is going to be costly. Quez, 1v2. And do they know where he is? They sort of line up. He gets them both!
That was such a roller coaster of a round after missing the couple Deagle shots. At the end of the day, Tricked Esports, they still come out on top. Galaxy Racer out of the fire into the frying pan, it seems. Once again, Tricked Esports, they've somehow inched past with the lead. Lucky and Prime, both on an AWP, so that will be a very tricky prospect to deal with. Dezen, no primary weapon on him. He'll just be sticking to that pocket AK. Not even a pocket AK, the pocket AWP. Should be a good nade.
From the previous round, my man. I mean, it started off with a Deagle round for Tricked Esports, then it just looked like it was in favor of Galaxy Racer all of a sudden, and then Uno reverse card, Quez comes up with a double.
It's okay, my man. You can chill out for a bit.
Yeah, good thing too, because they've slowed things down a bit, right? I mean, slowing an open out approach yet again. Multiple standards towards Ivy. Yeah, go ahead.
Tricked have a pretty standard approach to A. They just have that triangle setup going on where they have a bit of... And they have one player mostly focused on Pop Dog, one on main, and then one playing from the back in a way where he can still spot out Ivy. But that leaves CT somewhat exposed. The problem is, though, they don't have to worry about it right now. Galaxy Racer, they lose the first player to Prime. That double op setup, of course, comes into play with having an additional angle to check out with a flashbang. As soon as they dry peek into it, Prime is happy to take advantage.
25 seconds remaining. Timing is all up to Galaxy Racer. They need to use their last piece of view to get themselves on site. They can't use it for the latter stages of it. They are at the latter stages of it.
Oh yeah, with only 15 seconds on the clock, no reaction has come through.
They're not going
at
for
this
it.
point, I think they've realized it. I think they realize that if they end up losing, it's an eco round in the next round anyway, so they'll just stick on to all of their weaponry. What is that? You take too long and you're like, you know what? Whatever. We're good. We lost a player. We're not going for the 4v5. Galaxy Racer, they've... Is there a chance that maybe one of their players timed out, so at that point 3v5 wasn't worth it?
Yeah, it might not have been worth it at that point. Yeah, but the investment isn't going to look great from Galaxy Racer, at least where needs are involved, it's they're going to be lacking a weapon as well. Tricked Esport, they're doing a very good job staying up ahead right now. They could easily shut it down, and even if they lose this one out as well, Galaxy Racer, again, they'll be in trouble. Yes, they'll have more loss bonus flowing through their economy, but that won't be enough. They need this win desperately.
This is such a tricky affair for either side. Tricked Esport, of course, are going to lose out, but Galaxy Racer as well. They've put in such a valiant effort. They've brought it down so close. But will they choke on the closeout? At some point we saw the tie-up, but Tricked Esport, they've upset with just Eagles. This should have been a leisurely stroll to an advantage, but Galaxy Racer haven't been allowed it. Most of their focus is towards B, and with the bomb being postured the way it is, it seems like it will eventually be a B pincer where one player comes in from Ivy while the rest just try to cook something up directly on B, but double op setup will make it incredibly hard to get onto either site.
Running up towards the B-bomb site, pushing on forwards, flash drawn out, and they are going to follow through. Dezen with the first frag, beautifully done. Deagle shot to make it happen. Galaxy Racer onto the B-bomb site, plant to follow through as well. Nicely done, nicely taken, but now need to put themselves in a position to take themselves a site. But with the smoke follow through, with Joe holding down the line, there's not much they can do, but they can hold it down from where they stand. Lucky, one by one, they may want to fall, but they've got 3 players to work with. Coming in from the back line as well, Zip may look to be a menace, but Kier for the time being made sure the AWP potentially find a player from long distance, but otherwise fall back. Reconsider this, go for the next round.
Yeah, this is problematic if they don't get the guns out of the hands of the CTs, because they have weaponry, and then they have also money built up on Lucky and Quez, 5,000 and 7,800. That is nothing to scoff at. You can't keep giving them so many gun rounds. So although Galaxy Racer end up winning the round, it might be a Pyrrhic victory because it will eventually bleed them out. You have to play against at least 2 more gun rounds, I would say.
Well, change your look right now with the best skin trading platform on CS.money.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going to talk about gun rounds, can we really talk about gun rounds without talking about the skins that go on gun rounds? Absolutely not. If you want some of the cool skins from the new cases, if you want to update your inventory, if you want to trade in your old trashy skins for some new flashy ones, go ahead and check out our partner CS Money.
I've seen quite a few crazy skins so far in this matchup.
Especially the purple gloves, man. I am a sucker for those.
Yeah, I like those too. Pretty nice. But back to the game, though. This is a very close affair, isn't it? I mean, Galaxy Racer just got themselves a win, but they're only 1 round away from their opponents. They're doing a stellar job here on the T side. And even though Tricked Esports may have more util than their opponents, or in general seem to have better weaponry due to having that secondary AWP into the hands of Prime, still, this is going to be a very close affair. Kier aggressing with an HE grenade will try and do some damage, but the matter of the game is that Dezen wins out on the first frag already. Spray through from outside, equally on the scoreboard with 4 players beside. Joel will bounce back with his own AWP shot. Lucky as well. One after the other, kills are getting traded out left and right throughout the entirety of the map.
Yeah, this is as equal as it can be, but this doesn't really spell good news for the CT side, because in a 3v3, the Ts are heavily favored, especially with the way they're posturing themselves right now. 2 players already coming into Highway, and the bomb will be joining them soon, so Quez will be left all to his lonesome to try to defend this bomb site. Utility now starting to roll out. Quez has to just wait for reinforcements because there's no way he will be stopping them anytime soon. A Molotov will eventually go out, so he doesn't have to commit just yet, but they've actually managed to throw out the entire fake. They're rotating in from ladder now, and Kier will be the only man that can potentially stop them, and even his angle might be mollied and smoked out. Pushing right in, he pushes past the molly, finds the shot, even a collateral, and this is going to be a very tough 2v3.
It is indeed. Not looking great for either of the teams. It's going to be very close. Tricked Esports under pressure, but they've got more players. Mollied out, Kier needs to draw back for the time being, but double AWP setup on the retake as well. Bless him, what a swing. Turns right around in time. Equal in numbers now. Chauzy, this is massive. Look to your right. He gets it. That's the equalizer now for Chauzy and his team. Galaxy Racer, they find themselves the 13th.
That was all down to Chauzy. As soon as he got into that position right next to the 1.6 bomb train, we knew. they're not getting past without a scratch. Is that a tactical timeout from Galaxy Racer?
Oof. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it was. I mean, yeah, they're using up all of their tactical timeouts. That's their last one, right? So there better be a good reason in this, and I think they want to make sure that they win this next round because it's crucial, right? Because Tricked Esports, they won't be fully investing in this. But getting a solid round would put Galaxy Racer up on the lead in the scoreboard at least.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen how the first map played out. Tricked was absolutely annihilated. And Galaxy Racer, they've shown up incredibly well on their opponent's map pick, but can they close it out? They've gotten the advantage now. Money. Much better than the CT side. But Zips, look at that. Oh no, the aggression hasn't paid off. Chauzy is ready for it. He's still watching short ladder through the corner of his eye, and now Disco Doppelin just needs to pad his stats. Not going to be the case. Prime, his Desert Eagle is at the ready. And he's going to make it work, but it is a 3 versus 3 with a couple guns recovered, so it's not out of the question. Tricked with an AK and an op. Do they get this?
Like you said, it's not off the cards just yet. Open AK Prime could do quite a bit of damage with that, but look at the lineup there from Chauzy pushing through. He'll be able to find a headshot onto Lucky as well. Prime falls out of it. He's changed his mind, and so has Kier. They've got 2 rifles to take to the next round, so that is, by all means, not the end of this. A little bit expensive on the side of Galaxy Racer, but they take the win, and that's what's most important. And they've got plenty of funds to get themselves another win. But little by little, if Tricked Esports do chip away at Galaxy Racer, at some point, it will be hard for Galaxy Racer to buy up.
This is such a crossroads for either team. Once again, we see an incredibly important round. 14-13, Galaxy Racer. They've gotten themselves the lead once again, so roller coaster of a game, back and forth stuff. And with this round, one of the teams will be guaranteeing themselves the win. Oh, actually, never mind, because I initially thought that maybe they would have to have a fully blown out investment for Tricked Esports to have money. But the way this is looking, Lucky and Quez should be able to save up just enough weaponry that they can still buy up something in the next round. They can still have some pocket change to go for. So this is one of those games that are very competitive up until the very last few moments. Tricked Esports, though. Lots of pressure on them. Losing this would mean that they're knocked down to the loser bracket.
Very essential round here for both of the teams. Galaxy Racer getting the win here would mean they get themselves to that 15th round mark. Would be on series points, and Tricked Esports would be under immense amounts of pressure. Same could be said about Tricked Esports. Getting a win here would find the equalizer and putting confidence back in the board. Galaxy Racer, I mean, bring things back right now. They're in the lead, and they haven't been in the lead for quite some time in this map, at least. Pushing through towards the B site. Are they ready for this? Chauzy first to lead the charge, finding the first frag, coming into this Lucky from the back line with the AWP. He gets a kill of his own, but now with a flash coming out, allows the rotations to come in as well. Bomb planted, Pleasant kill. Joel getting another one onto Lucky. Down to not many players. Kiel by himself, sprayed onto Pleasant, barely surviving through it, but Kier, there's nothing he can do.
Oh, that is dangerous from Galaxy Racer. Even with this loss bonus, this next round will just be a bunch of chains that they have to deal with. Solid entries from the Galaxy Racer side, and they've tucked Tricked Esports in bed. Some of the pizzazz that came out from Quez. Don't think he should have been too confident about that. Tricked Esports, at some point, they actually looked like they were certain to win Train. But now I think that image of a CT dead next to a bunch of fires was a bit symbolic in a way, wasn't it?
It was. Oof. Bad to a Chris. Tricked Esports. This is their own map pick. They should be winning this.
For sure. See how this plays out, though. Double op setup for Zips and Lucky. They've even got an armor, so with that max loss bonus, they sacrifice a bit of utility, but at least they've got the guns blazing. Lucky. Aggression doesn't pay off because he has to get away with more than just a scratch. Loses half of his HP to a nade.
Holding down the line, Zip, trying to make it happen. This goes up on damage down to 24 points of health. Still alive, to tell the tale, to say the least. But let's see if Fakir can hold on this time around. Yes, he makes it happen. We've seen him hold true for 2 kills in a row, but it's only going to have to do with 1. 4 versus 4. And they take a little bit of a breather before they start pushing out again, start fighting and exchanging bullets. Getting approaching that 1 minute mark, and the rotations are coming in towards that B bomb site. Esports, I think they've read this, right? I mean, you can see Quez already from heaven. You also see the likes of Lucky with the AWP holding down their main entry. But is it going to be fast enough? Flash is thrown as they start to push through towards heaven. Smoke to allow them to come across the site without being spotted. But until they drop, Quez won't be able to do it. The timing is perfect. Quez not holding it out already on site. Desmond getting the kill onto Prime. Galaxy Racer, they could close things right here, right now. And Shorzy closes up the gap, slowly pushing forwards there and waiting, spotting him out. Desco Upland spots him out, gives the information to Shorzy to close him out. Joel as well. Lucky can't do anything. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. Galaxy Racer 2-0 in the series. Knockdown Trick Esports 2, the losers matchup, as Galaxy Racer get to qualify themselves to that winners matchup to play against Argo in the upcoming series.
What was that we just watched? Galaxy Racer, sure, they had an insane overpass. Yes, we were willing to let that out of the bag, but never would I have expected that Galaxy Racer would come up with a 2-0. I said it in the pregame. I've taken a big fat L. There's no way I can get away with a prediction that wrong. But 2-0 for Galaxy Racer, that is crazy stuff. Tricked Esports falling in a fashion that we simply could not anticipate. Incredible Counter-Strike being played by Galaxy Racer, especially on that comeback.
Yeah, I think it's, first of all, yeah, good job, Galaxy Racer. You did a splendid job here in the first best of 3. But at the same time, you kind of feel like something was lacking from the Trick side, right? I mean, this was their map pick, and they did have a good lead on it, and just everything that came out from Trick seemed a little bit out of character. They didn't seem like they were playing up to par or up to what they used to be playing, and the level of play for them wasn't quite there. You could visibly see that mentally they weren't there either. They weren't quite resilient in holding it through, and even on the cams you could see that they were stressed. They were very stressed. I'm not quite sure what went wrong in that aspect, but you know, games like that happen, and hopefully they'll be able to reset tomorrow to play against Astralis Talent to see if they can bring out a better matchup on that regard. But Galaxy Racer will be qualifying onto the winners matchup, having that 1 win in the bag, which means that in the winners matchup, the best of 3 that will come in right ahead, it is the winner of that will instantly qualify to that knockout stage of Blast Rising. But I believe we will be having an interview in a short bit, seeing one of the victors in this matchup. But Wild Daily, what was your takeaway from this best of 3? It was 2 maps, it wasn't even a third, but what do you think is the main takeaway?
Scratch takeaways. I mean, lesson learned for me at least. Probably not to underestimate Galaxy Racer, because they put up an incredibly strong showing. That was flawless Counter-Strike throughout. I still maintain the idea that maybe Overpass went a little bit too well with everything aligning, but even when it didn't, Galaxy Racer showed us that they had the mental fortitude for something like a comeback. 10-5 from the Tricked Esports side, I believe, was the scoreline at the end of the half. And at that point, you're on your opponent's map pick, you're playing against a 10-5, and you know that you've basically brought it down to map number 3. But if you're able to shut a team like Trick down before it even gets to that, that is heartbreaking for the enemy team, and that is a complete domination. 2-0, what a showing.
Yeah, the Swedes take it over the Danes, and we talked about this pre-game as well, right? It's the fights of the times, right? It's a Scandinavian fight of Sweden versus Denmark, and it's Sweden to come out on top today. It's Galaxy Racers to take it over Trident's Tricked. I changed their name all of a sudden, completely different. But it looks like we'll have Disco Doppler for an interview later on, so it'll be interesting to see that man ask that man a few questions, because they had a solid performance, right? I mean, not only he's the in-game leader for his team, but also at the same time, he had some moments of excellence, a few clutches here and there, but also got himself some early frags in many of those situations. So, yeah, no, I think all around, I think Galaxy Racer had a splendid performance, and it looked like they were very coherent with their plays. They played very well around each other, and their rotations were up to par.
Oh yeah, for sure. Everything seemed to work out for them. Rotations, individual duels, team play. There were a few things that left much to be desired on Train, especially in the first half from Galaxy Racer's side, but they quickly recovered for that, especially on their T side. And that's a bit unorthodox, because you would generally expect the better performance to come out on the CT side. But if they can make it work, they can make it work. What can we even say about that? And man, I do want to mention one thing. Joel, I don't think he was really playing that incredible star opera role, but he was always filling in the shoes where they felt a bit too roomy.
Yeah, it seemed like he was a jack of all trades in many of those situations, right? He did carry through the AK a few times. He was the entry fragger a couple of times as well, as I noticed. So he kind of slipped into the shoes of what was required in a lot of the situations. So that's very interesting to see. Especially when you've got a young player like him. He's 16 years old, so being able to be resilient like that is just an amazing prospect to see. But we'll be heading right into an interview with Disco Doppler himself. So first of all, Disco Doppler, I'd like to welcome you to the broadcast. How are you doing, man, and how are you feeling after your win?
Thank you. I'm feeling fine. Should have never been so close on Train, but a win is a win.
Ooh, it's interesting that you say that it should never be that close on Train, as it was your opponent's map pick. But seeing that you were so confident, what was your mindset heading into that map number 2 after you had such a dominant map number 1? And what did go wrong, seeing that it did get a little bit more close than you would have liked?
We had some problems with their contact plays, especially when they went out team main early, and we committed 4 outside, and they started to just contact inside when I was alone. So we had a bit of a problem with that, but at least we got a few rounds, and we knew our T side would just destroy them.
Yeah, that T side was just incredible by Galaxy Racer. Now, I do want to ask something. This is something that we were discussing in the pregame, and we're a little curious about. There weren't really many officials from Galaxy Racer on Train, so of course it came as a shock to both Pavlos and I that this shouldn't have come that close, as you said just now. So did you have a lot of practice going into a map like Train?
Yeah, we've been practicing it recently a lot, since we wanted to have a full map pool, so we could pick anything against any team. But it's never been our main pick, but we just play it in case another team doesn't play it, so we have an advantage in the veto.
Yeah. Okay, so would you say that it worked out in your favor that they end up picking Train, because that's something you're already seasoned on?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, so one final question. You starting to practice Train. How do you feel about the recent announcements from Valve not having Train as in the competitive pool anymore? What do you think about that?
I think it's good with new things. I just hope that before we start playing Ancient, they will remake the map like they do on every other map. Because right now you can't even throw flashes on the A site on that map. So.
yeah,
it's
fair
gonna be
enough.
Interesting.
That's tough. That is tough.
But thank you very much, Disco Doppler, for joining us in the interview. Is there any final words you would like to say to your fans or anybody watching at home before we head on to a break?
Yeah, thank you for watching, and hopefully AGO won't pick Train.
All right. Thank you very much, Disco Doppler. Amazing seeing you today. You performed very, very well, and congratulations to the entire team. But Yeah, thank you very much. And that's going to be it for us on the desk as well for the time being. Third matchup to come through. It is going to be Disco Doppler together with Galaxy Racer to play later on as well. This is going to be the winners matchup to play against Argo. And that's going to be an interesting affair. Before we enter into a break again, well, Deity, do you have any final words to talk about potentially what the upcoming matchup is going to look like, or any closing remarks on the previous matches we've seen today?
Man, Argo, they looked like they had pretty incredible form, especially some of the AWP plays that we saw coming out. And with Galaxy Racer looking this confident throughout their entire map pool, especially on something like Overpass, I'm really excited to see these two teams butt heads.
Oh, absolutely. The same could be said for me, right? I'm so looking forward to these guys coming up against each other, the Poles versus the Swedes. Let's see how that turns out. But for now, we're going to head into a little bit of a break until we get to rest ourselves. The same could be said about players. Let these guys chill out a bit before we head into the game. But we'll be back soon, so make sure you're here until that happens.
Raised well, genetic holy grail. Always had friends in class, never got picked last. Still I feel like an outcast. I traveled down south, the callers freaked me out. Thing or two before I came unglued. Now my graphic days are gone too. I tread the line of worlds that won't intertwine. Inside of circles that don't quite align, please tread the line with me. I listen to the reborn, but sympathize with the scorn. I don't know which is worse, but from the back of the hearse, they both seem to put life first. I tread the line
yours wasn't pretty, mine wasn't fine. But when our ways lived our lives over the hill, I passed you by. Don't kill me now.
Dying tree fantasy, come talk to me. How did you get this way? I never thought I'd see the day. I tried so hard to bring you back. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. You're not Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. Well, I'm just a man, flesh and blood. All I need is real love. Your ticket price is too damn high. I don't play with guns, 'cause bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. Bullet holes still remain. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. That don't mean I've changed. I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. This isn't what we wanted. We never thought that it would come to this. And I'm just gonna say it, I'll say it. You never really knew me. Stop pretending that you wanted to. you wanted to. apart instead. Don't know what to say now, I'll get my eyesight checked. But I can listen while I'm wishing, staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. They don't seem so far. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bound to hit our groove. I'm closing chapters, looking backwards, and I'm making sense. I'm interested in all that flourishes from ignorance. Nothing in my way now, except for my own years. The world is spinning and I'm dizzy, staring at the stars. They don't seem so far. They don't seem so far. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bound to hit our groove. I'm getting older and we feel a little colder. The world is trying to get us to trip, fall, roll over. But there is more to prove. These mountains, they can move. Sit tight, buckle up, we bound to hit our groove. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. It's hard to know what is real, gotta follow what you feel. Running in a go, but have a pocket full of zeal. We keep the motor humming, doesn't matter what you steal. Just a couple music chefs trying to cook our next meal. Playing all these bars, little stranger than Mars, and accumulating scars, driving hours in the car. The future is ours, I can tell by the stars. They don't seem so. When I saw you downtown, I started acting like a clown, just to see if you would notice me and maybe get you to laugh. I did get some attention from the girl right next to you. Then all my friends saw me fleeing for my life. Steam love. I gotta run, run, run. I gotta
case. Play it safe. Your mistakes, let them all go. Your broken dreams, your high hopes. Love, so delicate. Life is sometimes strange. Sometimes it takes a big rain to feel the sun again. Sometimes it takes a big rain. Sometimes it takes a big rain. Fill your ears with a conscious silence. Fill your heart with a sound. Fill your ears with a conscious silence. Fill your heart with a sound. With a sound. Your pain, let it all go. Your chance, your every low. You made it through another day. You're surely on your way. Just put your guitar down, down, and it's okay.
this mountain. Oh, stay right beside me. Watch me climb, watch me climb, watch me. Ain't nobody here to guide me. How am I to cross this river? Oh, stay right beside me. Watch me cross, watch me cross, watch me. Just watch me.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the final matchup of the day, the final best of 3 series. It's going to be the winners matchup to be brought underway. Early on today, we had the matches of Argo versus Astralis Talent, as well as Tricked Esports versus the one and only Galaxy Racer. And the victors of the two were Argo and Galaxy Racer, which will be the teams that we'll be looking at right now. My name is x-kom. Together by that beautiful man by my side is Wild Deity. We'll be bringing you the action onwards. And yeah, you are beautiful, man. You are beautiful.
Oh, thank you. But you know what? We gotta focus on the lineups for today. Argo versus Galaxy Racer. Galaxy Racer have put up a performance that we simply did not expect. To shut down Tricked in that fashion, for anybody that is tuning in late, if you want a quick recap, it was a complete bloodbath is all I can say. Tricked did not get a chance to fight back on the first map. They did look like that maybe they close out Train, but no cigar whatsoever. Argo, on the other hand, that was a pretty one-sided affair. Astralis Talent, kind of a similar story, actually, if you look at the second map. But at the end of the day, Argo, they looked pretty dominant. They showed us a pretty decisive victory, and this is where we want to see Argo versus Galaxy Racer. Now, before I hand over the metaphorical mic to you, X-Warrior, I want to talk about one of the cornerstones that the team was relying on the Argo side, which was Snatchy. And the thing I'm worried about is that kind of form going to hold up this late into the day?
Well, we're going to have to wait and see about that, right? Because we also had him on the interview, and he looked very comfortable, and he was very happy with his performance. So I reckon the spirits are still high. The thing is the focus going to be there for them? They had a little bit of a break, right? They had a few hours to relax. They had 2 or 3 hours to kind of sit back and calm down a bit. But for the side of Galaxy Racers, they only had approximately 30, 40 minutes to calm down their nerves and try and get into the mindset of they have to play another best of 3 series. But I reckon if they play at this level, this Proto squad has been around this level for quite some time. I reckon Snatchy, he's there and waiting. There are days these teams have to play 2, 3, 4 best of 3s in a day for different tournaments. So he better be ready for it, and he better be able to deliver, because everybody will be looking at him today. He had such an amazing performance, over 30 kills. Was it 37 at some point on that
37.
First map? Insane, absolutely insane. And that means that's yeah, we're in for a treat, man. I don't know if it's going to be so dominant. It's going to be so dual dominant like the first map was. I don't know if it's going to be a strategical standpoint like the second matchup was. I think it's going to be a little bit of a blunder of the two, as the teams that were playing earlier were of a completely different structure. So heading into this one, I think we're in for a treat, and I'm definitely sure that these two teams will not disappoint in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. For the way Argo played, the way they had Snatchy going absolutely nuts, and Galaxy Racer also showing signs of brilliance all across the team, this is anybody's game. But you know what? We can speculate a lot about things like, okay, will Argo have time? Maybe Argo had time to freshen up, or we can even say that on the flip side of the coin, Galaxy Racer, they just played a game, so they'd be warmed up. So, you know, there's like several different ways to cut the cake. But what we can really focus on are the clear yardsticks, the clear indicators of what team might take it to the next level. Now, Argo, on paper, they are the better team. Let's be honest. They've gotten themselves that higher ranking. They've consistently beat out some of the better teams, but there are still some things that go the way of Galaxy Racer. So a win against Lingby Vikings in a 2-1 fashion is a lot better for Galaxy Racer than it looks for Argo, because they actually ended up losing 2-0. Similar stuff for the teams like LDLC, teams like SJ. Galaxy Racer, they've definitely been punching around in their weight class and coming out with several different wins.
Absolutely. And looking at the map pool right now, we're heading into Inferno for the first map to come through. Galaxy Racer will be picking that up. Mirage. We haven't seen Mirage at all today, and us two to be the decider. Now, I like these matchups. Inferno, we haven't seen that either. So we've got a few maps that we'll be looking into for the first time. You're getting the whole lot, man. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be absolutely amazing. And starting things off, I'd like to say from the start that Argo picking into Mirage, it is a fairly comfortable map, and we actually see the overpass ban to come out from them, even though it looked a little bit shaky from the Argo side playing against the Astralis Talent. They're going to ban it either way. It's actually Argo to ban it out. That makes a little bit more sense on that regard, especially seeing how Galaxy Racer themselves don't mind playing overpass that much either. But yeah, how do you feel about this best of 3 series, and how do you feel this map is going to go? Because I still see that's going to be a little bit of a close affair, seeing that we've got the trifecta, the main 3 maps of Counter-Strike.
Yeah, so quickly, let's talk about Inferno a little bit. Inferno, pretty good matchup for Ago, of course, but at the same time, it's not particularly the best for Galaxy Racer. They've picked it, which is a little bit concerning, but I want to refer to that previous interview. The interview we had with Disco Doppelin. He talked us through the mentality going into it, and even though Galaxy Racer didn't really have much going on Train, they still, the way Doppelin put it, they still had a lot of practice going into it. They wanted that complete map pool, so their statistics on HLTV or their lineups or their matches against these previous teams, they're not exactly clear indicators of what we should expect. Now, on the flip side of things, Ago, they've picked up Mirage, and honestly, that is anybody's game. If a pro team tells me that they don't know how to play Mirage or if they haven't practiced for it, come on. That map is as old as time now. Everybody knows how to play Mirage. It does get a little bit puggy because everything's been tried and tested and run to the ground. It's been sanded down with sandpaper and whatnot. If you've ever walked into a Faceit game and asked for smokes on Mirage, that will still never happen for some reason, even though people have been playing that map for 6 years, but you get my point. It shouldn't be the case in the pro scene. But you know what? Maybe you should talk me through Dust 2.
Yeah, Dust 2 does get into an interesting affair because that's where the gun duels come in. And for the final map of the entire day, it kind of feels like which team is better paced throughout the game that will actually perform, right? If they still have resilience through the entire day, through the best of 3 series they played area, but also through the matchup, if it does come through the decider, Dust 2 will kind of only be decided by which team can aim the best in a sense, really. There's not much to it. It's just the bread and butter of Counter-Strike. And my man, I think we're in for a treat. It's a question if we actually come to Dust 2. I mean, like Mirage, I'd say Dust 2 very similarly is one of the maps that a lot of teams play. Most of them should know how to play as well. I'd say that, yes, Argo are on the equal side of things. They do like to play it, but it's the bread and butter. Let's just say that. Dust 2 is Dust 2 and always will be. And yeah, no, starting things off, I reckon Galaxy Racer winning off Inferno would be a good point for them at the start. It's not going to be easy feat. Argo themselves play it as well, so that's going to be interesting. Mirage heading into it as well will be puggy, as you said, and it will be a close affair. So looking at the whole series, I think we're in for a very close best of 3.
Yeah, and honestly, I love this kind of change of pace. Compared to the maps we've casted already, looking at that holy trifecta, Mirage, Inferno, Dust 2, that's what I wanted to see. You know what? We've casted a Nuke today. We've talked about Vertigo, Overpass, Train. So those aren't really the Faceit maps, are they? They aren't really the matchmaking maps, are they? So you know what? It's for a change. It's really nice to get into that final game of the day with as puggy as the affair can be. Maybe with the exception of Inferno, because there's quite a bit of thinking that goes into it. But Dust 2 and Mirage, that's going to be about to watch. And who's taking it? I don't know. I'm not gonna put my chips on anyone, because previously when I put my chips on Galaxy Racer, I was kicked out of the metaphorical casino for being so wrong.
Yeah, no, that second matchup was a little bit closer than anticipated. No, we thought it was going to be close, but Galaxy Racer just slapped us like that. It was like, no, we're going to win this game.
Yeah,
and
no, it's not even the confidence
coming out from Disco Doppelin as well, saying, oh, Train shouldn't have been that close. We should have won it. Well, it was their opponent's map pick. Well, it was Tricked Esports, probably one of their best maps, right? So there's a lot of confidence in the Swedish side, and I wonder if they will carry that confidence on against the Poles.
Yeah, the way Doppelin put it, I could feel this aura of everybody on the Galaxy Racer side dabbing as he gave the interview. So there was just something very threatening about it. And at that point, I'm not sure if Ago are equipped to deal with the dabs.
Oof, well, let's see. Maybe they can throw another meme at them. We'll have to wait and see in that regard. And it'll be interesting to see as well, Inferno to be the first map. It's one of those maps that you hate to play, but you love to watch. That's kind of my idea into it, like, because it's got so many interesting rotations. You have to play that CT side, like, crisp rotations from the CT side, because they're so long. There's such a big distance to it. So faking is a massive essence on that Inferno side of things. So I've never been good at it, but I love to see the pros get at it. And well, Daddy, what are you looking forward to most in this matchup?
Really putting me on the spot there like that. Just have the full beam. I mean, I've already got 2 ring lights burning my retinas, but you know what? You're gonna go ahead and put a third lighthouse directed towards me. But what I'm gonna say is, I want to see how these teams play their CT sides. I'm gonna lean into something that you said, because it's been so tried and tested the way teams approach the CT side. It's the same way of taking banana, a pretty standard way of approaching apartments, and sometimes you throw in like maybe an apartment speak with an AWP, stuff like that. So if somebody can innovate, I'd be really happy to see that, but unfortunately, because of how old Inferno is, the way teams really differentiate themselves is mostly based on reads and having the right idea, rather than having something very creative or innovative that people haven't seen before.
Oh, I'd love to see that come underway. And as previously said, these 2 teams are not going to mess around, are they? They're looking very good so far on that 1-0 scoreline in Group B. We saw yesterday a couple of the Group A to come underway, and it was the first 2 teams to come through. But still, Sangal Esports have a chance to play again tomorrow against the winner of Astralis Talent and Tricked Esports, excuse me. So the winner of those 2 teams will be playing against Sangal Esports tomorrow. But they've at this point, Galaxy Racer heading into this matchup. I imagine they will be starting off on the T side, I imagine, as it was as they were able to pick up this map. It was their map pick. That's exactly what is going to happen. Galaxy Racer starting things off from the T side. x-kom Argo on the CT side. How will this turn out? We'll have to wait and see, but it's all going to be decided from the pistols from the get-go. Well, Deity, take it away.
Man, I would really love to see some more brilliance come out from Joel. I know that he performed really well in the previous game as well, but, you know, there's just something about seeing a really young Opper go absolutely crazy up against these seasoned pro players. And if I could see a glimpse of that, that would be wonderful. But in the meantime, Argo, they get a fair bit of information around mid. Rollin has spotted a player crossing forward. Banana has 3 players at the ready, 2 players for a crossfire, 1 sandbag, 1 playing around Fallen, a third on the reinforcements. And they're walking in, no audio cues just yet. First bullet being fired, and there is a Molotov to clear it out. They'll just do it the old-fashioned way, elbow grease all the way. 1-for-1 trade, and Fiku will be backing off.
Backing off indeed, but they're going to get onto the site. 2 players strong. Smoke will cover the tracks for the time being, so that's going to pull a full stop on that push. Maybe a pause rather than a full stop, a comma, if you will. Give them a little bit of a breathing space before they're jumping again. Joel flashed in, but he's also flashed himself, so can't really go for the aggression he would have liked. That won't be able to connect any shots. It's Pleasant to get in aggressively. Fallen gets 1 for his shovels, but that's going to be that. Every single one of the defenders just gets shut down. It's just Snatchy on the rotation, the MVP of the first best of 3 of the day, heading into a 1v3. Now, will he check his angle? He will not, and that's going to be certain death for him. Disco Doppler taking him out, and that's going to be Galaxy Racer with 1-0 on the board.
That was a pretty convincing pistol round, all things considered, especially because they ran into a push that had 3 players there. 1 player in sandbag, Fallen, and 1 in sight. And despite that, they slow down their push there at the end there, make the CTs doubt themselves a little bit, and then go in for a second round. Argo, though, they've chosen to force up. Deagles across the board, scout rifle in the hands of Snatchy. He was an incredible Opper, but can he still have the same kind of performance with the baby sniper? Disco Doppler, tagged down, brought to within 1 more flick of the scout. Galaxy Racer, though, they're trying to take control of Banana. Ooh, nice shot.
Boom, headshot. That's what it was. Fallen. Nice little Juan from him. Smoke thrown out as well to delay the push if it does come through, but it's only 1 player holding that one out. It's Pleasant on that side of things. Jawsy, oh, he gets pretty much hurt through that. It's the Deagles to get so much damage onto the Galaxy Racer side. Jawsy's down to 11 points of health. Pleasant is out of the map, and Fiku, I mean, he survives through it, and he's able to find a kill through it as well. No, scratch that. He helped through it for a couple of kills. It's Fallen that has found both kills this round, but Galaxy Racer turning their attention to the B site once more, pushing across Banana so far. Heading into this, smokes to be drawn out. The double stack going on for Argo. A little bit sneaky, both players in the similar position, 1 from above, 1 below. Some sort of a boost maybe. Molly's all around. The fire pit of doom coming in. Fiku, he's in trouble. Mollied out. Fallen as well. Forced to the flames. If he didn't move, he would have been shot by Des, and that's exactly what happened. Now rotations are in order though. Rallen getting one. Shorzy not able to survive through it. And the bomb hasn't yet planted yet. Rallen, he could disrupt the bomb plant, but he's taking his time, moving forwards, allowing his team to push through. That's the bait coming out, but Snatchy aggresses onwards. Holds down the line. x-kom, Argo, they managed to fight right back up.
This is terrible for the T-side economy. Galaxy Racer now, they're down below 2,000 in an unlikely fashion with just Desert Eagles to work with. They have bootstrapped it, and Argo pull forward. I like the addition of the the skins to the chickens as well. They've changed them up a little bit. Nice to see for a change. Valve, after years of not many significant changes to Inferno, is just chicken skins, apparently.
Black chickens. Why not?
There's another way to describe it, but I don't want to do that. Now, Galaxy Racer, they have their attention on mid. They have their sights on Snatchy. A pixel's been spotted, and a pixel's been capitalized on. Joel, headshot to Snatchy. That is the sight being opened up. Galaxy Racer looking to replicate what Ago did. Oh, man. Disco Doppelin, he is heading his foot through the door once more. This staircase is being climbed, and Galaxy Racer, they might have just done it.
They might indeed. Turning things right back around with a force buy of their own. They haven't quite entered the site. Fallen, he's pinched it in. No, he's not. He just created an opening for himself, as he does get the kill onto Pleasant. Still a doable scenario for him. Plenty of health to his name, but he needs a pick before he actually goes for the clutch, and I don't think Galaxy Racer will make that an easy task for him. Ideally, he's able to shut down one or two players and pick up an AK-47 for himself, but doesn't seem to find one just yet, and he plays things slow. So I wouldn't also be surprised if he held back to save his rifle. But other than that, Galaxy Racer getting themselves a win here would be a perfect scenario for them. Though Fallen won't be surviving through that, get shut down by Joel, and Galaxy Racer head things off on a very strong point.
Argo should have had this round under lock and key. After capitalizing on Galaxy Racer's mistakes, they shouldn't have given up the round right after. And this is a bit of a tricky spot, because you don't see this often where a team loses the pistol round, wins the next one, and after completely breaking down the economy of the enemy team, lose one again. So, if you look at Argo, they might find themselves in this perpetual torpedo of just never having enough dosh in their hands. Especially because they've doubled down on Deagles once more. Snatchy on a scout rifle, and everybody else just looking to get work done with the hand cannon. Smoke rolls out. The CTs will look to delay Farland. Perhaps he's gotten a bit too cocky here.
Yeah, I mean, last time they had the Deagles, they managed to get themselves a win. So why not? They could do that again. Things are looking a little bit more tough this time, as they didn't quite receive the 2K they did before. But Rallen with a lineup there. Ooh, peekaboo. Doesn't. Bullet to the head. Bullseye. Deleted. Just like that. I think Argo have got the wrong read in this, right? They've got most of their players towards that A site, but it looks like Galaxy Racer have other ideas, sending all the smokes from the A site to the B site. Yeah, I think Fallen is in trouble here.
Yeah, lots of utility coming his way, and as the sole member on the B site, oh, he's not even granted a chance to fight back. His head will be placed on a pike and taken away for display. Rollin kill through the smoke, so these Deagles, once again, they are changing the potential outcome of the game. A player soon to join from Banana. Joel must hit his shots. He can't fall to the Deagle, and as that bullet lands in the skull of Fiku, the chances of a Galaxy Racer getting the round, they are further bolstered. Rollin and Reitz now tag teaming through from Coffin, and an additional player through the smoke as well. Disco Doppelin has to go big. Finds the first frag. Knows that the head is right there for Reitz as well, but he will fall.
Things start to not look as doable anymore for the Argo side. Alex Racer also put a nail to the coffin with some extra damage in. Rallen aggresses onwards either way. MP9 at hand now. Ooh, we could mow down a couple of players. Why not? He'll go for it.
To tuck him in.
Gets one. Joel as well. No, not going to happen. AK will beat the MP9. But that's going to be that. Galaxy Racer continue. Well, Argo there themselves, they'll have to go for an eco, because the previous round, that was a force buy.
Yeah, force buying up to Deagles, and this is what I was talking about, the perpetual tornado and whatnot. If you buy up in the next round right after that awkward mess of ups and downs, you will continually be stuck in this never-ending loop. But now they've at least gotten themselves to the point where Snatchy can get away with a scout and Ralden can get away with a Deagle, and they still have enough money for a closer in the next round. Galaxy Racer. Pretty standard setup from them. Just looking to clear out B the old-fashioned way. A Molotov into the sandbags position. Smokes being lined up. Pleasant first man to move in soon.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they don't aggress with this, though. This could be some sort of a lurk technique to bring out the players from Argo towards this B-bomb site and eventually end up to the A site. And so far, they're not buying it. They're just sticking around. The boost coming out from the dark side. Lesson as well. Oh, he's in a cheeky angle. There's no way Rallen peeks it. Or does he? This good upland and it's pretty much set up a crossfire here with Pleasant. I mean, Desmond on the other side of the map in the meantime gets a kill of his own, but let's see how the push comes out. They check Duck, but there's 3 players there and waiting! Pleasant gets destroyed. He gets killed out. Disco Doppler tries to end off the damage, but all of a sudden, Rallen and Fallen get more kills themselves, picking up an AK. Fallen, if he finds a shot here, would be perfect, but he doesn't. Shut down by Jaws. He expected that Galaxy Racer would win it, but that was an expensive round for them.
Speaking of expensive, if you want to take control of your own eco, you can tap into the world of crypto with Coinbase, who are our partners, and they've got a lot of resources if you want to be an expert on crypto, or at least start to develop your knowledge on the subject, and maybe even earn some money as you're going through that process. Go ahead and check them out. They'll probably do you good. Now, Galaxy Racer, pretty strong lead so far, but they haven't had to go up against Ago's gun round just yet. AWP in the hands of Snatchy, that is where he shines, that is his bread and butter. That is what makes him a supervillain.
Some early damage inflicted. Exchanging bullets and asserting dominance across the map, but it's Joel to finally gain something out of it. Getting a kill. Rallen peeks forwards, tries to make something happen, but the lineup for Galaxy Racers purely trimmed to suit the needs of that A site. Same could not be said about Argo as they do aggress onwards. It doesn't quite work out in their favor. Pleasant gets one. Fallen knocked down though, but he gets the trade either way. Still, Galaxy Racer will aggress forwards because they need to be careful from their backs in mid. Disco Doppler first to lead the charge as well. Chaucy from above flashes to follow through. Reeds on the backside of this site. Waiting for reinforcements, not quite spotted out. It's a little bit of spray into the dark. Chaucy, what a shot onto Reeds. And surely that's going to be the take.
Yeah, 3v2, Rallen and Furlan are so low in HP that there's no chance that they get back onto it. Even with the bomb not being planted yet, they immediately recognize the lack of opportunities they have, and Ago want to save this AK and M4 instead.
And at the same time, they missed out on an opportunity to shut down Joel and Disco Doppler. Both of them very low. Joel,
yeah, I'm not gonna
3
lie.
points of health.
For a second there, I thought it was a 3v2. I think I even said it. And that is because Joel is basically looking like he's absent from the server with how small that HP bar is.
Exactly.
But apparently not. Apparently not. Galaxy Racer, though, they have definitely shown a presence on the server that is undeniable. 5 rounds on the board is no joke. Nothing to scoff at. And at the same time, this is now starting to remind me of the previous game that we just saw from Galaxy Racer. They looked incredibly confident on their own map pick, and we all saw how the opponent's map pick went as well. Disco Doppler's interview definitely exuded confidence, and I wouldn't be surprised if that follows through on the second game as well. Now, Ago, what adjustments do they come up with?
Yeah, no, they're going to have to bring some sort of adjustment because right now it looks like Galaxy Racer are mostly tuned in rather than their opponents. They're in it to win it, and they're feeling it. Same could not be said about Argo right now. They're looking a little bit rough, and it hasn't been quite an awakening for them just yet. We've seen some sort of a disappointment or lacklusting performance on the second map of their own first series. Although their first map was fairly dominant, the second one didn't quite go their favor. Astralis Talent bringing it to overtime, although Argo, well, not overtime, barely being it. No, it was overtime, wasn't it?
Yeah,
but
it was
either
overtime.
way,
They
right now,
Fiku,
Oh, sorry about that. But Pleasant finds the first frag. And that's a good opening for Galaxy Racer if they want to keep things going. Fiku can't do too much. And yeah, no, it's only Deagle around there from Argo, but yet again, falling under pressure, falling under the immense amounts of weapons that Galaxy Racer have brought before them. And Snatchy and Reach, nothing they can do. And Snatchy, as I say that, falls as well. Warland.
Those first 3 rounds made everything so uncomfortable for Argo. Winning the pistol, losing the next, then losing another, just like the whole ordeal means that Galaxy Racer is set up with their economy. You can see that being reflected on the board. $10,000 almost on Chazi. Weapons across the board. And for the CT side, they always have to plunge deep into their wallets to get anything. And Snatchy hasn't quite fired up with the AWP just yet. He's only had 1 opportunity at it, and as soon as he did get that opportunity, it was taken away from him. It was snatched away from him, rather. Now, Argo, I want to see if they aggress Banana. A smoke and double nades will allow them to at least creep forward, but because of the way they've set up their utility, it also signifies that Argo only have 2 players on the ace site. And regardless of how they make the setup work, they still lose a player to Pleasant.
Ooh, potentially could have lost another one there. Snatchy gets Dezen out of the server. And they do push onwards, but they are lining up towards that A side. Looks like Argo have got the read in. Fiku coming in from Banana as well. Disco Doppler winning out on his trade. Smoke flowing out as well. They've got the numbers, all, but they don't quite move on the site. Snatchy there and waiting, finding 1 kill. Fiku from behind as well. They've been pincered in. As I say that, Disco Doppler tries to pull the same stick from their own set of sticks.
Well,
but doesn't quite work out. I mean, Chawsey, he's on his own. Surely he can't make that 1v2 happen. I mean, he's got potential.
45 seconds as well. Just needs to recover the bomb, and that's the tricky part, isn't it? Because Fiku is watching it, and Snatchy is there for the immediate refrag. He can immediately swing out wide, but he will have this 2-second buffer to work with as soon as he finds that first duel. Smoke goes out. He might be able to walk in. Now he's just waiting for the shots to be baited out. Fiku creeps forward and tries to follow through the smoke. But as this time is being taken away, Chazi realizes that he immediately has to go for the bomb plant. He can't get too comfortable in his chair. Peeks out around. Oh, almost had the lineup there as well, but Fiku was ready for it. The flashbang avoided and the round secured.
Argo must be very happy with that one because they're finally on the board again, right? I mean, it took them some time to find a follow-up to their first, but now they've done it. Now they're in the game, at least, not out of it. Not on the driving seat by all means, but they're in the car. You know, they're still going in the same direction. They're still getting to that position. But Galaxy Racer, they've done a stellar job to find themselves a nice little gap between themselves and their opponents. They've got a 4-round differential right now, which is a little bit of a hefty lead. But Argo, we know how good they are with turning that lead. The 4-round differential was what distinguished themselves between Astralis Talent and Overtime on that matchup earlier today. So that might be the prospect they're looking at once more. Galaxy Racer spreading out yet again, lined up towards B, but it's Chawsey that finds out the first frag in apartments. But Fiku, fearless of the flames, does end up falling to them as well. Now that's an unfortunate affair.
Yeah, fear will be his folly instead, as he will drop to his death, burnt to a crisp. Nice and toasty. Now, this does become tricky for Argo because they've just won a round. They've chipped down their loss bonus by 1 unit. And Galaxy Racer, they are happy to capitalize on this. They're making Argo doubt themselves, and this doubling down on the A site will also mean that they are allowed to go for a save. But with the way these Galaxy Racer players are positioned, as soon as they get onto the B site, they will realize that they can have Chazi rotate over and simply try to go for the duels. And he even has an additional player to help him out if that seems to be the case. Oh no, does Galaxy Racer not realize that there's nobody on the B site? Do they double back at the last second or do they stick to it? 30 seconds on the clock, so very likely that they just stick.
Damn right they'll stick to it. Surely. I mean, they've got no time to rotate now, so they're going to the B site either way. And it's empty. Welcome. It's barren. It's bare. No one
that was basically a dry run. That was just practice for the next round. No, it was just playing in an empty server, taking a chill, just going through the motions. And
practicing the tactics.
Now Galaxy Racer will have to do the same. I mean, Argo will have to do the same, where they just hold down the angles, wait for anybody to come through and hope to God that they can somehow get away with these weapons unscathed, because these matter a lot. Oh no, Snatchy, you've missed that shot. That is the opportunity being opened up for the T side. Luckily, though, with how far they are, they can get away.
Yeah, luckily. They're on a tough standpoint. But maybe they can pull off a buy, right? Maybe they could drop a couple of weapons to facilitate some extra weapons to be joined in. But Argo right now, they don't look like they're comfortable in the game so far. Mostly Galaxy Racer to lead the charge, although that one mere round was found earlier, but no follow-up does mean that they're still not in a comfortable situation. They haven't really found their footing, and that's what they're looking for. That's what the Poles need. And so far, the Swedes have commandedly taken them to a 7th round, and they've built up such an economy that could withstand to the lengths of this roundup. So early needs coming out from Banana. We've seen this time and time again from them, and they're seeing it again. This time around, it's Fiku to push through, and it's Pleasant to pick him up. Again, Argo a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too greedy, and that means that they drop off. That means they drop a player, and we're now in a disadvantage.
Being in a disadvantage seems to be the theme of the game for Argo. There's barely been a time where Argo actually find the first kill, and I don't think they've capitalized on any opportunities there. Kazi, he's been so good in the previous map as well. Not in this game, of course, not in this series, but against that previous team that they just played. Now, for some reason, Galaxy Racer still end up dropping the advantage. A 5v3 turns into something much worse. And now, it'll eventually all come down to Furlan, who has to hold down the wire against 3 players.
Well, not quite able to do so. Pleasant getting the first frag into it. They do smoke away to get themselves on site, and it allows them to do just that. Snatchy closes up the gap, but he needs reinforcements. Reitz, he's a little bit far away, and it kind of feels this is a one-man effort here from Snatchy. He realizes he's got no reinforcements. Now he's a little bit too deep, so if a swing comes out from the smoke, he'd be in trouble. But thankfully for him, that is not the case, and he's able to skate away with his life.
You can see how the theme is working for Argo. Disadvantage, save weapon. Disadvantage, save weapon. That's about it. And with the way it has been, Galaxy Racer, they've already managed to get the half advantage on the terrorist side. Argo are simply not looking like the powerhouse that they were against Astralis Talent. Granted, Astralis is not as good of a team. Well, at least their academy team isn't. But we did assume that we'd see much bigger signs of life. We'd see a lot more brilliance come out from Argo up against Galaxy Racer. Maybe they haven't really gotten a chance to get into the groove just yet, especially because Snatchy isn't hitting those insane shots that we saw earlier. But with this double op setup, maybe that's the recipe for success.
Maybe that is the case, but what is not the case is that you guys haven't checked out CS Money yet, because you can get your skins there by, well, basically sell your skins and get other skins that you actually do like, and maybe change your look, change your inventory, and it'll make it look nice and dandy, make it look like the pros, if you will.
Man, I'm so sad that you had such a good setup there, and you could have just ended up saying instead that, you know what, what's not the case? The fact that you don't have to open cases to get skins from CS Money. You can just put money in or trade in your skins. So you know what, you dropped that setup, but I'm still going to say it because my brain's not going to let go of it otherwise. Now, Argo, they're not letting go of Banana either. Lots of utility from them, but there is fierce efforts. There are fierce efforts coming out from Galaxy Racer too. Double Molotov to keep them back. Furlan plays the unorthodox angle, tries to play off of that headshot, but double nade to push him back.
Double nade indeed. Damage inflicted to Fallen at this point. But look at the lineup from Argo. Full play strong, double peak coming up, but they don't quite get the read in. They don't quite get the kill. And that's apartment now control here for the Galaxy Racer. One player easily peeking through towards that B bomb site. 2 players towards that now. That might be the wrong decision. Having 4 players was the best idea Argo have had, and they didn't know it. Without that information, they can't continue like that. Disco Doppler, make sure he's lurking over to that A site right now, to that B bomb site, excuse me. Pushing up against Banana, he realizes that Argo won't be pushing onwards, and I don't think Galaxy Racer will pull the trigger until the push comes out. He's pulling out a little bit of a fake smoke to keep that second player on that side of things. And that's beautifully done, because already Galaxy Racer, they're easing up across long. They're going to cross through the smoke now, and Snatchy can only find one player at least, so let's see how this happens. They line up. Snatchy, he makes 2 kills happen in his favor. It does get traded out, but still, that is not access to the bomb site yet.
Reeds, he's got a big task on his hands, a spray down to come through. Disco Doppler being tagged down significantly. Acrobatics along the way, but that is an unsuccessful gymnast. Argo, finally, they get away with the round.
Well,
what
yeah,
was that?
It took them some time again. It was very messy, wasn't it? It was very messy. And I think it all came down to Snatchy's double there. That stopped the push right in its tracks. If he only found one, I still think Galaxy Racer could have taken that. But the fact that he got a collateral meant that he turned the tides in his team's favor. And right now, they have more funds to get another AWP in. Fallen now holding on to one as well. Potentially hold down Banana with it. A dangerous weapon to face in that situation. Reeds, look at this aggression. Oh, catches a player off guard. Dezen, he's out of it already. Argo, looks like they found some sort of a confidence to bring this back, but can they transfer that into another one? Rallen attempts it. Joyle, how he survives that, I do not know. Down to 8 points of health, but still on an equal standpoint, but 4 versus 4, and they've haven't even hit the 1 minute mark yet.
Yeah, great recovery from Galaxy Racer, and Argo, after that first pick, perhaps they should have gotten away with it scot-free, but it's not an exchange that is allowed. It is a soul for a soul. And now we can see them aggressing towards the B site. Not much of an audio cue, but the utility rolls out. First man to take contact. Disco Doppler successful in his duel. Fiku has to be the man to hold down the line. M4 in hand. First spray comes through. Pleasant will fall. He's playing around these angles. He's shimmying around the smoke. He's weaving in and out of battle. He's looking for the fight, but Disco Doppler will put an end to his shenanigans as well. Snatchy, 1-on-3, and he wants to make it a none-on-3 as he wants to run away from this battle.
Yeah, Snatchy finds himself in a situation where he can't win the round again. Like, he's a little bit too familiar with this, and I think the entirety of Argo is a little bit too familiar with this half. Galaxy Racer looking to make it more than a victory at the halftime. They're looking to transfer it into a 9th. It's looking tough, right? Well, I mean, what do Argo need to do to bring things back?
What do they need to do? They've tried a few adjustments. We saw Ferlin come out with the second AWP, but I feel like Galaxy Racer are able to shut down their early aggressions so effectively that they don't have any other options. And that's sort of the wild card that Argo reaches for every time they have some trouble. They go for early aggression, and then Galaxy Racer, with their double nade setup on Banana, with their early round Molotov, with their extra insurance coming out on mid, they ensure that they'll never be able to get a free kill. So I think Argo aren't really able to capitalize on timings that well. And maybe that's one of the avenues to explore, even though I couldn't really make exact recommendations.
Let's see how this one works out. This time around, Fallen aggresses onwards towards mid already. He's got reinforcements as well. He's got 2 players, but they hear the commotion. Pleasant able to spray down 1, but that's going to be the trade through. Fiku winning out the trade onto the Banana side as well. That's all the players on that top side of the map distinguished. And that's Jawsy and Dezen all by themselves. They're going to try and make this happen. But Rallen, he's got the lineup. Doesn't even matter. Jawsy swings upon him. Nice little headshot. Smoke allowing him to cross forward, but they don't have bomb control. And without the bomb, they can't get the bomb plant. Even though they have the A site under wraps, that is not good enough. They need to draw back. Little do they know, Snatchy still in the apartments there and waiting. Relocated Reeds as well in the library. They're going to close upon them soon enough. And they now realize that since the bomb hasn't gone down, it means that they do not control it. Mid push yet again. They won't be facing any counter-terrorists for the time being, but they have to take over site all over again if they want to win this round.
One of the few and far in between spots where Argo actually come out on top. And with the way Fiku is positioned, it'll be an incredibly tough affair to actually set foot into the B site. Chazi will probably get taken away as they try to move in, because that is simply not enough HP. Fiku, though, if they spam this box, he is done for. Of course, it is a bit tricky to give away your position, so this is it. Oh no, he's on. You've got him the kill, and that's the B site up for grabs. Reitz will desperately try to spray down, and Chazi will eventually fall, although not to the player that he should have fallen to. 1v2, Dizon at the ready, and Reitz and Snatchy still have to be careful.
He has indeed. That's all by himself. This is Argo's chance to get themselves an extra round in this one, but they're taking things slow and methodical. Flash coming through. Perfect flash. Doesn't blink. He doesn't care. Peeking through. Oh, a little bit too short of an angle for him to hold against two different players. And that's going to be the kill. That's going to be the round. That's going to be the defuse. And Argo will be able to scramble up a fourth.
The funny thing is, if Dizon didn't move his crosshair there, if he didn't try to quickly adjust to the right to accommodate for the push coming in, his barrel would have never been spotted. And at that point, I think he might have been able to bamboozle them, but still, valiant effort on the 1v2. Can't really blame him too much. 9-4, Argo. It's still a bit too early to say, but if they can bring it to 6, then it suddenly becomes a very different affair. And with the way Inferno's been played nowadays, it's not like the CT side has this 100% guaranteed, definitive advantage, to say the least.
Yeah, it definitely seems like that at this point. Nade thrown out, Fallen. He doesn't shy away from it. In between the nades, in between the flames, the AWPs do work here. They managed to scramble up a few kills here and there, and this goes up from little did he know if he committed to that spray, he could have shut down Fiku. He was 2 bullets shy away from doing just that. And now finds himself in a little bit of a difficult situation as well, but he's going to stick around.
Yeah, if Doppelin was actually aggressed here by Ferlin and Fiku, he might have gotten away with a kill because he crept past the smoke as soon as it bloomed. And now they're isolated on either sides of the map. Should be incredibly hard to make their way onto this site. Even if Doppelin gets the kill, how does his teammate join him? Because there's still 45 seconds on the clock. Fiku optimally set up to rip his head off of his shoulders. You can see the attention to detail being put in. No adjustment comes out from Ferlin. He is tunnel visioned onto the close angle. Fiku eventually comes out, but he's given up his position. There's no idea. There's no clear indicator that the bomb is not already on the B site. Doppelin, he knows that there's something behind the smoke, so good little damage there, but it's still not a very easy round.
Definitely isn't. Statue coming in from above. Hello. Goodbye. Joel's out of it already. Disco Doppelin has to deal with 4 players with an AWP. That's going to be a difficult task. They know where he is. They know the angle. They've made the call. Doesn't miss. Doesn't quite connect the first one. Doesn't connect the second either. That's going to be his downfall. Argo, valiant effort. I mean, Galaxy Racer, valiant effort. But it's Argo to win it out in the end. And with the defuse coming in, it's going to be a 5th round coming through right before the end of the half. 1 round remaining and potential for a 6th as well for Argo.
Yeah, I think Argo just forgot their nightcaps on their head, and now they can get up for a bit, splash themselves with a little bit of water, and get their head back into the game. But if you don't want to have a 60 Hz monitor like myself, and you want to have a very fast phone, maybe you should go ahead and check out Red Magic's 6 Series phones, because they've got a 165 Hz refresh rate on their phones. That is crazy. I never thought I'd be saying this, but that's the kind of specifications that are possible on phones nowadays, and it is a pretty one-of-a-kind deal for Red Magic. So, fast processor, amazing display, and a bunch of cool features to ensure that you've got the gaming edge when it comes to playing games like PUBG Mobile or Call of Duty Mobile, stuff like that.
And Galaxy Racer now. I mean, we talked about them having a very commanding advantage here on the first half of Inferno, but it looks like they've brought things around a bit, right? 9th round picked up, and I mean, Argo looks like they have potential for a 6, especially looking at Galaxy's Racer's arsenal right now. Mac 10s all around, so they may be looking to get up close and personal and aggressive so far, peeking up through second mid. Snatchy falling back as doesn't quite connect the first shot. Lesson, he eases forwards, double lineup coming through, but Rally can't make anything happen without M4 AWP from Snatchy. He's good for 3 before he falls. But all of a sudden, they are doubling up on this site. Desert on 1 onto Reach as he does collect the AWP as his fallen opponent. And down to 2v2, this is looking possible. Not expecting that Joel would be there and waiting. Fallen falls. A mistake that will cost him 4x3. Doesn't spot him. Finally does. Peeks through for the second. Incendiary thrown on site to deter him. Flash coming out. Does he expect it? On site, hiding out. Does he spot him out? Yes, he does. Oh. Headshot. Barely winning out on that round. It was messy, but it's all going to win it through with Fiku's 1v2 clutch.
Solid clutch, and you can see the same player stepping up once again. Even when they played against Astralis Talent, you saw that Snatchy and Fiku were the ones really tag teaming it through to bring it to fruition without taking to map number 3. And this kind of gameplay is coming out once again. You can see that Snatchy hasn't changed. He's on 14 kills and 7 deaths. He is the only member on the x-kom Augo squad that is on a KDR. He's the only one on a positive KDR, let alone the KDR of 2.
Well, Iku, I mean, it was prime time for him to have a clutch like that, wasn't it? But tables have turned. Different sides, different day on Inferno. Galaxy Racer will be starting off on the CT side now, and Argo on the terrorist side as they do go into the piss round. But we've got a little bit of tactical pause to follow through as there's some pressure on this matchup, right? A victory right now would mean that you'd qualify to the next stage of Blast Rising series. No questions asked.
No questions asked indeed. But with the way Galaxy Racer were playing early on, I thought that they might have had a much more monstrous terrorist side. But Augo, it seems like they've recovered it. It's not out of the bag now. It is suddenly back into the doable zone. I want to see how they play this pistol round out, though. Already based off of their economy, or the way they've made purchases, you can tell that Galaxy Racer will be heavily centered around aim duels. So what we can expect are pushes, we can expect lots of aggression coming out, especially supplemented by the flashbangs of Disco Doppelin. And on the other hand, an execute is almost certainly in the cards for Augo.
Let's see how this one turns out. Like we said, a gap closer could be very feasible, or feasible, if you will. Inside of Argo with a pistol round in the bag, that would be perfect for them. That's what they need. Joel already down low, Dazen as well, but it's Chaucer to find the first frag in this round. Reach will be staying back for lurking duties as the rest of the team head towards this A bomb site. Should be a quick rotation for a 4th player to come in, if need be, towards A, but if it's on the B site, it will be a different affair. Argo haven't really lurked onwards towards Banana to have that information. Reach is holding back in case of an aggression himself. Slowly, they're changing up their minds, doubling back onto the B bomb site strategy. Banana to be taken control over. And so far, Chawsy's leaning back and left. He'll throw in and he will try and gain the information, finally spotting out a player. Now he realizes that something is going on and calls for reinforcements. Fallen finding the first frag as they start to trickle in.
I want to see how they take this round. They're backing off instead with the pistols. Oh boy. Berlin, nice shot onto Joel. That is actually a second kill for him, and because they're caught in the midst of rotating over to the B site, this means that a second player can instead take the bomb away and go all the way to A instead. So Augo have played Galaxy Racer like a fiddle. They've been taken for a folly. They've been taken for fools, and Disco Doppelin will be the last jester that falls. Augo set themselves up perfectly for the equalizer.
That was a beautiful play there from the Argo side of things, right? I mean, yes, they managed to bamboozle them over to the B bomb site, but yet again, you see a player heading on the back lines of the rotations and getting 2 kills. That means that's clear room for the taking on A. So very, very nicely done. And at that point, you have Argo now in a very, very good position to bring things back to an equal standpoint. 8th round to be potentially on the board, seeing that Galaxy Racer have completely forced that up. And it's not the best of forces, right? It's Deagles mostly. MP9 in the hands of Chauzy. But let's see how this one works out. An MP9 in short distance does do a hell of a lot of damage, but looks like Argo are not going to take any chances with the unthought of aggression. They're going to take things slow. But as I do say that, they do start to ramp things up over to the long side of things. Chauzy holding things out from Arch, but aggressors onwards himself. Una reverse card balls out the same strategy of their opponent's book. And right now, they even got themselves a win over to that A bomb site. So Galaxy Racer still not out of this round.
Oh yeah, with these Deagles, and if Pleasant keeps hitting shots like that, they're definitely not out of it. The B site is up for grabs, but not for long because Joel's on the K. Scout rifle, successful to connect. He looks to find one on the way in. Ferlin will fall. Fiku and Snatchy now in a round that should almost be guaranteed. They're starting to fall left and right, but Snatchy is pulling. He is holding it down with his fingernails as they're being pulled out of their sockets. Gets a 3rd kill, and suddenly, after all these efforts, this back and forth, Pleasant is left to his lonesome to get this 1v2. Nice KZ, my guy, as he walks into Banana. See how this works out. Doesn't have to check 2 angles at the very least, but that double peek can be incredibly difficult to work off of. Smokes the bomb, but because of the way they're positioned, they know exactly what is going on. He cannot bait them out. So with this information not being granted and a kit not being available at his disposal, he'll simply look to back off. But ooh, what a close round.
What a close round indeed. Became a little bit messy at some start, but the fact that the bomb does get exploded, Argo yet again get themselves a win. It was expected they'll win this round, right? But it wasn't expected that it would be this close. And Galaxy Racer doing a damage to their economy, pulling another round like that off right now would be perfect for them. But instead, they're going to go for a little bit of an eco round. AK-47 on the hands of Pleasant will be a menacing prospect for the side of Argo, so they can't just blindly heading into a site expecting that their opponents will have pistols. They know there's a rifle they will be facing. So it's not going to be the easiest task for Argo to get themselves a win, but either way, it is expected that they will come with it and find the equalizer. Heading into this one, Disco Doppler will be heading on the start of that B-bomb site. Rallen does find the first kill either way, though, so there goes the AK-47 fairly quickly. Joel will be trying to pick that one up himself, but it's the Eagles to do the most of the damage on the Galaxy Racer side of things. Pole still holding strong and still want to aggress forwards, but it's Chauzy having his wraps onto Banana. Smoke thrown out to delay it a little bit more, but surely they're going to trickle in either way.
Yeah, Chauzy will have to time his shots just right, and as I say that, he goes for a desperate spam instead. Playing up close and personal because that's one of the strengths of the Desert Eagle. And a teammate will be joining him with an AK on his back. Perhaps make getting into the B site a little bit more expensive. If a gamble comes in from Galaxy Racer, this would have to be it. I don't think Argo will double down on the B site simply because they've been very cautious in the previous rounds. But if they do end up sticking to their guns, this will be very costly. There's 3 players waiting for them, and this is where things are about to go awry.
Let's see how they turn out, though. There are plenty of players here from the Galaxy Racer side to hold it down. Chauzy will be the first one to greet the wrath of the terrorists. Rally getting the first frag into it, but it's fallen to follow up onto Dez and Joel. Trying to make things happen, won't be able to do anything out of that. AK-47 dropped as well, but it's Argo with only 1 player dropped that will find the equalizer.
I need to point out that Snatchy is incredible even with rifles. It's not like he's a one-trick pony with an AWP. For the majority of the T side, I mean, there hasn't really been many rounds, but still. So far, he's just been sticking to Galils. He's been sticking to an AK-47, and even with pistols, he was a sight to behold. Early nade, though. We'll make sure that Ferlin is brought within that AUG Dink territory. Quickly effectively upgrading the weapons of the CT side to AKs instead. Now, I want to see how Augo play this out, because they're against the first proper gun round of Galaxy Racer, and Galaxy Racer are quite indecisive about how they approach this, because they play a 2-1-2 setup, and I say 2-1-2 because a player will always be playing from library as sort of that double back insurance to go back to B. And I think this is where they can feel a bit more comfortable sticking to the A site now, because they get that first frag on B, and even playing passively won't really be too much of a hassle.
They kind of changed their mind and their tactic, though. Not comfortable committing to the B bomb site. Send out a lurker in mid instead, making sure that no CT is there and waiting for them, because they left quite a lot of room exposed for the taking. Galaxy Racer could have dominated upon that and push onwards, but instead, no, they're going to play it safe. A little bit of a silent aura in the Inferno right now. Start from information. Galaxy Racer don't know what to do, but finally some smokes arrive. Flash as well. Now they know what is going on, surely. Disco Doppler able to find the first kill onto Fiku as he's flashed by his own teammate. Disco Doppler hiding away. They know where he is, but do they expect where the second player is hanging out from Coffin, spraying down? Bomb has been planted, but what cost? Reitz falls out from it. Disco Doppler from sight, slowly trying to peek through where Fallen is. There's a little bit of an off angle. Now spotted out, and Snatchy gets caught off as well. Argo. They may be able to find themselves a 10th here. But Galaxy Racer will be denying it with 5 players remaining. Diffuse to come in, and it's Disco Doppler to bring out the defusal. Double digits now gained for the Swedes.
The absolute cleanliness of that round. The way that Disco Doppler stays behind the box and doesn't take any unnecessary duels, that is incredible. Save all weapons and funnel that into a monster CT side as soon as the money starts rolling in. Because the one thing that really gives you the edge on the CT or the T side is that you don't have to worry about money. But if you can build up an economy on the CT side, that is an advantage and a half. That is too much to deal with. Galaxy Racer, pretty standard setup to take care of B. Joel, he gets too cocky after that first shot. Berlin will instead be the one to take him out of the server.
Here's a 4-on-4 right now. Make that 4v3. Make that a 3v3. Sprays going out everywhere. Trades all over the map, to be exact. You can't really be exact because things won't stop happening. Dezen finding one, Fallen with the other. Things are messy. But so far, it's Argo to be on the front foot. Bomb heading its way towards that A site. Disco Doppler trying to close up the gap before that even happens. 1 minute remaining, but smoke through. Surely they have their sights on it, peeking through, waits for the shot to come through, but it's Fiku with a beautiful headshot, skillers Disco Doppler's head off.
For a second there, I was like, I was thinking, can Disco Doppler pull it off in the same fashion as Fiku did? Maybe he could go 1v2, but instead it's Fiku to deny it.
Well, what you cannot be denied is of knowledge about cryptocurrency. So you could head over to Coinbase and get yourself some information from articles to help you become an expert. And even have ways to earn free crypto just by learning about it. But heading into the game again, Disco Doppler, the aggression coming through from him. He's able to find one kill on Skate, doesn't lose his life, although loses quite a lot of health through the process. That nade surely is going to end his life. Surely. And that's exactly what happens. 1-for-1 trade from the get-go, but Plesson won't shy away from aggression either.
Yeah, with this MP9, he's creeping past the smoke. Maybe get the drop on someone, but this audio cue, as he picks up the AK, also means that he has to back off. Galaxy Racer. Now, with the equalizer, it does mean that the CT side is in a bit more of a fickle situation. Inferno is incredibly hard to play when the numbers are equal, so it can often be tough at times to get right back into it. Now, Ago slowly creeping forward to A. They've thrown a smoke towards library, and an additional flashbang in brackets means that they can start moving in. Snatchy, in the meantime, instead clears up B, and with that kill taking place, it immediately signals to the terrorist side that they should move right on over, but Plesson, he has taken Snatchy's head for a ride. The bomb now suddenly very indecisive. They're not sure if they should join the rest of the players on A, and suddenly it's isolated. This could be a disaster because you can see how Shawzy is moving in banana. There's a second player that is playing from the side, so as long as they can keep that play under those players under CT, under lock and key, it is all good. Shawzy, he's managed to get the bomb down, and now all they have to do is double down on the B site and double down on the bomb itself. No effort has to be put in. They just need to hit those shots. Rollin being spammed through the smoke. He realizes that all he can do now is back off. And in the blink of an eye, suddenly that bomb is isolated and taken care of.
It is indeed. And Galaxy Racer. Oof, I mean, that was close. That was too close for comfort on either side. And it got a little bit risky at moments, right? I mean, people were isolated here and there, and timing was of essence many of the times, and oof, that was close. And now it's Argo with not much money to buy up. They're kind of building up for Deagles, 3 of them to be precise. Snatch with the Galil himself. The only big rifle on their side is that AWP. Although, you could say at the same time, Galaxy Racer don't have much comfort in their economy either. A loss here would draw them back to square one. But this could not be a closer game. Galaxy Racer winning out on that previous round, and heading into this one, they want to get themselves a secondary one as well. Rallen wins out on the trade on Dezen as they do regress onto apartments coming through, finding one, maybe a second. Close distance working out for the MP9, but it's Snatchy to close it out against Joel in the end. Snatchy could as well be called dead, as he's only got 4 points of health remaining. Pushing onwards, Fiku winning in the trade onto Chawsey with the mid Eagle. Don't know how that happens. Argo winning out, keeping it a to and throw scoreline. It's pretty much a tug of war at this point.
Oh, it is. It is definitely a tug of war. And I think most of the pulling on the Argo side has been done by Snatchy. At the very least, though, we can start to see Ferlin chime in. That's a good change of pace from what we saw Fiku doing before, where he was supporting Snatchy. But for the most part, they are heavily reliant on their Opper, which is kind of a good thing in a way, where they can set him up for kills and allow him to have the maneuverability to put a lot of pressure on the enemy team. But at the same time, if that player doesn't pop off, then you've put all of your eggs in one basket and you've set yourself up for disaster. So Galaxy Racer performing this well without really having that kind of impact, like within one player as Snatchy does, that's still a sight. That's still a sight to behold. 11-11 now. But this is not really an equalizer, is it? If you look at the economy.
It is not, and the same thing happening here is the fact that Galaxy Racer, man, this is their map pick. They're supposed to win this matchup to catapult them ahead in this best of 3 series, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Argo, with a round win here, it would put them up ahead. It would put them to that 12th round scoreline, and that's what they want. That's what they need. They're really close to it, but Zeus, this is a sneaky play here from Disco Doplin. I like this.
I like it too. X-Warrior. We both want to see that mouse 1 being pressed. We want that zappity zap zap. And Pleston will be the one to serve as a distraction. Oh, I'm a little sad about that. I'm not gonna lie. Don't mean to be biased, but whoever's holding the Zeus gets my vote.
Absolutely. I think every player on the CSGO community has your back on that one. Snatchy. Ooh, holding out his line against Ezen. I mean, it's just pistols for them. They're just going to peek out one by one, and with only a couple of players remaining, USBs at hand, they will try and find a couple of headshots, but Rallen Jiggle peeks through that corner and catches him off. Chawsey, all by himself. Lonely. Oh, so lonely. He has nobody, and he will die. Reeds shuts him off. Yeah. He will die alone. No other teammates to die with him. But he does greet them with the same fashion as his fallen comrades. But it's Argo, like we said, they're in the lead now.
This was meant to be Galaxy Racer's map. It's gotten quite close, but that's the kind of fate that they served to Tricked in their previous game, so maybe it's just a turn of the fate. A turn of fate? I'm not sure how to phrase myself at this point. It's starting to get a little bit late, but regardless. Ago. Pretty slow style of play. They have this bread and butter setup where they nestle a player in with a flashbang or a Molotov into Banana, and also make sure that Galaxy Racer can't get too much control. Scratch that thought. Reeds. He suddenly made this a lot harder for the Galaxy Racer side. Joel, I like his position because it's late round enough that it won't be checked, but with just a flashbang, things could all go awry, especially with Rollin on the case because he can come in for the pincer.
Yeah, things could go wrong quickly. And aggressing onwards, losing out on that trade would be dreadful for them, but heading towards the east side either way, pushing through. Reach pushes through, but it's the Molly to shut him down. Rallen as well, the other side of the map makes things happen. Jawsy as well chimes in for one, so not exactly the equal standing Galaxy Racer would like to be in. Argo are the one commanding right now, but they don't have control of the site just yet. What they do have is a player in CT. Fallen is being a little bit of a menace right now, waiting for the rotation. Same could be said about Rallen holding down mid. It's a matter of timing. Fallen will be the first man to greet someone across CT. That's not going to happen. They're going to fall back on to the B site, realizing that there is no chance they'll be bringing things back right now, especially with Disco Doppler down to 40 points of health, especially being down in numbers and being at a disadvantage trying to get the retake on.
No kit either, by the way.
Yeah, no kit. It's going to be a hard retake, and they realize this. And Galaxy Racer, they're going to give away yet another round, which means Argo, a potential 13th to be squared on the board for them.
It's not even just the 13th, because the scoreline is getting more and more misleading as time passes by. Because they only have 2 players alive, they cannot rebuy for the rest. It's not like Disco Doppler and Chazi can drop 3 weapons. They're simply not going to have the economy for it, so even with these weapons being saved, their chances in the next round are going to be difficult. And you can see that now. If they buy up armor, they won't have much money. And if they double down on the economic decision of buying up entirely, then they're set up for disaster in yet another round. So, it is definitely a tricky decision to go through, but if you're going through the tricky decision of what skins you want to go for, maybe you can check out the value of your skins on CS Money, trade them in for even better skins, trade them in for something you actually want, and trade away all of that Steam waste into something that you will that you will use in game.
Now, what Galaxy Racer, what do they use, right? What skins do they use? But more importantly, what weapons do they use? Because skins don't make wins, and I know you've got a contrasting opinion to that. Galaxy Racer, they're in a bit of a pickle, aren't they? They're in a deficit, to say the least. And I mean, Argo, they've got 2 rounds upon them. What Galaxy Racer need is win this map. This is their own map pick. If they lose out on this one, map number 2 could be going the way of Argo, and we could be seeing a 2-0. And the Swedes don't want to be seeing that, right?
Such a dominant performance from Galaxy Racer early on, but now things have fallen apart. This push, though, could be a sign of changes to come, with Disco Doppler getting 2 kills, but eventually he gets put down into his grave. Ago, they've crept so forward into Banana, but Joel, he's still looking to be a menace. He is right there like a phantom, playing from the pit itself. He's able to back off safely. Just 1 player on the B site, though, so x-kom Ago can still try to pincer him in. They've done it. Fiku has found the kill, and now, once again, it is a round that can be taken control of. No kit, once again.
No kit, but this time around they realize they can't really hold off any longer. They're close. They're not on the other side of the map like they were last time. They need to go for this. Desmond slowly moving inwards as well as Joel. Already coming in, flash drawn out, Fiku caught off guard. Same could be said about Fallen, but right now he's able to find 1 kill. Flash drawn out again, more look to swing on Desmond, completely flashed, but it doesn't even matter. Gets the kill on Dark, Fallen down, and that's going to be the defuse. He doesn't need a kit, he's got this. Argo, I mean, that's no longer going to be their round. Galaxy Racer find a little bit of a gap closer.
The funny thing is that the second player would never have been spotted out if they didn't try to go for that flashbang. The player in dark ends up revealing his position because he's trying to go for a flashbang gambit for his teammate. And it's not even a double peek, so it allows Galaxy Racer to get basically a free kill on the player on triple as long as they don't get flashed. So with a 1-round deficit, Galaxy Racer look be putting their head back in the game. It is their map after all, so no surprises if they do end up getting it. But it has gotten a bit too close. Disco Doppler knows. I want to see some of that confidence come back to life, and I want to see that confidence manifest itself into the scoreline on the scoreboard. Ago still leading the charge, and they've actually managed to get a player close to the broken wall, so that is going to be a menace throughout as the rest of the players try to buckle up and take the fight to brackets.
Bring things into apartments now. Galaxy Racer. Are they there and waiting? Desmond's got the right lineup against Rowland, but not quite the good timing. Has to reposition to save his life. He did have the reinforcements if need be, but Joel misses out on that shot, and that could be crucial. Lining it in, flash coming through. Plesson, perfect timing for him. Catches Snatchy off guard. Galaxy Racer have got the front foot in this, nearly squaring up a second, but Fiku gets the better of him. Lining up now, Joel with the AWP, holding it through as they trickle in. Finding one, looking for the second, completes it. And now with the turnaround, Fallen gets the other. 3 on 3, but Desmond doesn't let that happen for any time longer. Rowland, he's looking for it on that 40-second mark. Leaning into it, Molly to lure him out, but he's all by himself in that 1v3. He lures him out all right, but that's going to be his downfall. Desmond kills him off, and that's yet another equalizer going the way of Galaxy Racer.
So many of these games today have been brought down to the last couple of rounds. But you know what? This isn't terrible news for Ago. They're putting up such a good effort on Galaxy Racer's map that even if they end up losing, it's not going to be the end of the world. Galaxy Racer, on the other hand, they've got a lot more to prove. They've got a lot cashed into this. So they have to close it out right here. Ago moving forward. They've got Furlan on the case. He's the first man in, and surprisingly, Doppler still gets away with a kill with his AK-47, even though he's being peeked in by 2 players. Now, Chazi will be the only man on B for at least the next 10 seconds as reinforcements start to arrive, and I think this might be a much quicker push than the ones we've gotten accustomed to.
Yeah, and the mollies will be thrown, but none of them that will be inflicting damage towards Chazi. He's in within the smoke. Nice little swing. Ooh, nearly tries to take that into second, but Snatchy is there and waiting with his scope on his head. Smoked out. Argo will look to go for the bomb plant to commit to it in the end. Plesson doesn't quite find the shot onto Snatchy as he's able to get lured back to Banana. Nice little plant. They've got nice lineups as well. Banana won't be contested. Snatchy can hold it off with confidence. Galaxy Racer. I'll try and go for the retake, but Rowland lines it up from behind. He's going to be a little bit of a menace now. Pins it in location. There's only one way to go, and that's forwards. They'll try and go for it. Snatchy there and waiting. Joel will look behind this time around, but Rowland, he might fall, but that's not going to be the round in the hands of Galaxy Racer. They've run out of time. Argo will be picking this one up. They'll be picking up Joel for good measure as well, and that's going to be Argo in a 14th round, getting little by little closer to that finishing scoreline.
Galaxy Racer have gone for these slow rotations because they realize that Ago like to play it down to the last few seconds of the round, and this time when they change up their pace, when they're like, you know what, we're not faking it out, we've gotten a kill, we'll just push straight into the B site, it works. Galaxy Racer aren't ready for it, and Ago, they might just swing by with a win here on Inferno. It was a very important retake for either team, and now with the kind of money situation we're looking at, Ago winning this round would almost certainly also mean that they win the game 16-13. Galaxy Racer desperately looking to spot it, to stop it. And also spot players in the meantime.
Ooh, double May lineup there for Plesson. That can't feel really good. Painful nonetheless, but 5-7 push here from Disco Doppler tries his luck. That's aggressive. He doesn't care. This guy's got balls of steel. Pushes onwards, but no. Fiku down to 3 points of health. Somehow damage being inflicted on the side of Argo, but none really on the side of Galaxy Racer. Spray down from Desmond for good measure. He catches Fiku off guard as well. Fallen there and waiting, lining up for Desmond to push onwards, and he's got the lineup well, but it doesn't even matter. This goes up and Desmond push aggressively. This should have been the round for Argo. They had the better weapons, they had the better utility, and they had the better lineups. The Galaxy Racer want to make it difficult either way. Joel making another kill going their way. Reitz all by himself now, 1v4. He needs nothing less of a miracle to execute this correctly. has the right lineup onto Chauzy. Got 3 more players left, and his location now has been compromised.
Yeah, and 20 seconds on the clock. No way that he gets that done unless more than just one prayer is answered. Now, oh man, this is such a back and forth game because there was no reason for Galaxy Racer to pick up this round. They didn't have the money for it. They had given up Ago the momentum. They've given up Ago so much room to work with. So it's a little surprising to say the least. But what's also surprising is that Red Magic have managed to fit a 16500 Hz refresh rate display into a phone. So go ahead and check them out if you do want to take a look at our partners. It is a great phone, and if you're into mobile gaming, you're probably going to at least like taking a look at it, even if you don't get it.
Now, either team would love to end this map fast, like the refresh rate of Red Magic's phone, but so far it doesn't look like Argo on the right foot to do so. Look at their economy. Things have been completely turned around, and Galaxy Racer, they're the ones commanding this game. But it's a force spike coming out from Argo. This could be do or break for them. If they lose this round, this likely could be the loss in the entire map.
Yeah, they've gambled all the way in. They are getting their utility in order. They want to push into B eventually. And with Fiku tagging up with Furlan, they've already made their way up Banana. They just need to find these 2 frags. Flashbang is ready. This is it. Ladies and gentlemen, this MAC-10 push could be defining for the rest of the game. Smoke to come out, just tries to delay them for a little bit as Fiku moves fast into coffins. Chauzy, he will be overwhelmed eventually because Fiku is on the case. He's running around with a MAC-10 willy-nilly.
No
Doppelman
way.
will fall, and with just MAC-10s, they have overruled the B side of Inferno.
Now that was a risky strategy there from Argo, but it works out. High risk, high reward. And right now, Galaxy Racer, they're not going to go for it. There's no way they will go against 5 other players. They had no idea how bad the economy of Argo was. The only thing they saw were a couple of MAC-10s. They didn't know. Now they know that says rifles picked up on their end as well. That's an AK-47 for Fallen. That is going to be a FAMAS for Alan. Man, that was insane. And Argo managed to execute it. The Poles will find themselves on map points, and Galaxy Racer under pressure on their own map pick. How about that, Argo? You impressed me heavily.
There was no reason for them to feel so comfortable with these MAC-10s, yet they did. And with this kind of round loss bonus and the fact that, round win bonus and the bomb being planted and whatnot, the fact that they have Kevlar from the previous round means that they can propel themselves into AKs across the board. On the other hand, we will be able to see rebuys as well from the CT side because they ended up saving 3 weapons. So this is where I think it's so exciting, Pavlos, because before this game ends, we get to see a locked and loaded gun round and perhaps even an overtime.
Wouldn't be the first one of the day, that's for sure.
Oh yeah. Many close games today, even though only one of them went to overtime.
Absolutely, and even though all of them were 2-0 so far, they were very darn close, weren't they? So, getting into this one, Argo winning off a map on their opponent's map pick would be exactly like we would have seen the first map this day, where Argo beat Astralis Talent on their own map pick. Now, that was a one-way affair. Argo solidly won that through without too much trouble. It was a one-sided affair for sure, but right now, things are a lot more closer. And Argo being able to upgrade their riflery to something better. AK-47s all around, but it's Galaxy Racer. So this time around, that'll look a little bit comfortable on lesser weaponry, on MP9s. Damage found. Fiku finding a first frag. Nearly connected with a second one, but doesn't quite do so. Argo on the front foot. Not only do they have the round advantage, they've got the numbers advantage in this round. That could potentially be the last.
Argo, they've set themselves up for success. When Galaxy Racer brought it to that 14 point, when the MAC-10s came out to play, it looked like Argo might have gone crazy with that kind of commitment to just MAC-10s. But now, looking at the bright side of it, when they've come out unscathed, and they've come out with AKs now, we can see the thought process that went into it. Galaxy Racer struggling to hold on to this scoreline. These final 45 seconds potentially could be make or break, and look at this. The Racers, they've gambled on the B side. They've sent 3 players there. There's only 1 defender, and in the meantime, the bomb is making its way towards A. This could change everything unless Ago decide to take their time and change their course.
This could change everything indeed. Pleasant has got the lineup. He's able to find one. Galaxy Racer still in this. Molly through, reached down to 42 points of health. And surviving through it. Blessin, though, will be peeking through, finding 1 frag, still putting Galaxy Racer in the game, but now they're under pressure. No time remaining. They need to get the bomb planted. Blessin looking up behind. He could have pressured on site, but he doesn't quite do that. Argo, if they want to close out this matchup, they need to make this numbers advantage work. But what they do have an advantage in is that they've got the bomb ticking. And that pressure is set on Argo's shoulders. How much pressure can they withhold? They've been on it for the entire time. Incendiary thrown out, catch him, snatchy out of position, but he's able to reposition nonetheless. Chauzy trying to find some damage with the MP9, but the AK-47s will do damage onto them. Heck, Argo not winning out on those trades. They'll be losing through. They've got plenty of time to defuse and will be going to overtime.
What a round from Galaxy Racer. Somehow they come back on that retake. Oh, that actually got a little too close there, didn't it? But man, regardless, Snatchy once again leading the charge with 30 kills and 15 deaths, holding that 2 KDR. And having Ago stick to this tournament by the wire.
I mean, even if they lose these matchups, they're still going to be in the tournament, right? But getting a win here is so darn important because they skip out on all of the shenanigans happening tomorrow. They skip out on everything. They can just qualify to the next stage of Blast Rising either way.
The reason I say that he helps them stick to that tournament, because even in that Astralis Talent game, he carried them across the finish line. There's no doubt about it. I generally don't point out players like that, like as if they've completely overshadowed their team, but Snatchy in that instance, for him to have 37 kills in the previous map that he played against Astralis Talent, and then immediately followed up with another 30-kill game against Galaxy Racer, which is actually a team that is a cut above Astralis Talent for sure. That is not something to scoff at. That's definitely not something that can be undermined.
He's definitely a massive difference maker in these games. But overtime is the name of the game. Galaxy Racer, they're under pressure. This is their own map pick. They want to close it out, otherwise they'll be in trouble in this series. I mean, we said the entirety of this map pool would be a close affair, right? We said that whatever the outcome, it's going to be close. And that is completely the case right now. 100% the situation.
I think I might have just sipped my tea a little bit too hard and you probably heard it.
I'm not sure I did. But either way, it's all good.
But yeah, moving into overtime. This is where things get a bit dicey there, don't you think, X-Warrior? Because this has been such a back and forth game, and now you've equipped these lads with all the weaponry they could possibly desire. What could possibly go wrong?
I never like saying what could possibly go wrong, because whenever I say that, everything goes wrong. So let's have a look at this one. Lining up towards the A site, but the bomb site, the bomber has other ideas pushing onwards, lined up. They've got some information, but the rotations are in order towards that A bomb site. 3 players heading towards that side of things as smokes are drawn out from the CTs. Galaxy Racer, again, defending while Argo looking to attack, as they are the terrorists in this scenario. Slowing things down a bit as no trades have come through for the first few seconds of this game as Joel, he's in a fairly aggressive angle. Up, exposed. He'll pre-fire it. Flashed out completely. Doesn't quite fall back in time. And that's going to be the lineup there from Argo. They'll continue with this one. Solid aggression coming through. But Chauzy will be peeking out either way. Gap through the smoke will allow Fika to get himself a kill. And that's Argo, the bomb plant. With only 3 players remaining here from the Galaxy Racer side. And arguably, the B-bomb side of Inferno are one of the hardest ones to take.
Oh yeah, you can see that their reaction is nothing. They stay on A. They're firmly cemented into their positions. It's really weird to see them now have like as much money as they want, because previously at least the back and forth was supplemented by the fact that, okay, they drop out on some money, and then they can hurt each other's economy. But this is like that very extended fight in Dragon Ball. You know, you remember that Frieza fight? Except now you've suddenly given Frieza and everybody else Ultra Instinct. You've decided that you want to hit the pedal to the metal. You want to see what could possibly be dragged out of this fight.
I'm going to disappoint you, Wild Deity, but I've never watched Dragon Ball.
No, you're not going to do me dirty like that.
I am.
Come on.
I know.
Everybody's seen a little bit of that, a little bit of Dragon Ball. But I mean, for context, like...
I played a little bit of Dragon Ball on Game Boy.
Yeah, that's fine too. Even that might be good enough for context. But yeah, the Frieza fight was one of the longest fights in TV show history. I think it still holds a record or something, but I'll have to confirm that.
Either way, this does seem to be a long fight, doesn't it? This entirety of the map has been back and forth. Left and right. To and throw. Tug of war, that's for sure. But Joe holding it down the line with the AWP. The Battle of the Orps, but it's Snatchy to win it. Surprise, surprise. Disco Doppler, though, yet again, pulling out an aggressive strategy from his pack of strategies. Oh, he can smell them. Does he expect to? This is perfect. Disco Doppler brings Galaxy Racer straight back into the game with a double of his own. But what do Argo do? They're at a disadvantage. And they can't quite deliver a kill without getting traded through. Reet gets one, but does get killed by Pleasant in the meantime. The bomb will get collected as well. Heading towards the A site sounds like it's going to be the idea. Flash drawn out, but surely they should know that this is some sort of a fake coming out. But Rallen, he needs to be the difference maker coming through. Doesn't there and waiting, collects the kill. Surely this is going to be the round here from Galaxy Racer. But Snatchy getting a no-scope onto Pleasant. Barely surviving through it. He's got 1 point of health. No way you win this round 1v2 with 1 point of health.
Oh, he's got the right idea, though. The flashbang will reveal his position, and through the box, a stray bullet will be just enough to land him in the funeral cart.
Yeah, didn't take too long.
16 to 16. Man, at what point does this game end? Like, I'm wondering, like, what mistake will occur? What sequence of events will happen that ends up in a loss for either team? Because right now, both teams are as neck and neck as they can possibly be, and I think they can start to see some of the comedy in the situation, as you can see smiles across the board. Now, what do we make of this, Pavlos?
What do we make of this? We make of it that it's a very close game. And it hasn't stopped being a close game since never, right? Doesn't look like it's going to change anytime soon either. So the way things are going, things are neck and neck. No team looks like they want to skate ahead from their opponents. And right now, I see no C-side advantage on any side, right? Forget any of that. It does give a little bit of an extra comfort for Galaxy Racer to hold back and not having to be proactive, but at the same time, they do best. They perform best when they're the ones pulling out the decisions and bringing out the curveballs. But distractions keeping 2 players towards this B bomb site as the rest head towards A. Argo, final round in the half, and they want it to come in their way.
45 seconds and not a kill has been exchanged. The CT side very bolstered here for the push. A smoke towards library. Molotovs are still ready from the CT side, so it'll be incredibly hard to get onto the site. Apartments will soon be aggressed. There are 3 players ready and waiting. How do these fights end up going?
Look at this, pushing in already. Reach will try and find the first frag, successful in doing so. Snatchy as well, Ral and everybody chiming in for a kill per player, and that means that there's only 2 players remaining, and they cannot save. They cannot stay back. They have to go for it, and this time, they've got lesser odds than they did when they actually pulled off the save on the first round of overtime. Chawsey is able to find one. What else can you bring out? Surely you can't find the clutch. A little bit too far out of reach. They know exactly where he is. They know exactly what to do. Rattlin shuts him off, and it's Argo to win out on overtime. They only require 2 more rounds to win. But 2 more rounds, for me, sounds like a long way away, because things are very, very close.
2 rounds hold no importance right now. The way these teams have been playing, I will be very surprised if this game ends tonight. And this is map number 1, ladies and gentlemen. There's still a long way to go as far as this series is concerned. Ago, keeping us on the edge of our seats. Keep in mind, this is Galaxy Racer's map pick, so for them to struggle this much, this is not a good sign for Mirage. But once again, it just circles back to the idea that Mirage is so thoroughly played, even individually, by players that you can't really count anybody out. And now, 5 seconds on the ticker. We're back into the action. Furlan, Snatchy, both on an AWP. Snatchy, I wouldn't be surprised if he hits that 37 kill mark once again. He's already on 34. He's been a phenomenal performer, even in overtime, so lots and lots of effort coming out from the AGO camp.
Peeking through, though. Fallen attempts the shot. Goes wide. Argo looking to stay in command of this game. Lineups coming through. Commotion towards Banana. They can hear it. They know that something's going on. No flashes, bullets flying onwards. But they do stick around with 2 players. They don't bring reinforcements just yet, and that's a good idea, so, because Galaxy Racer, they still to pull the decision. Still to pull the trigger on that choice. But Flash coming out, Reach is only good for 1. Gets traded through from Chawsey, and that might be the opening they need from the A side. If they do carry on from this, they might be able to get themselves on site with another pick at hand, but they draw back instead. Snatchy with the lineup onto Chawsey. He gets the kill. Reaction timing of lightning. And that puts Argo yet again at a commanding position. 2 players per site. Wherever Galaxy Racer go, they'll be dealing with quite the lineup. And slowly heading towards the Banana side of things. They don't have time to change their mind now.
Galaxy Racer, they've got to commit. Flashbangs at the ready, 2 players ready and waiting. They have to defend the bomb site now. And with so little time to work with, I'm going to be surprised if the T's actually make it in. Fiku's position is perfect. Furlan through the smoke. Finds a kill as well, and now Dizon. Of course that doesn't go his way. 18 to 16. We are already past that 16 mark, ladies and gentlemen. And Snatchy is far beyond the 30 kill mark.
Yeah, it's on 35. Reminiscent of map number 1, right? Well, map number 2 of the day.
Game number 1.
Game number 1.
Map number 2. It's like Snatchy is showing us that he is a class apart. It's as if he's smurfing amongst these players, even though they're all incredible players. That's the thing. That's the shocking bit.
It is shocking. Ooh, that nade goes a little bit south. Quite a bit of damage onto the defense line of the B bomb site. Pico and Fallen both fairly low. A couple of bullets should end their lives. Pushing onwards. Fallen, when do you pull the trigger? Flashed out completely. They've already closed out the gap. 1 kill found, but they are close and personal. Pico finding 1. Fallen with a follow-up as well. Good defense lineup for Argo. 2 players remaining and rotates coming in as well. The cavalry soon to arrive from CT. Banana as well. Bomb does get planted, but the patience from Argo is key. Falling back without losing their lives, making sure they've got the numbers when they do head in. Joel and Pleasant, they need to come up with something brilliant to clutch this round and keep them in the game.
Yeah, 3 angles to work with. CT, Coffin, and Banana. They have to check every single thing, but 2 players are remaining. Pleasant eventually falls to the spray, and it's all down to Joel. This is a map slipping out of their hands. Galaxy Racer, they still have Joel alive and kicking spots a pixel. The nade will almost overwhelm. There's a Molotov, there's a flashbang, and he's burning up, and through the fire and flames, he will be asphyxiated. 19 to 16, Ago come out on top in map number 1 after what was a very, very extended game.
Ooh, gruesome series for both of them. Gruesome map. And that is going to be that for map number 1. Argo take away their opponents' map pick with a solid chance to lead out in this best of 3 series. Now, this is not over. We've got plenty of maps to come through, and that is going to be Mirage and Dust 2 to follow out. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is map number 1 under wraps. Well, Deity, what do we take from this map, number one?
What do we take from this? What we take from this is the fact that Galaxy Racer is a team that loves playing these very close together games, and so is Ago. Ago, they took it to overtime. Ago took it to overtime against Astralis Talent. Galaxy Racer had a very close game against Tricked. So, you know what? I think if there has to be a 3-map game, this is it. But at the same time, I think Ago probably have a good shot at a 2-0, simply because they've already performed so well on Galaxy Racer's map, and I'm not sure if Galaxy Racer can fight back.
Yeah, well, we're going to have to wait and see right after the break, ladies and gentlemen, because we will be right back. Stay tuned.
I suffer many thrills that always leave a mark in me. This highway's never ending, it brings you to your knees, but no one's love is like it is. You got no one above you, and so they say you're free, but that's not all that bothers me. I had never said a word about it, but never stopped believing, don't you know? I haven't been around for you, but darling, surely memories won't guide you home. Somewhere in this desert, I will find my peace. I don't know how long it will be. My shell just keeps on breaking. Inside I long to see the pearl that shows you what is real. Many people gathered from side to side, but that's not all that's on my mind. I had never said a word about it, but never stopped believing,
child. Now it's showing its ugly face. What can I do? Music creeps into my dreams, wakes me into sweaty sheets, abandons me when nights died out. What can I do? What can I do? So I better use my legs and run before it is too late to flee. I feel there is no other way. It's what I can do, what I can do. Then I want to be with you, but you know there's music too. Don't let jealousy alert you. Stop this, get right. Stop this, get right. Dream big, 'cause boy, you're gonna make it. Stand tall, there's a higher road to take it. Let go of everything that you know and be wild in the mystery. Yeah. I've been in the darkness for 40 days. I've been searching for holy flames, a sign to light up the way. So can you help me out? Can you help me out? I've been more certain of truth before. I've been called a righteous man before. Yeah, I've been closer to Jesus before. So can you help me out? Oh, can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or can you help me out? Am I on my own? Am I on my own? Or can you help me out? Can you help me out? I've
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, to Blast Rising. Map number 1 just came away with the winners matchup, Argo versus Galaxy Racer. But it's Argo to come away with Galaxy Racer's map pick. Well, Deary, how do you think of that so far?
I'm still looking for one game today that doesn't get drawn down to the last wire. Very, very close games. With the exception of maybe the first game by Galaxy Racer against Tricked, was it? That was a pretty one-sided affair, but other than that, pretty close matchup so far. And that last game, especially that overtime, that was strange. The fact that Galaxy Racer let it get so close against Argo in their own map pick, especially after the kind of confidence we saw come out from Disco Doppelin, I honestly didn't expect it. And one thing I want to point out before I hand you over the mic is that Nachi, we kept thinking that his performance was unsustainable. We thought that Argo were relying on it so much that it wouldn't be able to effectively manifest itself into multiple games. But he's proven us wrong, at least so far. He's had, I believe he's had a pretty stellar performance on the first map he played. 37 kills on the second one, and 35 kills on the third map. So, what else? Are we going to see a 40 bomb in this one? Who knows?
Yeah, who knows? I mean, a 40 bomb would be the icing on the cake. It would be the cherry on top as well, you know? Seeing a 40 bomb from Snatchy would be absolutely immaculate. But to see 40 get 40 bomb, it means that we'd be seeing another close, very, very close game. And I'll be curious to see if there's actually another close game to come underway, because map number 2 is Argo's map pick. They were able to win themselves a previous map. Galaxy Racer, their progression is on the line here. Argo, they hold all the cards. They're the ones in control. They could close things out here. It just depends how the morale of the Swedes are heading into this one, because the Poles, they seem like they're in the command right now.
Oh yeah, definitely. After Inferno. Now, I'm not really particularly sure about Mirage. And the problem here is, once again, tried and tested map. Like, if there is something... Like, the version of Mirage we have now is even older than the version of Dust 2 that we have.
Yep.
So... It's as old as it gets. There's no team that's going to be struggling on it. So, in a very similar fashion to Inferno, there's just as much of a chance for Galaxy Racer to win it out. It's not a big deal to drop your own map pick if your own map pick was Inferno. Inferno is nothing unorthodox. So if it was something like Vertigo, if it was something like Nuke, then maybe there's a lot more layers that can go into it. But things like Mirage, Inferno, those are public map picks. Nobody's really picking them. They're just accepting them. So, I don't know what to think about this.
No one is picking them. We're just accepting them. While DRE 2021. Yeah, no, absolutely, man. I agree in that extent. And I think that's pretty much the whole map pool today, right? Because we've got, on this particular best of 3, because we had Inferno, we had Mirage, but we've also got Dust 2 if it comes to it, if it comes to the Cider for a third and final map. But yeah, everything has been tried and dusted on Mirage. Let's see how that one turns out, because... Yeah, no, Argo could progress from day number 1 on group number B. Group B? Or you could say group 2. So, yeah. No, it's going to be an interesting affair. And this entire group has been an interesting affair, that one. And seeing Astralis Talent and Tricked Esports battle out tomorrow again to see which one does get eliminated and which one has another breathing chance to stay in this game, we'll have to see and see. We have to wait and see, of course. But it's Argo to start things off on the T side, as it is their map pick. Galaxy Racer choosing to start things off as counter-terrorists, but it's the mid approach that they're going to start things with.
Argo, they go for early aggression, and because they are relying on the P250's range, when they don't get that pick, immediately they'll back off. They've shown some of their chips, and they've made the mid player back off, so no further information will be granted. But in the meantime, Galaxy Racer, they've managed to tuck a player all the way into Palace, so audio information will be of the essence if they give it away. Now, smoke's being lined up, the audio cue, that will be communicated. You can see that a player is starting to rotate in as the players are lining up that utility.
He is, but is it going to be in time? Pleasant finds the first frag into this, so maybe finding the second one would be absolutely crucial. Chorsley takes some time to connect his, but Rallian can't do that himself. Dezen does connect with one of his own, but it's going to be a one-sided affair. Nothing much the Argo side can do. It's the Swedes that command over this round. Only one player left, it's Reetz. Poor lad, all by himself. I've sang a couple of times for people that were left all by themselves, but that won't be this time. I apologize, Reetz. This is just a pissed around, and Yeah, no. Galaxy Racer, it's a good note for them getting themselves this nice little pistol round at the start and sets them up nicely, seeing that they did lose their own map pick. Mirage, if you start things off here on a good note, it would be a good prospect for them. But Reeds hanging out a little bit longer, maybe to find an extra frag. Who knows? But, you know, anything to make him a little bit more confident.
Anything to make them a little bit more confident. Huh. The pistol round, though. I honestly don't bet anything on these pistol rounds anymore. And the reason for that is we've seen how quickly the rounds get messy right after it. Ago picking up Deagles, that's basically a buy at this point. With the kind of track record that we've gotten used to with Desert Eagles always coming out on top one way or the other, we'll have to wait and find out. We can't really be singing celebratory praises for Galaxy Racer, and as I say that, Ago, they found the opening frag. Desert Eagle at the ready. Once again, hand cannon train is there. Choo choo. All aboard.
Damn right. And there's should be more hype to that because it's Deagles all around. All aboard. And Reeds, I mean, he finds himself an M4. That's going to work out, but that's going to be the bomb plant. Numbers advantage for them. But if you look at their lineup, every single one of them towards Ramp and Palace. Now, Fallen will be closing up the gap a little bit. Snatchy lining up for him as well. But do they know that most of the players lining up from Ticket Booth and CT? Desmond will be flashing through as they start to regress, coming out, finding a nice little spray down onto Fallen. Deagle shots onto Pless and Joel, keeping them low and at check. They don't really have much time to defuse this bomb. It's getting lined up from all angles. P250 at hand. Bomb is touched, but it's not going to be successful. I mean, you predicted this well, ideally. The Deagles take it.
I told you, man. Not even a case of I told you so. It's more like I was right. So. It's more of a it's too predictable at this point. The Desert Eagle's always coming out on top in these games. The buys just don't matter anymore. We're starting a new branch of Counter-Strike where you're capped at $800. It's all Desert Eagles. It gets the games done earlier, and there's a lot more tactics that go into it, clearly, right?
Right? Question mark at the end of that, that's for sure. But the Eagle buy coming up from Galaxy Racer as well. So, will they win this out? That's another M4 picked up. Deja vu, but on the other side of the map, the tables have turned. But how does this one work out? This time around, they don't lose too many players after that, although Rylan is down to 8 points of health. Pleasant is down to 11 himself, peeking through. Joel will be getting himself a nice little swing off, but Shorzy from the depths of Palace gets a kill his own. I mean, trades all around, but the bomb does go down eventually, and it's in favor of Argo now. Squaring a second round in a row would be exactly what they want, but seeing how things have gone so far, Deagle kills are of essence, and they've found multiple of them so far. Snatchy, his position here is absolutely vital. And Plesser lining through, he's able to shut him down. Down to a 202. This is a lot more doable for him. The bomb is planted for both of these players. They just have to play this patiently.
Yeah, Roland quite low on HP does make things a bit trickier, and that smoke doesn't do them any favors either. Oh, Snatchy, you've been picked up through and through. The kit, though, that is simply not available, and that means that Galaxy Racer, they don't get the round. They'll just have to back off instead, but Desert Eagles, once again?
Yeah, and that's...
They may not have gotten the round win, but still, a lot of impact.
Absolutely. A lot of impact. Like, they didn't survive with a single player there. Argo, you cannot say that they are comfortable economically in this game by losing every single player on their force buy, on their initial buy. They bought up to their last and final penny here. Losing more players here would be detrimental, would be disaster for them. Snatchy, though, catches a kill as well. Fallen joins in. Argo looks like they're willing to take the dominance that they couldn't quite bring out the previous round. Payback for the Deagle kills, I guess, but Galaxy Racer joining up in mid. Both sites open for the taking, but the fact that Argo are also challenging mid right now, it doesn't really matter, does it?
Galaxy Racer are struggling to get any control here. Those two saved AKs, they've lost one of those. Dizon desperately trying to get a dent in, but this is all Ago all day. And the way Ago started this, it's actually starting to look like their map pick. They felt comfortable with the Deagles going into it, and even though we've seen Galaxy Racer have back and forth before with the eco round, when Ago have their own map pick, they didn't let it happen. They want to cement their lead. Dezon, on his way out, at least he might be able to pick up a kill, and he gets tossed around, kind of like I've been tossing around the pronunciation of Dezon, just coming up with something new, a new way to approach it. So I'm like saying it, I'm saying all the words like just enough for it to like slip past the cracks.
Yeah, soon
and
you'll
for
say
the casual viewer to think like I've corrected my pronunciation, but I haven't.
At some point, I'm expecting you to say Dijon for Dijon mustard. But hey, yeah, don't do that. Yeah, we wouldn't be casters if we weren't going to butcher these names, you know? This is pretty much the reason why we became casters. For the explicit reason to butcher people's names. No, that's not the case, yes. But you know, that's pretty much what everybody does. But Joe holding down the line here with aggressive movement from Miss. Actually gets one, but traded out from Disco Dotman. Dezo turns in from one from the other side of things, though. They're not looking after Pleasant, and that's going to be their downfall. I think, well, Deity, this is going to be a close matchup again because it didn't take long for Argo to take their eyes off the ball.
Oh, yeah. But still, you can't count them out just yet because the bomb is still in their control. 1 minute and 15 seconds. This aggression, though, with the AUG. If Reeds can pull the trigger first, suddenly it's doable. Shot missed. And the information has been claimed. If Fiku can maybe find a kill here, then a 2v3 becomes a reasonable prospect. 2 players watching, 1 in jungle, 1 on the side. Duels can be isolated. With a second player coming in from ramp, let's see how this works out for them. Fiku doesn't immediately commit because he wants Reeds to come around the corner as well. A Molotov and a flashbang is available as well on Reeds, so it's not entirely undoable for them to actually nestle themselves onto the bomb site before they take further duels, but ideally, they want to get more done before they really stick to the bomb.
Argo, they're in a pressuring situation right now, as you said. The lineup there, the timing doesn't quite work out. Fiku down to 6 HP, but it loses a teammate as well. Now, that didn't work out as planned, did it? I mean, he's given up on this completely. We'll try and go towards mid, maybe get the kill, cancel the defuse from Connector. We'll try that. They haven't touched the bomb just yet, so maybe he can do that. No way, right?
Yeah, no, not a chance.
Okay.
If it was planted for him, then maybe. I really like that spray control, by the way. It was quite crispy, even though it didn't really lead to any consequence, but pretty crispy regardless.
Well, you can see these guys are under a lot of pressure from both. They've already had a day full of Counter-Strike. And
yeah, it's definitely not easy.
It does get a little bit gruesome at some point, doesn't it? Especially seeing how close the games have been thus far. This map doesn't look like it's going to be an exception to the theme. Flash is drawn out in Palace, but it's a spread open approach. A default setup, actually, for the Argo side of things. Looking out for information, maybe to find a pick here and there, but it's the Palace side of things to aggress first. Chelsea, he's got the lineup right. He's got 1 kill. And with that, Argo will try and draw back from it, gain access somewhere else. And Snatchy, ooh, this could be good onto Plassen. Up to timing, but it's re-smoke, so that's not going to happen anytime soon. Has to be careful for the smoke not to fade from Sniper's Nest, peeking through. Plassen able to get one, traded out with his life. Snatchy does gather him in the end, but Argo, they try to make the decision to pull across that A site with Rallen onwards, but the fact that the kill didn't go their way, they find themselves in a very tough spot.
Galaxy Racer? Oh, never mind. Scratch that thought. Reeds. You could have suddenly made it doable. 35 seconds, but as the bomb is being planted, Joel's got the right idea. And he will happily drill a bullet through the skull of Joel. Did I just say Joel twice?
Maybe.
Maybe. But we'll let that slide. We'll let that slide. It's getting a little late, so... You know what? As the hours pass by, all becomes forgiven.
Not sure if that's the case, but definitely there's a lot more reason to forgive you. Well, Daddy, I still will never forgive you for that thing. By the way, there is no thing. I don't know. I just thought to
Yeah,
bring
just
that
like
up.
come up with something random.
Come up with something random, but
Just-
that random thing never came to my mind. Like we said,
at this point, there's
just
some obscure allegation against me that I'll probably get canceled for, and you're just thinking like, huh, what's the made up thing I'm gonna be posting on Twitter now after this cast? We'll see. We'll see. We'll come to terms with something.
We will.
Now, Ago, he'll have some weaponry to work with. Rollin on a Galil, Snatchy on an AWP, so that's the big contender, isn't it? Snatchy on that op. 10 kills for him already. He is already off to a smashing start. If you look at the kill distribution, he has more kills than everybody combined on his team right now. And that is only in the first 3 rounds that they've picked up. They go on B, though. They'll only be fighting against one player. Maybe a second on short, but that's about it. Should be a relatively easy take coming in. First man in. Rates with the Tech 9. Pleasant has to hold him off.
Can he indeed? He does get the 1 kill, though. And that does cause damage to the Argo attack. Pushing onwards, though, they're not going to hold back. They do tap the bomb. That's going to put pressure on the CT side of things. Pleasant still holding through most of the pressures. And Argo, they haven't been able to find a kill. Finally, Rallen finds one, but he trades it through with his life. Fallen aggressing Snatchy to find the kill. Fallen with another with a P250. He's able to find a rifle, perhaps. AK now at hand, 2v2, but the bomb doesn't get planted just yet. And now they're solidifying around that approximate area. Chorzy, he got a good kill, but Snatchy's just too done quick. You can hear the commotion though, Joe. Oh, they're waiting. Unfortunate. I like the effort. It was a valiant effort for it, but not going to be enough.
Yeah, Snatchy assumed that the last player might be on short as well, and that's why he's just fully committed to running down market, but with 2 kills for him, that's still a good attempt. In the meantime, though, maybe want to head on over to Coinbase and learn a little bit more about cryptocurrency, look at some of their articles where they help you become an expert. In the meantime, maybe even earn a bit of crypto in the process of learning. So do go ahead and check them out. Similar to how Joel's been checking out mid with his AWP, scoping in, looking at all the details, like you should be scanning all the details about crypto right now, because it is hot.
I tried to make that high note, but I just couldn't. I just voice cracked tremendously.
That's
just
why you need to stick to being a footballer and not a core musician.
Yeah, I know. It didn't work out for me. I was actually a choir singer at some point, believe it or not. Yeah. Wild 80. That was very, very bad. I do apologize.
The whole sequence of words just like didn't need to come out of your mouth and everything would be okay.
But right now, I mean, it does look tough for Argo. I mean, they're going to try at least to gain some mid control. They contest connector at least to potentially find a kill, but the timing isn't right for Snatchy. Lesson is there and waiting. Catches him off guard. And Fiku, I love that Deagle skin, man. I really, really do. But
yeah, that translucent, or was it pearlescent?
I couldn't tell you. I just know it looks nice.
Yeah, it's just got that vibe to it. There's also the M4A1S that has a similar pattern and all that reflectiveness. It looks awesome. I did have this Desert Eagle for a little bit, but then I traded it in for a knife. On CS Money, by the way, coincidentally.
Ooh. Things are going to the side of Galaxy Racer right now. And you have to feel up if you're a Swedish fan. They're not doing too bad. Obviously, Argo, they were going to lose that round. It wasn't favorable for them. It's that default, eco round that would come out either way. Everybody knows the story by now. But Galaxy Racer, I mean, winning rounds with determination and not really giving away free kills to their opponents is exactly what they need to do to bring things back to an equal standpoint, to take it to map number 3, take it to Dust 2. So far this round, there's only been an equal trade all around. 1-for-1 as Rallen and Pleasant trade their lives. Full on coming in through the smoke. Spotted out first by Disco Doppler. The defense side of CT of Mirage is treating the Swedes very nicely.
How does this work out for Argo? The thing is, Galaxy Racer need to put up a lot more on the table because they're on the CT side right now. They can't just be comfortable with having back and forth rounds, and that's what Ago is hoping for. They want to do this until their T side is over. Chazi, he is tucked in a great position because they'll not be checking for it. He swings out. He's gotten 2, and he might even be good for 3, but he doesn't have to aggress further. Snatchy, uncharacteristically, will finally end up missing a shot because, god damn, he hasn't really been missing anything, has he?
No, he's been a mastermind with that AWP. He's been absolutely crazy on it, but as you said, a little bit uncharacteristically, we'll be missing out on that. But even if he did, it would have been a tough call to get himself this win, especially seeing that he's all by himself. And there's a rotation coming in from Dezen behind, but he's pretty much holding down the line. He's not going to aggress for the AWP. He's going to stick around just in case Snatchy does go aggressive himself or does decide to fall back instead. But he's going to stick in position. And probably the wisest idea, because that's going to keep him alive, unless Dezen closes up quickly enough. And I think he's got just enough time. Oh, Snatchy? He loses up on another shot. And without any survivors, Galaxy Racer take themselves another nice clean round.
If they can chain a few more rounds together, if they can get that half advantage, then I can start giving them a bit of credit. But for now, Ago, they just had way too strong of a showing on map number 1. Galaxy Racer. How do they perform here on Mirage under the test of time? The first 6 rounds, at least they've gotten their foot through the door, but some work needs to be done before they can get comfortable. Ago. 2 of their players now pushing into apartments, and the bomb is still all the way back on mid, so I'm not sure of how this round will go down, but for now, Pleasant seems to be the one taking a few bullets in his side. Will fall, but that is at the expense of 2 terrorists.
It is
Other
indeed.
than that, just a bomb on mid, so once again, they'll have to go back and try to get it before they can even commit to anything.
Now, where do Argo commit? The pick would be valuable. Would be great. Not only do damage to the economy, but also challenges the round for a bomb plant as well. Snatchy, though, pushing up across jungle. Chawsey as well. The fact that he's moving across ramp won't be favourable for his team, but Disco Doplin, the focus on this man, he's so intelligible. He knows exactly what is going on throughout this map, and definitely one of the cleverest players in the game right now, not being sort of in that regard. And Argo, yeah, 2 Deagle strong will get called off one by one as well. Instantly, in a matter of couple of seconds, both players do get shut down. But Galaxy Racer, I mean, at the start it was like a 4-3. It started getting a little bit out of hand. But Argo, this does seem like it's getting a little bit out of hand. Now 4 rounds between themselves and their opponents.
I don't think this is quite out of Ago's reach just yet, because of course they are playing off of that CT. They are playing off of the T side disadvantage, and there's a lot more that goes into play. But still, they can't let Galaxy Racer comfortably set themselves up a nest.
But man, I mean, people need to make decisions in this types of situations. Argo definitely do. And if you want to make a decision about your own inventory, skin inventory, you might as well want to sell them over in CS Money to get yourselves even better skins. But right now, Argo, their decision that they need to make is bring things back. They need to find a way to sneak their way into a site, get themselves that bomb point. Simple CS 1, 2, 3 type of situations. And make something work for them. So far, Galaxy Racer, they've been greeting them with all sorts of firepower, left and right, denied, wherever they get pulled. It is Galaxy Racer there to stop them. Argo haven't had much of a say. We've talked about them being on the T side, and yes, it wouldn't be that much favourable for them. And this is their map pick, and having a very highly contested T side affair is exactly what they want. Mid control of Essence, the flash does come through, crossing towards Chicken's Nest short as well. Joel doesn't quite connect the shot. Joel's back around and there and waiting wherever he goes, he greets the terrorist. That's information now given. Smoke drawn out to allow him to cross, but that's a gap through the smoke that he crosses anyway. And that's amazing stuff. Now onto jungle as well. They could connect the push towards connector.
Look at the map, X-Warrior. These 4 players, they're so far away from the A site, and the bomb should get comfortably planted. It's all down to Chazzy to maybe deny the plant or maybe hold it off long enough for his teammates to come in. But with the way they're positioned right now, I don't think they have a snowball's chance at hell of getting onto that retake early enough. T's all getting ready into position. This is too tough of a retake to crack, and with the kind of money some of the CTs have, especially Pleasant, I think they will eventually decide to go back. But now bringing it down to a 3v3, suddenly they've switched up their pace. They want to go for this. Rates will take down Pleasant. Fiku follows suit by putting another bullet in the head of Disco Doplin. And as I say that, Dazon will fall as well. Good round from Ago, and if they can get another one of those, perhaps we can see the economy breaking down for Galaxy Racer. But for now, this is still a gun round and a half.
This is another gun round and a half. Argo bring things back slightly. We talked about how it was vital they bring things back here, and it seems like they have. It's not quite over in the half either for them. Galaxy Racer have only solidified the 7th. The 8th has yet to be challenged. You can't doubt them just yet. A B approach coming through from Argo. Most of the players determined on that side of thing. Dezen, though, with a double up setup coming through from Joel as well. They'll be holding on to this one. Pixel play, though. Spots out a player dropping towards under. We'll be holding down the line in case there is a follow-up. And it looks like there may be a follow-up. Either way, he has to fall back from it, as he does get smoked out. But Argo turn their attention towards mid. It looks like they want to have plenty of decisions to make and have their options available if they want to end up going towards connector or short.
Yeah, this time around, though, Galaxy Racer, they're a bit more proactive with their approach. Joel and Disco Doplin take a duel apiece, and that leads it into a 3v5. And with all the time that Ago took calculatedly getting onto mid, it doesn't pay off, and now they're left with 45 seconds where they have to get onto a site soon. Saving grace, maybe Fiku's gotten a kill, so off of that they can still make it work. But Joel, he's still being a menace in that mid window. Fiku, second kill for him, and as I say that, Furlan has crept forward quite far in. Oh, he could have just spotted a pixel there. I think he knows that there's a player in Palace because I believe I just saw a peek there. But that shot being fired away, though, Furlan now knows what he must do. Accept his death, because there are 3 angles he has to work with.
Ooh, he's able to find 1 out of the 3, and that's going to be the bomb plant. Cheeking out through jungle, that's going to be his downfall, though. Valiant effort, but Galaxy Racer take it up in the end, and that's going to be the 8th that we talked about. Now solidifying that they will be ahead at halftime as expected here on the CT side of Mirage. But Argo, they're in a little bit of a pickle. Only a couple of players having money this time around. Oh, Daily, if you were Argo right now, what would be the call? What would you try and do? Because they're in a little bit of a pickle right now. You can see them scratching their heads. This is not an easy case for them.
I think they're playing too slow of a style compared to what Galaxy Racer is comfortable with. So if they can maybe go for slightly faster plays, that's ideally what I'm looking for, especially with the kind of AWP presence we're seeing from Joel. If they can overwhelm that op, then at that point, especially because they have a double op setup, maybe overwhelming them is what is going to make it work. And now that's exactly what they're doing. Hard and fast push into Catwalk, but it's only 1 player. No second player to go for that revenge kill. Chazzy. He gets a kill for free. Rates in the meantime, though. He will put in the work to secure 1 as well.
Ran out approach again from Argo. Oh, Charles, he can hear the commotion from Snatching. Not going to happen. Rallen buys time for him to move across ladder room. Catches Chawsey off guard. And Argo, they may want to turn things back there, though. Dezen and Pleasant wing their trays on both sides of the map. And just like that, things are back into the favor of Galaxy Racer. The Swedes don't want to let go just yet. They've got control of the game, but the center of the map is under the hands of Argo. Not for long, though. Doesn't contest it, and Rallen falls. Argo, they feel like... It looks like they're under pressure. It looks like they're crumbling. Something doesn't look right for them right now, and the pulls aren't pulling things in their favor. Apart from that kill, though, Reitz makes things a little bit more doable. 1v2, smoke out, but he fakes the smoke towards Connect as he heads towards B. Wherever he goes, he will greet at least one player. He knows of this.
Yeah, if he can avoid this shot with the AWP, then at that point he does have a chance. Oh yeah, he's gotten onto the site now. It is undeniable that he's become a menace. Pleasant, so low on HP. Dizon needs to hit his shot, and if the weapons were switched around, I would say that he doesn't have that much of a chance, but I think it's ideally set up for him. Spots the player, Pleasant. Eventually falls, Reitz one-on-one. He needs to bait out that AWP shot, but it's unsuccessful, and Dizon is on the case. And Dizon is actually putting up a performance very similar to what we saw characteristic of Snatchy instead. Leading the charge, 16-5, more, a higher KDR than 3. So he has been a cornerstone for bringing Galaxy Racer to the level they are right now. Ago going for a tactical timeout. Is that really a surprise? A surprise, X-Warrior?
No, it isn't. They're under pressure. And you can see it. We saw the cams earlier as well. Argo, they're not doing too good, that's for sure. It doesn't quite work out in their favor many of the times. And you can see there's some heavy talking going through. There's some heavy banging on everyone's heads. Wake up, guys. The day is not over. We are one map ahead. Winning this map qualifies that. That's enough shenanigans that you can even see them shaking their heads.
That is a bit
Although
much.
that was Joel from Galaxy Racer shaking his head. We saw moments of Argo kind of trying to get themselves back into the zone. Have the right strategy into this. They have another buy round to come through, and Snatchy with another AWP setup for him. We'll line it up towards mid, but Pleasant switches up the tempo, regresses on mid. Does he have the read? He does. Peek out from Connect as well.
He does have an idea here, but I don't think he's expecting Pleasant to comfortably be tucked away into the smoke. Behind the curtains, Pleasant will overwhelm. That is 2 kills for them, and now Ago, they've suddenly fallen apart once again. Furlan, a kill for him, but that's just 1. There's still not the equalizer. Joel will be forced to back off, and although they're sprawling onto the A site, it's still with a massive disadvantage.
It is indeed. Disco Doppler getting another kill through the smoke, because why not? He's not the main AWP of the team, he's not even the secondary AWP of the team, but he makes it happen. Lesson though. Ooh, sneaky beaky timing works out for the CT. Works out for the Swede. And seems like nothing is really working out for the side of the Poles right now because they didn't even get the bomb part down. Galaxy Racer, they've got double digits now at the first half.
This is such a contrast to what we saw in the previous game. Yes, Ago ended up winning Galaxy Racer's game, and it was on a comeback, but if Galaxy Racer can just push it through and win in a convincing fashion, then they've definitely set themselves up for success on Dust 2. Furlan, first frag to come through. And in a 10-5 scenario, then you can suddenly start hypothesizing that a pistol round can change the outcome of a game, and it's still doable. And with the CT side and all of those factors coming into play, it can come to fruition as a game that is won. But right now, they need to get themselves onto that 5th. This advantage doesn't mean anything unless they can actually translate it into a round. Disco Doppler, he's got the right idea. He spots a player through the smoke, but eventually, though, he will get punished. 2 versus 2. Pleasant and Dizon up against Reitz and Snatchy. Can Snatchy keep pulling up the big performance? Because after those 10 kills, he's really fallen off.
He really has, and 2v2 is a lot more possible than the previous situations they've been in. Last round can't really afford for a save here. Flash drawn out, that won't really affect anything as both players heading in from mid. May look to come from jungle as well. Nade thrown out onto Reitz. No, they will both come in from connector. Reitz there and waiting, lines up 1. They know where Reitz is now, but Snatchy could help out. Dezen down to 1v1, running out of time. But Snatchy is there and waiting. It's better than 4, but Argo close it out with 5. Galaxy Racer, it seems they were there and waiting and everything Argo pulled out, but it's Argo to close out the last round, and taking that momentum onto the next round would be absolutely immense for them, would be vital. Let's see if they're actually able to do just that.
It all comes down to the pistol. If they want to close it out 2-0, this is it. This is their chance, or Galaxy Racer takes it. T side for Galaxy Racer now. They looked pretty confident when they were on the CT, when they were on the more advantageous side, but perhaps we can see the same kind of replication come out from Argo, because if you've picked the map, you definitely know how to play around with the CT side.
Yeah, that tends to be the case.
Yeah, that does tend to be the case. And on top of that, I do think that Snatchy will get a much better chance to be used as an AWP player once he's on the CT, because he has multiple different angles he can work with. He can be set up a lot better, and he doesn't have to be asphyxiated by the nature of the terrorist side. So finally, we'll get to see him play to his full potential. I would like to see the rest of the players also having a major moment of brilliance like him, maybe come up to a 30 bomb or something along those lines, but I also understand that they're not exactly set up for it, so it is a double-edged sword.
It is a double-edged sword indeed. Let's see how this one works out. Tactical timeout over. You cannot be surprised that these two teams, they're under pressure. To an extent, Argo, they want to get this over and done with, right? They want to get rid of this. They want to finish with that 2-0, but Galaxy Racer are not going to make it easy for them. Not at all. Onto the T site, straight out of the bat, heading towards the A site. Is Joel to lead the charge, slowing things down a bit, going for a little bit of a contact play instead.
Yeah,
we need to line up the smokes and flashes as well.
Double players on CT. The flashbang is out. Fiku, he's carefully tucked away very close into the site, so if he plays off a firebox, that can be deadly. Fiku finds one, and as they're running into CT, he has also fallen. That is 3 kills coming their way. Argo, they might have just had the map slip right out of their hands. Ferlin and Reitz now 2v4. Incredibly tough retake. Pistols are not very favorable, although their teammates have the same affair going for them, but Pleasant is happy to make it much more favorable for the Galaxy Racer side, even more so than it already is.
So we'll give it a go. So pest around after all. We'll try and connect the shots, but no, Jawsy delivers. Finds the kill in the end, and yeah, we kind of see the fact that Galaxy Racer could be running away with this one, right? They get themselves a pissed around while being ahead 5 rounds. This could well be an 8-round lead. Now, we've seen Argo come out from deficits before. But, man, I don't know if they'll be able to come back from this. But they might want to bring out their hopes with some skins at their hands, look at them and say, oh, that's pretty. But you might want to do the same as well by changing up your old skins to newer ones, heading up to CS.money. Why not? Don't miss out on checking out our partners. But right now, it's Galaxy Racer now with a 4-spy coming through. Same could be said about Argo, but it's looking a lot weaker with the just mere Eagles. But it's these darned Eagles, Wild Daily. It's these darned Eagles that have delivered time and time again. Can they do this time the same thing they've done on Inferno earlier?
They've even done the same on the second round, so second round of Maraud. So, of course, we can't count them out just yet. But if this round doesn't go their way, man, I have some bad news for Argo on their own map pick. Roland, though, he started it off. The Desert Eagle comes to play. It's come out into the playground, and it is pushing Chazzy around on a swing that is broken. Destined to fall, destined to make him go flying. Snatchy. Scout rifle hasn't quite come to fruition just yet. Roland, instead, will take a few bullets from Pleasant to the head. 4v4. The Eagles still do have a chance to eventually connect.
And they do indeed. Coming out of it, Fiku swings out, finds 1 kill. Fallen as well from mid. They could potentially do this if he finds more shots, but he doesn't. Reitz needs to join in now, but it's a 2v2, still doable. Lining it up, scout at hand, long distance on CT could favor him, but it could also favor him across ramp. Oh, it is going to be a jungle push. That AK-47 from Joel is a dangerous prospect in this. Finds the first headshot onto Reitz, instantly connects. Fiku still alive to tell the tale. Can he do much more? Peeks on forwards, holds it back, waits for his opponent to peek him instead. Lines it up towards Tetris. Instead, double backs on that. Pushes forwards, runs out of time. No kid at hand, needs to act fast. Doherty needs to check out Dark, but he doesn't. Does get shut down by Joel. Galaxy Racer with a 12th round. The Deagle round doesn't work out in their favor. And an eco round to follow through. Galaxy Racer likely to get on that 13th.
When you said Galaxy Racer, I just thought of a riced out Supra with the Galaxy Racer emblem on it.
You know what I thought?
Mm-hmm.
A rice cooker made by aliens.
Galaxy Racer. Okay. Okay, we can make that work.
Why not?
Yeah, I mean, with the way Fast and Furious movies are, no surprises if that's the plot of the next one. But
it's not even a love story, but it's still a better love story than Twilight.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, Fiku, he makes it work. Argo, that's let's just say light at the end of the tunnel. Getting a kill there would be very nice. Joel does get dinked through, but not quite shut down. Rallen, though, makes that pistol work on his own hands. 3 against 3, but not in a position to pick up any rifles, and that could be their detriment. Dealing with 3 AKs on a disadvantage, now they're the ones that have to aggress. Now they're the ones that have to pull out the offensive. Havoc being created from short and market, but it's Chawsey the shutdown Snatchy. Bringing them out a number disadvantage as well. He could be a menace, though. Headshot found to Joel.
Oh, yeah.
Now he's shut down. Coming in from apartments as well. Fallen finds another kill. This could be doable. Fallen down to one-on-one, but Fallen doesn't have a rifle to make things happen. Will look to get himself that AK, but he's stuck in position. Does swing out wide, and Dezen catches him off track. 13th. Guaranteed now for Galaxy Racer.
If he had gotten that AK, then we would be seeing an entirely different result, or at least a chance at it. But Galaxy Racer, very convincing Mirage so far. And this is kind of what I was talking about earlier, wasn't I? That this is such a tried and tested map that no team can comfortably say that, yes, this is our map pick, this is what we're going to dominate on. Because it's quite hard to be bad at Mirage Mirage nowadays. It really does come down to how your individuals are feeling at that time. And unfortunately for Ago, I think Snatchy's only been really only been the one that's popping off.
Yeah, it has been a one-way street here. Galaxy Racer have been the ones to control the tempo, have been the ones to control literally everything that goes around in this game. Been controlling the round lead, they've gotten the first half, and they've gotten literally every single round this second half as well. It looks like they can continue to do that as well. Getting a kill onto Snatchy early on, the star player of Argo seems to have fallen out of command. And Fiku can't hold down his line, even with a buy round. Argo, they're in danger. They're in grave danger. And they can't really work things out at all as Galaxy Racer yet again get themselves on site. The Swedes, they're willing to keep on to this game. They're willing to keep things going. Take it to Dust 2. Map number 3, the decider. They're willing to upset here against the Poles, and they're not letting go at all.
Simply not enough money for the Ago side for this kind of comeback to be sustainable. Reitz and Rollin, they've got money, they've got weaponry, but you can see how close they are to that $0 mark. And even with the best possible loss bonus, that is not enough weaponry for the counter-terrorist side. So you do have to feel for them when you're down 14. 14-5 rather. Two rounds away. After that first game, nobody would have predicted that Galaxy Racer could have such an upset on that second map, Ago's pick. If it had to be a close game, then at least, or rather, if it had to be a comeback, at least we would want to see a close game, because Ago did the same on their map. But no, it's a complete whitewash. It is complete destruction for Ago. And now you can see how comfortable Galaxy Racer feel in their decisions. They're simply going for pushes. They're simply going for any aggression they'd like, and they're not losing out on any aim duels. So everything seems to have been aligned now.
It does seem to be the case. Fallen does get Molly down to the ground, burnt to crisp, Poorland. Hasn't been able to have too much fun on Mirage. Argo seem to be out of it. Maybe they've already pressed that reset button and said, hey, okay, let's just take it to Dust 2. But if they do take it to Dust 2, Galaxy Racer look like the more refined team right now. Look like the ones that are winning most of the Angels. So that is a very dangerous prospect for Argo. This game seems a little bit too out of reach. Lost the players so far, not over for them, of course. The polls never give up unless they've seen that 16th round, but you've got to start feeling for them because this is a tough situation. Lining up towards the B bomb site, rotation coming in. They've got the read.
Look at this position
push from Pickle as well. And Snatchy is able to find one so far. Pleasant does trade out. Not going to be quite good enough. They needed more than that. Let's see if the rest can actually deliver.
Yeah, this has to be a B-side push soon. They know there's a flank coming in, but they're waiting for the short players to reunite with them. Disco Doppelin, first man in to get the kill. Now the B site has to be the destination. Rollin finds a frag. Everybody else trying to desperately join the fight, but reinforcements are coming in for the CT side as well. Man, look at Rollin. He's actually making quick work of the terrorist side with just an AUG at that distance. And now Chazi with an AWP. He decides to back off. He wants it to make it into the next round, and oh my god, that getting stuck into the wall there, that was dangerous.
That was, and let me tell you what, Wildaddy, that round seemed a little bit off, right? It didn't seem very comfortable by Argo, but they make it work, and hopefully that's enough confidence in the bag for them to start rounding rounds up, close up the gap, potentially get themselves the equalizer. I know I'm a little bit too out of my head. I'm a little bit of a romantic. I kind of believe in comebacks, but another comeback that could be told, the story of Galaxy Racer. They're down a map. Winning this map means that they keep themselves on board. Take it to Dust 2. But Argo, like I said, losing up this map would lose their chance to take it to 2-0, and that's what they want. And they're not going to give up on it. This is aggression we haven't seen before, and Fiku is the one drawing it out. Argo, unprecedented stuff. Stuff that we would have expected from the get-go in this half, but we haven't quite seen. After 4 rounds in a row in the second half, Galaxy Racer, they fall to the hands of Argo. And right now, Argo may have a chance to line up a 7th on the board. Things are not over just yet.
That's the problem though, isn't it, Pavlos? Because, yes, we do see some aggression come out now, but at the same time, this is too little too late. They cannot afford to make any more mistakes, and when you go for aggression, you have to allow yourself that leverage to make more mistakes. Now, in the meantime, Galaxy Racer, they've had Disco Doppelin move in with a Desert Eagle, be a bit of a menace with it, and that hand cannon, finally, is good enough for additional damage on the player on site. Ferlin tagged up pretty significantly. Fiku and Reeds isolated from these duels, so if Pleasant can find another one, then maybe we can have it. No. That is a denial right there.
Denied.
Denied indeed.
3 points of health on him. Just a fly to get into his eye would be his death, his downfall. But that's not the case. It's just a bullet to the body to end off the deal. And Argo right now find themselves in the amount of rounds that are half the amount of Galaxy Racer have so far. Difficult prospect, that's for sure. And Galaxy Racer don't look very amused, to say the least. They don't seem moved by this at all. They're very comfortable, but this comfort could catch them off guard. We've seen stuff like this at this tier of play, haven't we?
Okay, you know what? Let's spitball it a little bit. Let's snowball it a little bit. Let's see. I'll go get around off of this. Never mind, it's a deagle in the hands of Joel. It's over. No, but on a serious note, if they can pick up this round, then the economy is broken for the next 2 rounds. And once Argo get to that double-digit mark, it could be anyone's game. But that's a bit of far-fetched thinking, X-Warrior. Can we really count on Argo to put the pedal to the metal and bring it to 11 rounds or 12 rounds when we've seen barely any signs of life, when Snatchy hasn't been able to come out to play? This is maybe the first game we're seeing where he doesn't have a positive KDR, and you can see that being reflected in the major scoreline. The one scoreline that actually matters in the grand scheme of things, which is the one up there on the board and not on the scoreboard.
Absolutely. The one that matters is the rounds being built up by both teams. And Galaxy Racer, the fact that the name is they only need 2 rounds to close out this match. My English didn't really make sense throughout that, but you get the idea. Galaxy Racer, they're in a commanding spot right now. They haven't lost too many players, but Rowland could catch Torsey off guard unless he gets caught off guard himself. This is tedious. And this is close, hiding through the smoke. Follow-up coming out as well. They're going to shortly push through. It's going to be a boost jump coming out. Rowland spots him out, looks for the second, but one would be good enough and draws back instead. Falls back, Joel pushes out aggressively. Damage inflicted upon him. 7 points of health remaining. Joel line up onto a second. Galaxy Racer, they've not had enough, but Reach, he's there, commanding over the site. Reach with 3. Snatchy as well with one of his own, but that's Argo with yet another round. Oh, I'm getting a little bit excited here, but they still got a long way to go.
Yeah, Reeds might have saved the game for Argo if they end up winning, because off of that play, look at how quickly those crosshair adjustments come out. Switches over to the final one, even gets that done. He's padded his scoreline a little bit. You can see him start to come back into it. He's getting back into his element. But if they want a player to shine, if they want a player to get back into his element, that has to be Snatchy. Sitting on a positive KDR now after getting a kill in the previous round, feeling comfortable, gets a kill in the player on underpass, and he's going for more. Quick scope to end the life of Chazi. And that is easy pickings for him. He is plucking them like apples from a tree. And he has access to a stepladder.
Yes, indeed. Smoke coming out in Connector for the time being. Definitely favoring Argo. This could be a night for them. And by all means, this was not a round that was going to the hands of the Swedes, right? This was a round that they had Mir Deagle was looking for some sort of pick, potentially a bomb partner as well, but it's damage that they're looking for, more of denying opportunity for them rather than anything else. But the fact that Argo don't even give them that is a good sign. Yes, it's not over. Yes, Galaxy Racer do have still a chance to do some extra damage, but so far, Argo hold on strong. And that does wonders to their confidence.
Could be a throwaway round now. Not much they can do off of this. Maybe Plessen can get a couple bullets in, but that's about it. Where were these signs of life from Argo 5 minutes ago?
5 minutes ago or throughout this entire game?
Yeah, throughout this entire game. Where was it?
I have no idea. But it seems like they're excited now. And I might know why. Red Magic coming out with a nice little gaming phone series with 165 Hz refresh rate on their new series. It's majestic. It's fast. You might want to take it if you're into mobile gaming. And that might be a reason why Argo are excited. That's definitely why you are excited, Wild Lady. I know that you're into that mobile gaming action. But Fallen aggressing onwards right now. With an M4 at hand, reign supreme over ramp, but Chauzy, oh, this is tedious. Oh, this is close. Flash comes out and it favors Galaxy Racer. He's able to find a second one as well onto Fiku.
How? How does he get a second one on Snatchy? He's playing these close range angles. He finally gets the no-scope, but it's at the expense of his life. Reeds and Rollin, now 2 versus 4. They want to try to claw back into it, but this is the thing I was talking about, X-Warrior. If you want to go for aggression, if you want to go for ballsy plays, you cannot allow yourself to lose all leverage before you do so. This might be a little too late. Galaxy Racer now, this is their chance to get a comfortable round. Argo, balls to the wall in the next round and so on out. Not even on double digits, so this is a particularly tough spot to be in. Previously, we thought that maybe Argo had discounted themselves out. They had already agreed to Dust 2 being their destination, but seems that is not the case.
It does not look like the case at all. It's Rylan surviving through that round, but to what cost? They lose the round.
Will they slip back into that mentality, though? Because as soon as you see that 15th point on the board and you're not even on double digits, it becomes a little tedious. But at the very least, they can go for some crazy plays now. They can give every round their best shot, knowing That there's nothing to worry about, no economy to worry about. No holds barred. 6 rounds remaining. One step at a time. One Disco Doppelin being dropped at a time.
Ouchie. That hurts. Snatchy gets snatched out of existence as Dezen finds the equalizer in the numbers, at least, on the server remaining. Joel peeking out through Palace looking for a pick himself, but he's not. He's coming away with this unpunished. No one's checking out this corner. That's a lot of information. A lot of information. You can already see the bomb heading its way towards this A site. Ooh. Argo, this is a little bit miscalculated from them. Already a push upward to jungle. Already getting a little bit closer, gaining little by little the control of it. And you can see Joel moved out of Palace as well. This could be the last fall of Argo towards the aggressor onwards, but it's fallen to find the kill. They've allowed them to get on site, but they don't allow them to get the bomb plant. Joel finds the closer, Fallen. He's going to be the difference maker. Flash drawn out as well as the stair push does come underway. But they take their time. There's no reason for them to go aggressive. They've got bomb control. Dezen is all by himself. 1v2, but that bomb control may not be for long. 30 seconds remaining, and Dezen is under pressure. But Argo cannot afford a mistake here.
Yeah, Dezen, he looks almost set up for a clutch right now. 19 seconds on the clock. Yeah, kinda has the right idea. He knows they're rough positions, but he doesn't know exactly. Nade eventually goes out. 10 seconds on the clock, though, so he needs to push out soon. Headshot will ensure that Rollin can safely pick up the kill through the box. Now, as I mentioned, it is one step at a time, so Argo, they're not counting themselves out just yet. It's at least not looking impossible anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't look impossible. But it still looks like they have a long way to go. I remember the comeback they did against Astralis Talent. It was 15-11 when they did that comeback, before they started lining rounds one after the other. This time around, it's 15-10, 1 round extra. Let's see if they can actually deliver. That's plenty of rounds that they need to not make mistakes in. One mistake and that could be their downfall. Cannot afford any of it. Fallen finding the first frag throughout that. Palace is his, under his control. Though it's mid that Galaxy Racer kind of looking for. Aggression coming out from Palace, maybe to gain some extra info. But thank you. Pushing out. He's able to find a spray down. Gets the kill as well. It took him a little bit too much time, and I thought, ooh, this could be his downfall. This could be his death, but he runs away with it. It looks like Galaxy Racer. They've got their sights on Connector right now.
Yeah, Dizon was set up to go for a refrag, but that flashbang kept him lingering long enough. Kept his screen white enough for him to not immediately back. What? Chazi catches him on the first jump. Snatchy will fall to his demise. And now it's a 4 versus 3. That singular jump could be the difference between this ending right away. Still, there is a CT tucked away into Palace. Chazi chimes in with a second kill, and now they're actually still wise to the tricks that might come through from Palace. Rollin not missing a shot. Catches Chazi in the back. Disco Doppelin and Dizon now have to try to hold this push off. Retake starts to ensue. Rollin soon to join his teammates, but he is on low HP.
He is indeed. 24 points of health, not going to do too much, but he catches Dezen off guard. 1-for-1 trade, but now they know where Disco Doppelin is hiding out. Near firebox, come on. Can he do this? It looks like he cannot. That is unfortunate for the Swedes. They can't end things up, but that is still Argo in the game, so it's two ends of a coin, right? One, you get disappointed.
Two sides, ends, question mark, just whatever it is.
Whatever it is. But you get the idea. Galaxy Racer, they had a chance to close things out there, but they didn't. Map number 3 not yet coming through. It's Argo to bring things back. And now they're on that 11th round that we talked about early on, something that they've been able to come through from before. And an eco round to come underway for Galaxy Racer.
Is it though?
Could
That's
be
the big question. Because they're sitting in that awkward amount of money zone. They can still opt for Tech 9s and armor, and even in that instance, they still end up getting money for an AK-47 in that next round, but I want to talk about refreshing things. I want to talk about the refresh rate of the Red Magic 6 Series phone, which has a 165 Hz refresh rate, leading to it being dubbed the world's smoothest gaming phone. A lot smoother than the way this game is going, because there are a lot of ups and downs between Galaxy Racer and Ago.
Yeah, no, this isn't a smooth ride for either of the teams, that's for sure. For any of the teams that we saw this entirety of a group stage, right?
Scratch that thought. Watch this. X-Warrior reads. He's found the first frag, and they are going for the strategy I mentioned. Just buy up just enough to still have Tech 9s or other AKs in the next round if you end up losing. Furlan drops the ball as well. It is a 2 versus 4. Fiku and Snatchy have to go on an unfavorable retake. This could be it, ladies and gentlemen. Off of Tech 9s, everything could fall apart. Joel will get caught with his pants down. 2 players, or rather 1 player in the form of Shazi, still low on HP. An M4 in the hands of Disco Doppelin, so he can still make it very expensive. Fiku and Snatchy. Unfortunately for them, the sniper rifle will not be a favorable duel to have if you're trying to clear out these close angles.
Oh, but they're running out of time soon. They do have kits, but with them only coming through, smoke going to come out. He's able to find 1 kill. Trade coming through. Can he be the ninja? He can be. Knife coming out. Gets the kill. Galaxy Racer. That's going to be 16th round picked up. They take it to Dust 2 for the 3rd and deciding match of the winner matchup. We'll be heading right into a break, and make sure you stay tuned because map number 3 is incoming.
Carry me, far beneath, fire and water me, going down deep, say, bury me, carry me, far beneath, fire and water me, watching me think everything free, yeah. Down to the river, yeah. Down to the river.
leave me, but you never tried. I thought you were gone and left me here to die. On and on, you keep staying by my side. But it's me who's going for a ride. I'm standing in the middle of the sea. Then washes over all that passes me. I'm pushing hard against the tides of time, so I can see you as forever mine. I'm standing in the middle of the sea. There washes over all and passes me. I'm pushing hard against the tides of time, so I can see you as forever mine. Won't leave you now, don't leave me there. Won't leave you now, don't leave me there. Won't leave you now, won't leave me there. I just thank you.
I am the worst addict. I suffer many thrills that always leave a mark in me. This highway's never ending. It brings you to your knees. But no one's love is like it is. You got no one above you, and so they say you're free. But that's not all that bothers me. I had never said a word about it, but never stopped believing, don't you know? I haven't been around for you, but darling, short in memories won't guide you home. Somewhere in this desert, I will find my peace. I don't know how long it will be. My shell just keeps on breaking. Inside, I long to see the pearl that shows you what is real. Many people gathered from side to side, but that's not all that's on my mind. I have never said a word about it, but never stopped believing.
child. Now it's showing its ugly face. What can I do? Music creeps into my dreams, wakes me into sweaty sheets, abandons me when nights died out. What can I do? What can I do? So I better use my legs and run before it is too late to flee. I feel there is no other way. It's what I can do, what I can do. Babe, I want to be with you, but you know there's music too. Don't let jealousy alert you. Stop this, get right. Stop this, get right.
Back into it yet again, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the third and final series. Well, it's not only the third and final series, it's the third and final map of the day. The decider, Dust 2. My man, Wild Daily, we have been on a massive ride so far, and how do you feel about closing things off on Dust 2?
Honestly, all of my feelings have been shattered today. Any expectation that I had for any team has gone out the window, so... You know what? I just want to dive right into it. I don't even want to think about the potential of what could go wrong, what could go right, because in the first map, Argo went against Galaxy Racer on their own map pick, and at that point we're like, okay, linear logic makes sense here. Argo, if they're giving Galaxy Racer such a tough time on their map, it's probably not going to be a reversal. Could be a 2-0, especially with Snatchy going the way he is. But then Galaxy Racer, they had such a dominant Mirage game. Yes, there was a fake little comeback in there. You know, that feint at the end of a end of a catwalk. But at the end of the day, it was a pretty strong showing from Galaxy Racer, and they even ended it on a Tech 9 round. So Dust 2, being as puggy as it is, I'm not sure about that. But there is one thing I do want to point out. Snatchy is somewhat disabled on Mirage by the fact that so many players effectively know how to counter AWPs on it, that it's just not easy for him to become as creative as he generally is. But on Dust 2, on the other hand, the AWP is a much more effective tool. You can take duels in tunnels, you can take duels down mid, you can take duels down long, and it all comes down to whether or not you hit your shots. So if hitting the shots is a matter of concern, Snatchy will deliver.
Yeah, that is something to take into account. And yeah, hopefully for Snatchy and his team, the fact that he wasn't enabled throughout that Mirage map was due to the fact of it being Mirage, you know, and hopefully Dust 2 would be a better affair for him. But at the same time, you have to give credit where credit is due. Galaxy Racer did a tremendous job at the start to bring things back in their favor. Yes, they slipped a bit where Argo started to bring things back, but you know, they did close it out in the end, and the start looked very dominant. So out of the two teams in the previous map, I'd say Galaxy Racer, they coming to a map that aim duels are favored. I think the Swedes are favorable to some extent. I've seen everything today. We've seen it all. We've seen comebacks, we've seen upsets, we've seen dominating maps, because we've seen one of those. I do not know what to expect. Honestly, this third map, whatever I try and figure out, okay, this might happen, whatever this might happen, whatever we bring out as an idea to what could be the actual outcome of Dust 2, I reckon we'll be surprised either way. So bring it on. Bring it on, Argo and Galaxy Racer. Let's see what you've got, because this third map, well, for the third one, it better not disappoint.
Yeah, there is one thing to take note of, though. Aim duels, they're definitely going the way of Galaxy Racer. They've shown us that they're out-aiming everybody on the block, but at the same time, they simply don't have that kind of AWP prowess on their team. So, as an analyst, or as somebody that has a bird's eye view, you have to take into account, what do you give more importance to? Are you preferring the team with more overall aim duels? Which, honestly, it's not like Argo are significantly lacking. They're maybe like 10 to 15% off right now. Or are you going to get the advantage with a significantly better offer? There's no doubt about it. Snatchy, he's proven himself time and time again. Aim is not a concern for him. AWP across the board, across the map, switching things up, creativity, all that good stuff, all that jazz. That's never really been a problem for him. So if I had to guess, if I had to make one more incorrect prediction as usual, if I had to add it to the tally of shame, I would probably go ahead and say Argo would take it based off of the AWP we've seen. But in that last map, we did see a bit of a drop-off from Snatchy. Of course, you can attribute it to Mirage. You can attribute it to like less setups being made and just a less convincing game overall from the team. But there are many different ways to look at it. But there's only one way that is correct, and that is watching the actual game and getting to see the result.
Yeah, pretty much scared to make a prediction at this point. Could go either way. That's kind of how we're approaching this game. Argo keeping things close at the end of Mirage, and at the same time, Galaxy Racer had a very strong performance at the start of it, and we're able to close it off in the end. And now down to the final chapter of the day. Not yet the final page. 2 more pages remaining. The first one is the first half, and with Galaxy Racer starting off things as counter-terrorists, they'll be able to kind of hold down the line and be reactive. But for some reason, they're being a little bit proactive right now, spending a couple of players deep on Catwalk. Rallen, he swings out, could catch one off guard, or vice versa. A long push to come through from Argo, as no one will be greeting them for the time being, but they will hear the commotion nonetheless. Dezen, from top mid, they fall back from this or don't look behind them. That could be a massive detriment.
Oh yeah, this one flank could be the difference maker. Dazon coming up right behind them, and they've got all the information in the world. With the exception of the one player in Catwalk, they know what is going on. The push is about to come in. Chazzy gets the first frag. That's the cue for Dazon to chime in as well. He finds one, doesn't even need to go for the second because his teammates are good for the charge. Fiku and Rallen now getting desperate for these kills. One tap comes out of the barrel of Fiku, goes for another, but he eventually gets overwhelmed by the sandwich that is coming his way. Rallen simply gets put to bed, tucked away, put to sleep.
Moments in there looked clean, but it's Galaxy Racer, I guess, that looked the cleanest. Well, the fact that they moved up from mid without being unspotted was pretty much the reason why they won through that. And even though the kills did go their way on the backside of A-Long, they even won out the trades when the cross was coming through. So on all fronts, Galaxy Racer were the ones leading the charge throughout that, as Argo couldn't bring too much in their favor. They're going to go for an eco round. They're not going to force up. But it's the mid push they're kind of going for, and that could be dangerous. Joel there and waiting, misses out on the first shot. That could be his downfall, but Joel's at the pistol and makes it work. Coming up from Catwalk, though, missing out on their trade against Disco.Bomb and the FAMAS. Quickly, 1, 2, 3, tap, shut down. Jawsy with a final blow. Galaxy Racer continue with their winning ways.
Galaxy Racer, they're carrying this momentum forward, taking it from Mirage straight into Dust 2. Ago, however, now they've gotten a chance at the weapon, the Kalashnikovs across the board. Utility at the ready, 5 smokes. This is where we can probably see some creativity going their way. Look at this from Galaxy Racer. By using Joel as the point of contest, they're allowing Pleasant to move in forward. Even though Furlan's gotten a frag, it's already allowed Pleasant to creep forward. But Snatchy will quickly punish Pleasant for his hideous ways. Disco Doppelin. Bit of damage there on mid, and a nade will follow through as well, but unfortunately, Galaxy Racer, they've got on the short end of the stick in this duel.
They have indeed. Short-lived victory might be the case. Not over yet. Still many duels to be played. I think Dezen realizes that he's out of contention towards the B-bomb site. He's all by himself and lines up for mid for extra reinforcements to come through. As Galaxy Racer move up towards Catwalk. Dezen tries to make things work, but Snatchy, no, the spray down for the AK-47 will reign superior. The same could be said about mid. Reitz gets all 2, maybe 3 as well. Not quite sure and wasn't counting. But at that point, it is Argo to come up with a win here on the 3rd map.
On the 3rd map? Lots of foresight, I'd say. You can see the smiling faces, the cheers coming out. Regardless, there's a long way to go. Long way to go. Joel. Too progressive with how they're approaching this B tunnels area. 3 players tucked in. But now, that is the information that has been relayed. Deagle finally recovered by Pleasant, but it's at the cost of all the audio information in the world. This is just a shooting gallery for Ago right now.
Yeah, Fiku and Random both get themselves a couple of kills here. And
oh, it's
as
the
they push through around,
drop pop.
Ooh, no, they won't drop. They're kind of waiting for this. And it's a good thing, too, because they just walk in front of their crosshairs. Just like that, equalize the scoreline 2-2 to be the scoreline after that round. Beautifully done.
What is the logo of Ago? Is it a falcon?
I think it's an eagle, right? That looks like an eagle.
It's an ogle. Oh man, that was
an ogle. Oh, come
yeah,
on. Get out
that
of
rolled
here.
Off so poorly off the tongue.
Get the hell out of here.
Just log off of Discord right now.
Get out of broadcast.
Yes.
Excuse me? Did Snatchy just get a kill through mid? With an AK?
With an AK? You see, that sniping skill translates into something. And apparently that's it. That's it.
Apparently
you don't really need a sniper, do you,
what
to be a
that bird
sniper?
is, by the way. We have a word what that bird is. It's a hawk. The hawk. Apologies, Argo, for that. The Bulls have a good hawk going on, but Disco Doppelin gets another kill. Snatchy quickly trades it through. 3 against 3 heading onto the site, but it's the terrorists to demand the control over the site. A bomb planted, but it's still 3-on-3 on the retake, and Galaxy Racer still have a chance on this.
Yeah, they've gotten onto the site. Bomb planted. I wouldn't say they have a chance. It's more like they have the advantage here. So, doubling down on short. 2 players try to posture themselves deep into it, but they're going to lose a player in the process. Fiku gets aggressive, finds a shot on, but he still needs to contest the AWP. Quick on the trigger. His aim lock is on point right now. Chazi now backing off instead. AWP in hand, wants to live to see another day.
There you have it. We're on even exit outside double doors.
I love how even this game is just even Steven from the start.
It has to be, man. It has to be.
It has to be because of what we've seen earlier. 19-16, I believe, and 16-11 or 16-10. This is it. There's no other way this game has to go. I do want to see how the dynamic shifts once the sides also start switching around, but we still haven't really seen that much on these sides to begin with. So we'll have to wait and find out. Galaxy Racer, with no money, they just want to overwhelm with USPs and a flashbang. Furlan knows exactly what's going on.
He does indeed. Sprayed on coming up, but the pistols are able to get 1 kill through that. Fiku draws out the molly so they don't aggress after that, but that's going to be a rifle saved up. Fiku Tries to get a spray down to deny that, but that's not going to happen. But they do know that the B-bomb site is completely open for the taking, which is exactly what they're going for. Bomb will make its way towards tunnels right now as the rest make sure that everything is clear for the taking. Everything is A-okay. Disco Doppler can't do too much to that. Pistol against AK at that range. Yeah, it's not going to favor you, mate. But the bomb does find its way all across the site. Soon enough, it will get planted as well. And that's exactly what's going to happen. I mean, Joel will look to save that AK-47. I doubt he'll try and go for the take onto the B-bomb site. But Argo, yeah, now they'll get themselves a lead. A little bit of a breathing space between their opponents, perhaps. But I'm still going to hold off on completely committing to that statement because 2 rounds is still nail-bitingly close.
Especially for these two teams, it's not like the rounds really matter too much, do they? It's like they've been... It's like they've been given infinite HP and left in a boxing ring. Just keep going at it. 4-2. Argo now in the lead. But you know what? In the meantime, if you want to be in the lead in terms of your crypto knowledge, maybe you should head over to our partners, Coinbase, who have a pretty good database of articles and stuff that can help you become an expert on crypto, and in the meantime, even make some money on the side while learning about crypto. So do go ahead and check them out. Will be solid if you do. Argo now want to cement their lead further, but Joel's picked up the AWP now, so I'm really excited to see how this play comes out. Furlan, first man in. Very fast beepers. Dizon sticking to his guns, but before he even gets a chance to pull the trigger, it'll instead be Pleasant to find 2. Fiku, he's crept past the defenses. Eventually does turn around to put Dizon in the grave, put 1 in the skull, but it's at the expense of 3 of his teammates. Roll in. He's in the perfect position. He's waited too much. He's wasted too many bullets on that first kill. That allows Chauzy to posture himself for a second kill, and that will leave Fiku in a 1 versus 3. Argo's pushed completely, being thwarted by the 2 kills that came out from Pleasant.
Yeah, no,
put that AK to work.
Absolutely. And it wasn't only the AK, it was the flash that was drawn out to allow for the third to come through as well. Fiku, though, he's made his way around it. Oh, so darn close. 19 points of health. Not going to be good enough. Headshot found from Chauzy. Galaxy Racer. And they just round up that lasso, throw it onto their opponents, connect it, pull, and get that much more closer towards their opponents' scoreline.
I told you, man, there's no telling when it comes to these two teams. But once again, we get to see Snatchy on that AWP, so I want to see if he can take a little bit more initiative with it. We haven't quite seen that just yet, but as the game goes on, we might get a chance to. And you know what? We might just see a battle of the AWPs as they move up short, because Snatchy will soon be joining them, and Joel has postured himself in a position where he should be taking the first duel on short. This is it. Snatchy peeks out wide. Fiku, he's made Joel miss his shot, even shoots him in the back for a couple points of HP, but this does rob us of the opportunity to see Joel go up against Snatchy. Now, coming around the corner, this has to be it. Molotov at the ready to delay the push a little bit before they can start moving in.
Ooh, Snatchy there waiting, though. He's got the crosshairs lined up. That's 1 kill going to the side of Argo as they try and get themselves that bomb plant. No one in Goose. They've solidified that. They know. Nade comes in a little bit too late and it allows Fiku to get a kill. But at the same time, Dezen already on ramp, already getting 2 kills. Make that potentially a third. But Rallen and Reitz crows out the angles from afar, from a distance. And they close out yet another round for their team.
Once again, back and forth, tug-of-war, all that good stuff. It's too much for my little brain to handle, the way these teams will go back and forth till the last fight. Snatchy. Nice shot onto Pleasant. That is the suicide player being eliminated. That's why they call it suicide, because if you jump down and walk into the crosshairs of Snatchy, that is a guaranteed death.
It's another kill. So this looks like a more one-sided affair this round. Not over, so you can't count them out, even if they're with pistols, even if it's just a scout at the hands of Joel, now left after Chauzy's downfall. with this taggity tag there, he also gets another kill. So, yeah, not that one-sided, I imagine. But that nade could do a little bit more damage. Okay, extra kill. 2 kills going to the side of Joel. So he does get something throughout that. But Argo, they've started to ease up away. And I may be regretting saying those words because the last time I said those words, that did not happen the next round.
I want to point one thing out though, Pavlos. This round is incredibly important for Galaxy Racer. Although we do meme around about how back and forth this game is, this economy breaking down will make it especially difficult. And the Desert Eagles are simply not good enough on a map like Dust 2 to keep playing those close angles and capitalize off of it. So this double investment onto the AWPs, you can tell that it is a hard commitment that can backfire. 3 kills, though, from the terrorist side. Disco Doppelin will have to go absolutely nuts if he wants to make anything of this. No salvaging will be done, however, as Rollin has got the drop on the Doppelin.
He has indeed.
The Droplin.
The Droplin.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Droplin.
Goodbye, Dezen. Now, that was a flawless round. Throughout the entirety of that team, only 1 player took damage, and he only took 1 point of health of damage. So if that wasn't one-sided, I do not know what that was, because not only was that a win, that was a win during their opponents' bye. Man, that is insane. That is something. Argo, I think they've just been rejuvenated.
Yeah, they must be, the way they're playing this, but I'm not really able to put my finger on why. I can see that Fiku and Reeds are performing incredibly well, and the fact that Galaxy Racer is struggling to find individual kills. But honestly, even in the pregame, I thought that Snatchy would be the point of contest, the one difference maker, the catalyst on the side of Fago. But that's not true. It seems like he's taking a chill in the backseat while his teammates are now starting to pull some of the weight.
Man, things are looking a little bit iffy, aren't they, for Galaxy Racer? The Swedes not looking as comfortable as they did on Mirage. Poles bring things back in their favor. They control what they're looking for, but Deagle not in the right location. Crosshair not exactly there, but do they expect the secondary player? Yes, they do. Snatchy there and waiting. Gets a nice little flick shot onto him. So Galaxy Racer devoured 1 by 1 yet again. Dezen, 3rd player to come up from Catwalk. This time they're not ready. He runs away with 1 kill. Snatchy does deliver, but at the same time causes enough chaos for the mid. For a play from mid.
I need to know what kind of practice these players are doing to feel so comfortable with the Deagles. Like, it feels like their Deagles are just built different. Mine does not have bullets flying out in that same fashion. You can't just walk out like that. And I actually chuckled in one of the previous games where I believe it was Pleasant that just walked in with the Deagle and just started spamming like crazy. I think it was on Train. What was that? How do you feel so on point with the Deagle at all times? But speaking of on point, Reeds, he'll feel comfortable getting onto Blue Bin, but that's Prey. That will be the point of discomfort instead. Reeds eventually does drop. And Galaxy Racer, for once, they might have gotten the advantage.
Yeah, no, this is the advantage they haven't been getting for the entirety of this game so far, but now Snatchy brings it right back in their favor. Spray down from Pleasant, though, interrupts that, so scratch that thought. Galaxy Racer still commanding in numbers this round. Joel tries to make things happen in mid as the bomb site is no longer under contention. It's kind of that rotation towards Catwalk they're looking for. Fiku crossing through, spots out the AWP, needs to be careful for a second to play on a long, but he's all by himself. It's not an AWP, it's an AUG in the hands of Chauzy. Catches Fiku off guard, that's 1 down. Does he expect the 2 other players to follow through? Can hear the movement, he can hear the commotion. Nade out as well, but Chauzy 1 by 1 will devour them. Make that 3 as well. Now that was a commanding hold from Catwalk from Chauzy.
Oh, yeah. And you can see how effective the AUG can be in situations like this. The running accuracy being a little bit better as soon as you switch directions. And even unscoped, it just feels a little too accurate at times. And of course, having that scope changes the dynamic significantly. Gives you a lot more options to work off of. Now, tactical timeout from Ago. Good call from them because it's starting to slip out of their fingers. They recognize that these scorelines have been misleading the whole time, and perhaps they need to nip it in the bud before it can really rear its ugly head. So, Snatchy, he's been stepping up a little bit, yes, but so have Galaxy Racers players. I want to see what kind of shenanigans they'll be up to with the double AWP though. Joel gets very aggressive, peeks down suicide right off the bat. Snatchy doesn't even need a pixel to shoot off of. Maplesson, while Snatchy is physically incapable of firing another shot, will capitalize. The AWP being recovered. Rollin is the next one to be added to the tally potentially. Berlin assist a flashbang for the teammate to peek Plesson, but instead he'll just be taking a shot to the knee with an AWP right through the door.
Things do get a little bit tough seeing that Argo don't have the better health in this. Alex Risa on the defense side of things. Have things under control for the time being, at least. Maybe trying to line up most of the players Argo towards that right side of the map. The bomb does head towards the upper side of spawn. Heading towards double doors of A. Now reads. Slowly but surely he may look to push through, but Raylan, that's an amazing shot by him. That's going to be an important kill because that puts them ahead in numbers. But Shorzy, he was the difference maker that round before. He was able to find 3 kills that did push them towards Catwalk. This time across long, can he find the flash coming out? The spray, that's unfortunate. Shorzy, he may run out of bullets as well. May have to reload, but does he have the timing? Coming into the B-bomb side, Dezen there and waiting, finding 1 kill. Flashes out as well to buy some extra time. 30 seconds remaining at Argo. They can't go to the A site anymore. It needs to be the bomb site. Already rotations coming in, already coming through, but they don't have much health to withstand the damage. They don't have much health to do anything more out of this. Rallen with the AWP, he can't do too much. Dezen finds them all. And Galaxy Racer, they close up the gap, my man. Doesn't get any further than that.
Still not a very heavy investment from Ago, by the way. So the rest of these 2 rounds, this round and the next one, it's a gun round for them. They have no problems whatsoever. So we're going to be looking at 2 gun rounds as the half ends, as it concedes. Smoke for the cross. Fiku will go for the bread and butter exit around blue bins, and Dizon will not be expecting it. Tries to be cheeky around the smoke. Unsuccessful. Joel wants to go for a second shot, but recognizes that it is an easier angle for the lower tunnel player to take. Shazi gets caught with his pants down, but waddles away with his shorts around his knees. Joel eventually does equalize the numbers. With Snatchy being taken off the tally, the scoreboard has been disabled for him. 3v3 as the T's move on to the A site.
They do move into the A site indeed. Reach will be the first to lead out the charge. He's out on the cavalry. Blocked out from CT. They're going to be permitted to get the bomb down. Joel, though, he was there waiting, just in case someone steps out of line. And that's exactly what happened. Reitz may have overstepped there. That could have been his downfall. There's a gap through the smoke that Faller can wake with there. Someone peeks through that angle. Should be a dead man. Alex Eraser, they've got the numbers. They can work with this. Fallen. Turning it back towards A-Long, finding 1. Does he expect the second? Not quite sure. Easy spotted him. Now he has, but Joel misses out on the shot. Fallen with the second one. Disco Doppler finds himself in a 1v2 right now. His teammates have all fallen. It's all up to him. And Argo, they know they can play safe. They know they can play Song, and Fallen shuts it out just like that. Galaxy Racer. It was a short-lasting victory for them winning that previous round, but it's Argo to win things right back in their favor.
Is double digits in the cards right now? That's the big question. If they can get it to that point, that makes it a lot easier. And you can see the facepalm, the face fist, and everything coming to light on the cameras. It has been a tedious day, but a solid one for Counter-Strike regardless. Ago getting so much control of Long early on because Galaxy Racer, their player in the form of Joel, he's had to reposition entirely after missing that first shot. Eventually, though, he will be joining the ranks of the rest of his teammates that are ready for the defense on long. And this play is mostly telegraphed.
Yeah, no, default stuff should come out from Argo. And you see Galaxy Racer lining up towards the CT and Catwalk side of things. Won't be holding out from the site, knowing that he's stranded in there in case of some extra nades. But Disco Doppler holding it through from Catwalk. Can he hold it down? No, he cannot. Relin, he gets one, but does get traded out. But on site at the same time, they do get traded through. Galaxy Racer, they've got the numbers. But the bomb does get on the site either way. It does get planted. So Argo still in the cards here. Still could deliver.
Course, being the last round, they must push in now. Galaxy Racer, their numbers advantage won't be doing them any favors if they lose a man. Fiku still playing it very conservatively. Pleasant finds the first frag. Fiku is still weaving in and out of battle. Furlan is the last man standing. The bomb is planted for him. He needs to find just the right pixel to make it work. He's been tagged up heavily. He's looking for the second fight, but even though he's gotten the shot in, it doesn't matter because Galaxy Racer, they are good for the defuse. They will catch him regardless, and they will swat him.
And that is the scoreline, ladies and gentlemen. Argo 9-6. Galaxy Racer find up the last round of the half to bring things to a more doable situation. Now, Argo, they do have the lead, yet they do not have the tempo. Bringing up the pistol round could be exactly what Galaxy Racer need to close up the gap. So Argo, if they want to close this map onwards, they do require this pistol round. This is such an important series and an important pistol round within it. Just how does this one start off? It does get a little bit difficult for both of the teams. It's been a tiresome day for them. It's not the first BA3 they've been playing by all means of the day, and heading into the last half of the day, unless there is overtime, of course. They're ready to hit this round running. Hit the road running. Like Roadrunner. Meep, meep.
Meep, meep, meep.
But so far, no one has been running away from each other. This hasn't been the case for this series, right? It's been neck and neck this entire time. Not only this map, but Mirage as well.
I was just randomly reminded of the fact that, like, the last time we brought up Roadrunner, you had, like, this really messed up version of its name. What was it? And I was like, huh, that's not the version I watched.
I don't know. What was it?
Speedrunner.
Speedrunner.
Yeah, Speedrunner. He's... It's some kind of... I don't know, some kind of YouTuber. Some kind of YouTuber finishing games like Resident Evil 4 in 45 minutes. You ever play that game, my man?
I haven't. I should have done, but I haven't.
Oh man, you should have. It's a good game.
I've watched people play it, but it's
yeah. I was just reminded of this one bug where you equip and unequip things, and the main character Leon just starts running at light speed, and that's how most of the speedruns are done. You just run past the zombies. You figured out their weakness. Just run past them. Usain Bolt would not have a hard time in a zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, no, he wouldn't. He wouldn't. Long distance runners will probably even do better because they can run for longer amounts of time. But Kim Choge, perhaps. But it's a pistol round to follow through here from Galaxy Racer. 6 on the board, and they could actually translate that to a 7th. Maybe even find the complete gap closer, the trifecta, if they manage to turn things in their favor. Smokes to follow through. That's unfortunate time if Fiku looking away at the wrong time. Flash come out. Fiku!
What?
What? Double tap, double headshot, double kill for Fiku. And that means that he's brought things back to a more doable standpoint. Bomb not yet on site as a rotation coming through from mid, but Joel there and waiting. The cross will come out and eventually... But just waiting for the rotation to come around. Joel does catch him off guard. He didn't expect him to be that pushed on site. And that could be their downfall. Fiku now from A-Long. Can he make this happen? He's already gotten a couple of excellent shots through, but he won't quite deliver the third. Joel catches him off guard, and Galaxy Racer went out the pistol.
The thing is, that should have almost been a guaranteed round for Augo after what Fiku did, but Disco Doppler, He somehow sticks his hand out of a grave and recovers the round for Galaxy Racer. And at this point, it is truly anybody's game. But we're going back to the bread and butter recipe of Desert Eagles. Joe L, he's got the right idea. He knows exactly where they'll peek from, and he is happy to pull the trigger as soon as he sees them. Reitz also tagged up. So Ago have already lost a couple players, basically, before the round has even started.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for Argo. It looks like the tables have turned. Turntable.
The turntables have been scratched. The DJ is at the booth. And any other messed up way you can bring that kind of saying to light. But this is definitely tricky for Argo because they have a scout rifle, yes, but they don't have that 1-2 punch anymore. They only have a Desert Eagle in the hands of Ferlin. And what can you expect from him?
Yeah, well,
I think they'll just be backing off with armor, don't you think?
Yeah, that could be the case. But I know that Argo are not ones to shy away from a challenge, but it looks like they will have to take the reasonable outcome out of this, right? They have to kind of fall back. They know the next round will be an eco round anyway, so they might as well transfer these weapons to the next round and try do damage with these, you know? But Galaxy Racer, you have to hand it to them. They don't lose a single player through that. And they have to be very happy with that outcome because they have Kevlar and AKs that they do not want to drop. And they succeed to turn things all in their favor by transferring everything they've had onto the next round. And that sets them up nicely for the gap closer as well.
It truly does. Galaxy Racer, they've suddenly crawled out of a much tougher spot than we initially thought. I believe the scoreline was 8-3 at some point, and Ago were looking quite dominant, but with the T side being in their favor, Dust 2 arguably being a pretty 50-50 map, all things considered. I don't know about this, man, but what I do know about is the fact that CS Money is probably the most convenient place to trade in your current skins for something that's a little more your style. So if you want to suit up, if you want to be a little bit more aesthetic, go ahead and check them out. You see all those pretty skins on the screen as the pro players are getting work done. Most of these are available on CS Money, so do check it out. Joel, though, he's going to be moving right in. He's going to be logging into the website known as B-site of Dust 2.
.com. Coming into this one, yeah, there was no one there and waiting, but somehow Argo get themselves a kill throughout that process. It was never expected they'll win this round, but with a kill in the bag, damage inflicted onto a couple of players, this is doable. It's good up then. He's kind of expecting shenanigans going on here. Pixo with the P250 doesn't quite work out. Does get one kill, surprisingly, but still plenty of players are low in that regard. And it is an extreme set of numbers advantage. But Argo, they're taking a lot of time. Doesn't look like they actually do go for this. They're going to stick around to kill the rest of their players. Damage to their opponent's economy is probably the most genius way to deal with the situation. Because them getting anything extra wouldn't really help out.
Bullet.
Absolutely, and that's AKs in the bag now.
Oh yeah, Argo can have a much more bolstered economy off of the fact that they've done damage. They've gotten 2 AKs, bullets in the back, so on, so forth, and now the scoreline is tied up. And I'm interested in seeing how things will change around. Snatchy on an AWP and Joel on one as well. It's the battle of the ops.
It is the battle of the ops indeed. Buy rounds to come out from both of the teams. A very crucial one indeed. It seems like the name of the game has been crucial. But right now, coming into this one, Argo have lined up so many players towards this A site. And it's a good thing they did so as well. If Galaxy Racer spent their economy, their utility to push towards A long, they would have greeted them with plenty full of players. But right now, it's Reitz all by himself on that site, on that A long side. If he does go unchecked, it'll be a miracle. He'll be able to find quite a few kills, but he gets untraded on through. Plassen does get that 1 kill. And right now, it is Galaxy Racer with a numbers advantage. It's the Galaxy Racer that have both reign over Catwalk and A-Long. Though Disco Doppler does get taken down to 5 points of health, so won't be alive to tell the tale for too long. But he can hear Fiku coming through. He needs a headshot and connects it. Disco Doppler is cracked. Tries to find another kill through the smoke. There's damage to the feet of Fallen, but he needs a lot more than just a foot shot. He won't be receiving it just yet. Did already quite enough, but Pleasant pushes onwards. Galaxy Racer trying to get themselves a win. Galaxy Racer trying to get themselves on the ball. Pleasant with another one. Snatchy all by himself. That is over for Argo. Galaxy Racer, they'll be commanding the lead right now. They'll be taking the reins. 10th round to be picked up, and it's double digits. And as you said, for once, Galaxy Racer taking over the game. That hasn't been the case for the entirety of Dust 2.
Yeah, so far, Argo's just been at it time and time again, but as soon as those sides switch up, it's simply not the same case, though, is it? I thought that Snatchy would be able to have a bit more control of the map just by virtue of being a phenomenal AWP player, but Pleasant and Joel have been so good at keeping the entirety of Argo on their feet. It does feel a little heartbreaking, though, because you can see that Fiku has immensely stepped up. He's always been the second in command, basically, to Snatchy, and even when he doesn't go absolutely wild, he's pulling his weight. This is a different circumstance, though. He is top fragging, he is leading the charge, he is leading by example. So, for these rounds to not go their way, can be a bit frustrating at times, but I want to see how Galaxy Racer keep playing this one out. Are there any adjustments from Argo? Get quite aggressive on mid, but they can't spot the player through the smoke. Maybe if there were a few inches to the left, they could have spotted one, but that is not the case.
That is not the case at all. Spread out across the map. Fiku right now in a bit of a pickle, but will aggress forwards as well. So he'll spot out there's no one in tunnels. Rotations will come through as well at that point. But they're going to stick around a little bit longer, seeing that aggression hasn't come out just yet. Surely they'll start peeking through, and Joel hasn't taken the bomb. But all players lining up towards A-Long right now. If Argo would have committed with that push towards tunnels, they could have gotten a wrap around them. But they do not. That could be costly. But damage onto Joel means that he's legged down. 16 points of health now remaining on him, and his team starts pushing onwards. But the rotations are in order for Argo as well. But until the cavalry arrive, Fallen and Snatchy need to hold down the pursuit of the terrorist.
Yeah, this is war as soon as they come around the corner. Rollin, though, he will be a thorn in their side as he finds a frag. Ferlin peeks out. That is a 3K for him, and it's a complete shutdown. Joel, last man standing. And Galaxy Racer, where they look so strong at some point, this one spray down is all it took.
One spray down and a flash.
One spray down and a flash. Many stories to be written with that title. You kind of forget that a flash is only $200, but when it works way better than an AWP does.
Absolutely. Flashes are so valuable in this game. Utility, in general, is very valuable. Don't forget that in your
if you're a pro player, yeah.
MM games, everyone. Matchmaking, you know, that's important. Use it.
Maybe don't forget it if you're a pro player either. I feel like this is important information that everybody should know, especially on the tier 2 and above level. No, but how do Galaxy Racer adjust to this? There wasn't really much of an adjustment coming out from Argo either. It just did come down to that one beautiful flashbang, completely wrecking any chances they had. But now Rollin's been pushed back behind the smoke. There's a player stuck behind in B, all alone, so it'll be incredibly hard to just leave him alone, leave him stranded.
Through the flames, this Godophan was able to survive through it for some reason, and the trades go their way. They get 2 kills. And that's the adjustment you were talking about, Wilderi. They focus on mid. Win out the trades. And now their options are open. They may go wherever they may please. Wherever they go, they have the numbers. They'll get the favorable trades. They just need to play the smart and not make a mistake. Should be fairly simple from here. They need to check this corner first. Start Fiku holding down the line here. He can hear the commotion spray down to come through. Expects it. Oh, Fiku with 2! No way to turn things around! No way!
Not again!
Oh, The horror! Bajol and Snatchy, they trade lives, and all of a sudden it's down to 2-on-2. 18 seconds remaining. That is not much time for Galaxy Racer to react, especially seeing that Dezen now is all by himself as Disco Dockland drops, finds one kill, down to a 1-on-1, 10 seconds. He cannot make it in time. That is it. Fallen will just hide away, and that is Argo with a round win here, scathing up ahead.
These miracle spray downs, saving them, is crazy. But what's crazier is the fact that Red Magic's newest phone has a 165 Hz refresh rate. As smooth as some of the sprays you've been seeing on the server right now, it is going to give you the competitive edge when it comes to mobile games. Now, Galaxy Racer, look at their money. It is scattered. It is torn apart.
And you're talking about finding the edge again. Any factor. No one is really finding the edge against their opponents this best of 3. They're pretty comfortable with holding hands and just moving together simultaneously, winging their hands left, like to and throw, you know, like like little kids do when they're in kindergarten. When they just put in lines and just make them hold hands, you know?
Ring around the roses, pocket full of... You know what?
You know.
I'm too old for
I
this.
get that. Yeah. Oh, Daddy. Looking at this game, I start to wonder, how will this turn out? At a disadvantage now, Galaxy Racer don't have too much. They yet again lose out on players.
Let me tell you how this is going to go, okay?
How?
Nashi will go absolutely crazy until round 14. Then Galaxy Racer will make a comeback. It'll be 14-14. It is going to put us on the edge of our seats, and we'll walk into yet another overtime. That's how these games have been going, and that's how they will continue to. Fiku playing this really uncomfortable angle. The ledge, never an easy target to hit shots from. Joel and Decon now kill a piece, but they're so low on HP that it's almost guaranteed that he's on dies here.
Quickly. Right and picks it off.
Kukuliku.
Anago, I mean, I nearly got carried away to say that them creating a distance between themselves and their opponents with a 2-round differential, but...
don't you dare.
I am not going to say that.
Yeah, it's...
Unless what I said already counts.
Yeah, it's one of those tug-of-wars where, you know, the... Like, as a kid, I remember this, like, really crazy tug-of-war, and I'm just gonna, like, go on a tangent for a bit in a very important round, but I remember this tug-of-war where we were losing, and as, like, that nerdy kid that just wants to go Ultra Instinct in the most mundane shit ever.
His name was Brian.
Yeah, it's just... I just went absolutely nuts on the tug-of-war, and I sprained my back doing it, but we got 3rd place, so... We would have gotten 4th otherwise, and there's no badge for that, so I'm not going to be a loser, and that's what these teams have been doing.
Yeah. As my commanding officer said in my training days, if you're not first, nobody takes notice of you, and that was when I came 2nd in my training, so... Yeah, no, I got talked down to. But Chawsey right now, I mean, right now, he's not only talking down to Fiku, he's shooting him down with a bullet to the head. And that's going to start things off nicely for Galaxy Racer to potentially close up the gap. They've got full mid control, deep mid control as well, with a smoke drawn out on CT. And Arco don't look like they want to contest it. The only contestation coming through is Rallen picking it out. It's a wide angle, doesn't quite have cover, and does make sure he's right under the wooden scaffolding.
This is a very tricky spot to be in. They quickly need to lock this site down. First shot being hit by Rawl, and immediately recognize that a second player will come in through the tunnels. Nade primed and ready. Furlan needs to hold this down alone. No HP on him, so it is almost certainly death coming his way. Reitz and Snatchy. What's the decision they go for? How dare you even mention the round differential, Pavlos?
How dare I? I shall never speak about it again. And I think they've given up on this. Rightfully so as well. The fact that they are at a numbers disadvantage. It is the B bomb site of Dust 2.
The B bomb site of Dust 2 might as well just have its doors closed, because you know that you're never retaking it.
How did Snatchy miss that?
I'm not sure. I thought it connected, but I think he might have held down a direction key, as he's also trying to quickly run away, and maybe that's what caused the movement inaccuracy, but I ain't no scientician.
Yeah, could have been very likely that you try to get away, but hey, closer than ever. Let's have a look at the economy. Why don't we? Buys coming out all around, but it's kind of the last straw to come out from Argo. One loss here, and that could be their downfall. And then it could be Galaxy Racer in the win. Who knows? I don't know, that's for sure. I don't think anybody knows. This is a crazy game.
Joel. That is the opposing opera being taken out of the equation. A much more fruitful start than what Galaxy Racer had started to get used to. Argo, they were desperately relying on Snatchy to get something done early on in the round, so for Joel to step up like that, that is a wrench in the works, a wrench in their plans. Flashbang to push 2 players forward. Rollin will have to go absolutely big as they start moving forward. Smoke to obscure vision of the CT area. Rollin, he's got a big responsibility on his hands.
Big responsibility. The Rollin falls. Fallen under a little bit of a pickle, has to draw back, but if you look at the B-bomb site dedication, it's just Fiku by himself trying to hold it down, spray down for the first flash wall assist, and he means that he's able to single-handedly hold it down. Joel shuts him out, but is that soon enough? Running out of time, they can't really go for the rotation. Bomb pretty much pushed up to the right side of the B-bomb site, and Reitz, he's got a good reign over it. 25 seconds. This is going to be close, even for the rotation. Some time is still available, but it's going to be neck and neck. No one towards that A bomb site to hold it down. They do have time. No way. The bomb will go down. And now the rotations should come in from Reach and Fall Line. 2v2 for the post-plant play.
It's incredibly tough for Reeds, but at the very least, the smoke will have faded by the time his teammate can join him. Berlin coming up with the AWP. That is the prime weapon he wants to take the duel on site. Pleasant comes around the corner. Reitz almost connects, but that Molotov ensures that Pleasant will be kept out of the equation for just a bit as Ferland deals with Joel. Pleasant, though, in the meantime, switches over to the AK. Happy to come around the corner. Joel. I'm not sure if that was a quick scope or a no scope. Did I blink? Did I blink and I miss it?
I think I must have blinked at the same time with you, because that was a little bit...
We're so synchronized.
Quick. So synchronized that we blink at the same time. Now that's a good do if I've ever seen one. Look at the animation. Look how animated these guys are from Argo.
Look at the animation. The world of CSGO is fake. Like, all these pro players are just made up. They're animated in CGI. They're just animated in CGI.
That is good CGI, ladies and gentlemen. No, that is their pictures. And oh man, they are under a whole lot of pressure. And as much as we may be joking, this is a close affair. Imagine how these guys are feeling right now. It cannot be easy to be under such immense of mental pressure. It is tough.
How do they take control of Long? Argo, they don't have the weaponry to fight back here. $2,000 across the board. The USBs would only work if they double down on a site, and that's exactly what they've done. Playing off of the A site itself, Roland is trying to bait them into trying to take a fight, and if that does come to fruition, maybe they can have a few punches in, have a couple scratches to go their way, but that is about it.
Coming into this right now, Pleasant getting a nice little kill onto Fallen. That gives Galaxy Racer the room to move forward. Spray down, catches Snatchy off guard as well. Reitz can't do too much out of that. 2v5. Galaxy Racer don't drop a single player throughout that process. Well on the way on to gaining that lead, and Argo seem a little bit lost. Yes, it was a deagle round for them. Yes, it wasn't expected they'll win, but in the fashion that it happened, Galaxy Racer, they seem in control, though you can never say that for certain, because this game It has been nothing but neck and neck. I'd love to see the scoreline unfold one by one. I'd like to see the amounts of rounds collected one after the other, because I'm pretty sure it's either been round for round per team or it's been a couple of rounds per team every single time. It has never been more than that.
It's only been consecutive rounds at the start where Ago was significantly up ahead, but Galaxy Racer once more will take up that advantage. They still have rounds to go, though. The problem with Ago's side is that they don't really have consistent performances all across the board. They do have this lifeline setup going on, where one of their players has to step up immensely, and that can hurt them in the long run. They don't have something consistent to fall back onto. I thought that will be the case for Galaxy Racer because, of course, they have some younger talent going into it, but it seems like Ago are falling victim to it a lot more than Galaxy Racer are.
Doesn't like this the case. This could up on aggressing forwards, but it's Argo to change the play style. Double lineup for them, Dackle double stack up, and it's going to be 1-for-1 trade to out that rather than holding down the line onto the B-bomb site. Shawsey shutting him down in the process, but that's going to be the B-bomb site take. No smoke followed up. Scratch that smoke to permit the cross onto the bomb site. Bomb plant coming in as well. Stack maybe from above. Finding alternative angle.
If Ago can't get this retake, this might spell GG already, because they're so low on money, and there's no way Galaxy Racer are letting them run away with their weaponry, so I want to see how this unfolds. Nade comes out, Joel spotted early on, and now with the Molotovs and the time ticking down, and the fact that there is no kit available on the CT side, they quickly choose to reroute their options, run away to top mid. Weapons being saved, of course, that does mean that they have a second rebuy. But even that will have lackluster utility. What are the drops we're seeing here? I can expect Fiku and Furlan to drop a weapon each so Snatchy can still have utility on his hands. And that does lead into a gun round, but that is their final gambit then at that point.
It's looking tough, but I mean, coming to this investment, you may want to look at your own investments into crypto, and by that you may go to Coinbase.com to kind of get yourself some knowledge over how crypto works and how to get into that world, and you also may receive some gains from that as well. But for the time being, Galaxy Racer under pressure, are able to find 2 kills all of a sudden, and as you said, this could be the downfall of Argo. This could be it. But with 3 players alive, they still have a standing chance.
Oh,
Reeds finding one, Fallen getting one, maybe a second. No, that's not going to happen. Shut down by Joel. The B site is completely free. They will head onto it, and I don't think Argo will have any shenanigans to do with that B-bomb site. Saving a couple of rifles will be the name for the name of the game for them.
That was all in. That was a deep commitment. That was buy-ups as much as they could. So Ago will be suffering. And look at the money on Galaxy Racer. There is no way they're letting these guns go down without a fight. Joel, in hot pursuit of the Ago squad, Reitz is watching this angle, finds the headshot, but that is the position being given away. Dazon will soon follow up with the rest and try to pincer them in. 2 players from long, 2 players from the long doors, or rather 1 player from the long doors. This is a tough position to be in.
Tough cookie to crumble, that's for sure. Disco Doppler closed up the gap as well. They don't want any survivors. I don't think there will be any either. Fiku gets one. It does get deleted. Reitz finds the same feat, is it? Disco Doppler, he seems on fire. Very nicely done. Map and series point now for Galaxy Racer. The question is, can they close this out?
This is a timeout from Galaxy Racer, and I think they want to be extra careful with how they go about this. There is a fair bit of communication to be done with regards to how they want to approach the economy of the enemy team. because they know for a fact that there have been investments time and time again. And you know what? I really like how animated this guy is, Joel. He's got so much emotion going into it. So performing at that level while having such a vibrant personality, I love that. We need more of that.
Love to see it, for sure.
I can't wait for him to double down on Twitch streaming, honestly.
Love to see it, absolutely. I'm an animated person myself, which is the reason why I become a caster. I've got some extra reactions to follow through, but when you see players also be extra talented in being animated and also extra talented in actually being good players, then you fear for your jobs. Absolutely. The game not over just yet. It's not over until the 16th round has been picked up, and Argo know of this. Not going to give up that easily, that's for sure. Placing a player boosted up early on CT. Predicting a mid play. That will be the sole reason you'll have that extra play on CT right now. Damage exchange towards tunnel. Smokes drawn out as well. CT smokes, in fact. A couple of players on catwalk may have changed their minds. That's the great thing about Dust 2. Having mid control allows you to switch over to that other side of the map. And without information, Argo can't do too much to deter it. Got a couple of players on A long Snatchy. He's going to have to be huge because he's the only line of defense on that catwalk side. The only man to hold this one off, but Fallen makes things happen with the drop. Controls down the CT side. Disco Doppler getting himself on site. But right now, it is a 4v5. It is Argo with a numbers advantage. Well. Draws it down to half with that molly. And this is going to be a very close affair.
Yeah, Argo, of course, have to go for this. They're on serious point. They're flashing right in. They're trying to overpower the T's, but this is too good of a lineup for Plessin. He's missed his shots. This could be all over, but Chazi, he's gotten his work done on his end of the spectrum. Reitz, 1 kill for him, but he needs to get a 1v3 and an insane defuse clutch. Could this be it? The time is ticking down. He doesn't even have a kit, so there's so much stacked against him, and eventually he will go down. Galaxy Racer come out on top and win it out in a 2-1 fashion.
And they make it very hard for me to believe that this matchup is over. That is it. And you can see Galaxy Racers being happy right now. The same could not be said about Argo. That is the face of disappointment. That is the face of, well, boys, didn't quite go to plan. And that means they have another chance tomorrow. Maybe a potential extra 2 chances to qualify. But if they don't get themselves a win tomorrow against the winner of the losers matchup, they'll have another chance to play against Sangal Esports, which was also the 3rd place finisher of Group A. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the first qualifier, qualifying team for Group B. It is Galaxy Racer, the Swedish team, to beat the top of the table.
Yeah, but in the meantime, we will have an interview for you very soon with one of the captains, of course, from Galaxy Racer. So, in the meantime, X-Warrior. What about that back and forth? Because that is, honestly, I'm not. We've already talked about it to some degree, to extensive degree, and this is one thing I really want to talk to the captain about. I want to understand some of the emotion that goes into it, because honestly, even as a caster, it's really tough for me to grasp something that is so back and forth like this, and I can only imagine how tough it is for the players to keep losing round, winning round, buy up deagles, win some, lose some, all of that good stuff, especially as it starts getting later into the night. So I'm really curious about that.
Does get a little bit exciting seeing that it is back and forth and it's anybody's game throughout the entirety of the matchup, throughout the entirety of the maps, and that hasn't stopped being the case from map 1 to map 2 to map 3. It has been completely the case. So as you said, yeah, it must be very tiring and gruesome for the players going through it. And yeah, no, I would also love to see what the players' mentality is in heading into such situations, because it can't be easy. You get yourself a win and you say, okay, let's carry this momentum onwards. Let's try and square one off. But then your momentum is instantly shut down. There is no room to build momentum. And it's just a whole lot of action without any groundwork, any ground bases. It's hard to kind of figure out when one team can start gaining ground on their opponents. It's as you said, it's really hard to analyze.
Yeah, it was incredibly unpredictable because before the game, I was sort of banking on Snatchy. Once again, like I said, all incorrect predictions. Let's go, baby. Just doubling down on it. Just being wrong. Being wrong is a talent, and I am an athlete at it. So,
you're pretty good at that.
Well, yeah. So, yeah, I'm just cashing in on it now. It's just a brand image at this point. But point is, I was really banking on Snatchy leading the charge and being dominant on Dust 2, but that's simply not the case. We saw an entirely different style of play come out from Galaxy Racer. They kept winning out aim duels time and time again, and Joel, he did finally fill up some of those shoes that we were talking about. It's still not... It still doesn't hold a candle to some of the crazy stuff we saw come out from Snatchy, but it was just enough. It was enough for Galaxy Racer to inch past.
Yeah, and we'll be having an interview shortly with Coach Haste from Galaxy Racer. And as you said, I think this is a perfect man to ask these questions to, right? This is the man that is behind all the tactics of the squad. This is the man leading the way in that regard in this Swedish lineup. So it's make sure you tune in for that. Make sure you stick around because there's some insight to be gained from this interview. But yeah, well, Deity, some final remarks to kind of end off the day, because this was Group B at its finest, right? There are a few matchups coming up later on tomorrow. Where the losers
also covered by us.
Also covered by us by chance, so I hope you guys are not too disappointed about that. So yeah, it is going to be the losers matchup to come underway, which is the Tricked Esports side versus Astralis Talent, but also it is going to be that third place matchup that's will be decided depending on how this one will turn out. But we're heading into the interview right away. We've got Coach Haste from Galaxy Racer. Hello, man. How do you feel after this matchup? It was so back and forth that I can only imagine how you guys must be feeling out of it.
Yeah, we're excited. It was a great game by us. We throwed Inferno, in my opinion. But I think we had the game in control on the two first maps. The last map they had it in control, but we pulled out a really strong T-side, and that was really nice to see.
I want to ask you one thing quickly. What do you think was the component that was missing from the first map that ended up giving up the game to Ago?
Teamplay, definitely. We like it sometimes, and we're really working hard on it. So I definitely say team play and communication in the first map. Maybe a little tired from the first BO3, I guess.
Okay, wait. So there's one question I've really wanted to ask. So with the kind of team composition you guys have, especially with the likes of Joel, how difficult is it to manage things like emotions when it comes to such back and forth games? Because that was neck and neck, man. That was so close.
It's also a thing we work really hard on. Like when you have two guys who's 16, they will of course feel the pressure, but they take it really well, and I think that they are growing, stronger and stronger from every game we play, and we play, in my opinion, a lot. So we just try to work on it by playing officials, talk about it afterwards, and if something happens, we just take a timeout and calm down a little bit. So that's how we do it.
And in retrospect, I'd also like to ask that Disco, Doppler, and Chorzi and Joel did join in January. So since then, it's kind of been some sort of an uphill trajectory for Galaxy Racer. But how does it feel as a coach? How do you think this is turning out as a squad? Where do you think you can reach as a Swedish squad? And where do you see yourselves in 2 or 3 months?
It's hard to say. In 2 or 3 months, I think we will be around top 40. We aim for top 30 at least. But we need time. We have, as I said, we have two who's 16 years old, and we have a new core and such. So it will take time, and hopefully we'll see by the end of the year that we are in top 30, and that's what we aim for.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Very good to hear, because it's been awesome seeing you guys today. You performed out of your minds. A lot of props to the players and also to the coaching. It was very nice to see, and the strategies brought out were also very, very interesting throughout the day. So a massive congratulations to you and the squad. Rightly deserved to be topping off Group B. But also, would you like to... I asked this from the previous interviewees earlier today, but I'd also like to ask you, is there any last remarks that you'd like to give away to the fans or people watching and supporting you at home?
Thanks for watching. And thanks for following us when we're real bad, and also when we play really well. So we appreciate it, and we see you out there.
Thank you very much, Haste. Thank you very much. And thank you for joining in for the interview. It was really insightful, and we're really grateful for it. But that's going to be it from the interview, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be heading in to the wrap of the day. That is going to be it for us this evening. I think you've had enough of us already. I think you guys are fed up of seeing our faces and these pink headphones, and maybe these will be gone because I think I've got other headphones coming in tomorrow. So
we're hoping. We're all hoping, not just the viewers. Me too. Yeah,
I like my pink headphones.
Yeah, mail them over now. It's for me.
Oh, okay, but that is going to be a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for joining in, and make sure you tune in for tomorrow because there's a lot more action coming through. Group B is not over. There's still some teams to qualify onwards in this Blast Rising tournament, so make sure you're here tomorrow because it is going to be banging. Have a good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and we will be seeing you very soon.
I suffer many thrills that always leave a mark in me. This highway's never ending, it brings you to your knees, but no one's love is like it is. You got no one above you, and so they say but that's not all that bothers me. I have never said a word about it, but never stop believing, don't you know? I haven't been around for you, my darling. Sure in memory won't guide you home. Somewhere in this desert I will find my peace. Don't know how long it will be. Our shell just keeps on breaking. Inside I long to see the pearl that shows you what is real. Many people gathered from side to side, but that's not all that's on my mind. I have never said a word about it, but never stop believing.
ever since I was a child. Now it's showing its ugly face. What can I do? Music creeps into my dreams, wakes me into sweaty sheets, abandons me when nights died out. What can I do? What can I do? So I better use my legs and run before it is too late to flee. I feel there is no other way. It's what I can do, what I can do. Then I want to be with you, but you know there's music too. Don't let jealousy alert you. Stop this, get right. Stop this, get right.